Everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy
posting on Twitter. It's the
And
gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fucked, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, it's Saturday, fun day. And I am an hour late, and I apologize, but I'll tell you exactly why in a brief moment, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the stop streaming button. That was the Teresa Sweetheart Hasan is streaming theme song for my favorite socialist himbo official video. Now, you guys might be wondering, what has changed, Hasan? What is going on right now? Who the fuck is this guy? It's me. I shaved. Why? You might be wondering why. In a sea of controversy. What the fuck? Dude, I don't know how Kaya's. How is Kaya hair so prominent on this fucking microphone? Like, is this bitch talking to the mic when I'm not around? Like, when I get off the chair? What's happening? Anyway. Folks, in a sea of controversy, where there is a lot of political turmoil in the world, I thought I would do a little bit of whiteface to evade some of the extra scrutiny. Okay? A little bit of whiteface to ensure that people don't know me as Hasan or Hasan Abi, but instead Hank. Hank. My name is Hank. I'm Hank. I'm a Christian evangelical, somewhat fiscally conservative. I love the state of Israel, but I'm a little upset with what's going on in that part of the world over there. You look different. Did something change? No, nothing. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Just wanted to make sure. I am capable of doing a white face. It's giving David, not so much Hank. Regardless, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I know the elephant in the room is obviously what my face currently looks like and how people are taking that. I hope that you guys don't find it disgusting that I've shaved. I know I clean shaved it up. But yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button yesterday. I ended the broadcast to go out to dinner. I ended the stream to go out to dinner. It was my friend's birthday. We went to Giorgio Baldi. It was a private room. He turned 36. He's old as fuck. But yeah, we went to Giorgio Baldi. You know, that place that's famous for a single agnolotti that is this big for $54. For $54. But yeah, we went there. The food was fantastic. It was incredible. The upper lip gives the white claims credibility. Yeah, I have a tiny ass upper lip. Unk, that beautiful facial hair is gone. Oh no. Anyway, bro, you look like Uncle Junior. What does that even mean? Beard tan line? I don't think I have a beard tan line. Or maybe I do. Oh, Uncle Junior from Sopranos? What the fuck? Okay. That's a little ridiculous, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, Uncle Junior when he was like fucking 35, maybe. Guys, stop. You're going to give him new insecurities? No, I don't give a shit. I like to think that I can make it. I like to think that I can make this work, you know? Regardless. Anyway, is that a Schoolhouse Rock shirt? No, this is a part of the new merch. Here you go. New merch, baby. Bro, fuck these 50-year-old dumb chatters who look like a 22-year-old fuckboy sexy motherfucker. Where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah, last night I ended the broadcast. I went to dinner. I went out and I socialized. It was crazy. It's not a thing I do. So it was crazy when I did it, you know? And I was can we get some flannels for the new merch? No. It's coming out soon. You already know. It's coming out soon because I've been wearing it. That's how I tease it. This is not an XLT. I've officially downsized to a large, by the way. When I first started working with Warren James and I kickstarted Ideology, I literally was wearing triple XLs. And in that process, over the course of the past 3 years, I've melted into a large. This is a large shirt. It's definitely tight, but I straight up wear larges now. It's crazy. Large and in charge still. This is it. This is the smallest that I'm gonna get. I'll never be able to fit into a medium. But point is, yeah, went to a friend's birthday party. It was great. The food was exciting, delectable, delightful. Hung out with some people, like normal people. And, you know, it's always great to just like talk to normal human beings who are professionals and stuff, you know? And you know, that's it. I stayed out for a lot longer than I wanted to, but you know, I felt bad. It's one of those situations where like, I need to go to sleep. I have to work out tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, I have to work out tomorrow. Like, I can't do this. And I did. I ended up leaving earlier than other people, but I wasn't the first to leave, so that was good. You never know. What do normal people talk about if they don't talk about politics? I sometimes talk about politics, but there's like a lot of stuff that's happening in the world that people are interested in like there was a person at the dinner table that did not know what brat was. Like they were like, I refuse to understand what brat is. I don't know what it is, and I don't care. And when I see it at my work, like I just go, I don't know what that is, and please don't tell me. Like, that's crazy. But when am I going to be in music videos? Soon. But yeah, it was a fun experience overall. Woke up this morning. Todek wanted to go work out, and so we did. We went and we worked out. We got Brolic together, Brolic Brothers. No footage of that for you, except for the footage of me working out, I guess, as a Brolic brother myself. Yeah, here it is if you want to check it out. Here it is in all of its glory. That's back when I had a beard. How heavy are the dumbbells? Not that heavy. They're 85 pounds. You are showing your fit with hair privilege. Us bald fats can't shave without thumb allegations. Yeah. I feel that. They're only 85 pounders. They're not that heavy. You look super young here. What the fuck? I look like a straight up white supremacist there. Why didn't I see you at Sweat LA? What the fuck is that? Anyway, listen, folks. I did that shit. Okay. The birthday was great. The birthday was fire. You know, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I even check this. I even had 1.5 glasses of wine. Yeah. Not the flex. Yeah, Margot is there as well, of course. Margot is good friends with Maurice. Get this. I had some wine and I had one singular shot of Macallan 12. But beyond that, I had tiramisu. The steak was fantastic. The agnolotti was fantastic. I would say that the spinach-based pasta with the bolognese was probably my favorite. It was spectacular. It was mind-blowing. What a delectable, delightful experience it was. The tiramisu was incredible. Agnolotti. Wait, how do you say it? Agnolotti, like that? I don't know. That was great. And then I had a little bit of fucking chocolate chip cookies. Okay, I had some chocolate chip cookies as well. But yeah. And then in between that, Belgium has opened a war crime investigation against a Belgian national fighting with the IDF. And then here I am with a copy of Infinite Jest. So everybody knows I'm with it, you know? Sweat is Charlie XCX concert, Lamau. What? As another guy with a beard, like, how do you ever have it in you to shave it off? I don't care. Sometimes I get bored. People don't know this, but I've talked about this quite a bit. Wearing a wife beater to dinner? No, I was wearing a shirt, but it was hot, so I had to take it off. It was actually awkward because I was a little I was a little insecure about taking it off at like a fucking fancy dinner, but then everyone started yelling at me and they were like, "Woo!" And then it got super awkward, but it is what it is. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh, the beard thing. I have this weird mindset where I think I can make every look work. And it doesn't work. Obviously, there's like still, this doesn't look as good as with the beard. I know that. Everyone has told me a million times over. I know, right? But I still like to, get a change of scenery. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. It's good to keep people guessing a little bit. It's also, um, you know, it's also good because I got to do a little bit of whiteface, dog. People keep saying I'm like a fucking extremist, Islamic style extremist terrorist and shit, you know? So imagine if someone says, oh, this guy is a Islamic style Islamist extremist, right? And then they fucking tune in. And then they see this, they're going to be like, the fuck are you talking about? Huh? Huh? Yeah, I'll be like, Islamic style extremist? Excuse me, look at me. I think you should just never cut off your mustache. That is the weirdest part whenever you shave. Yeah. So, yeah. I thought all this nonsense people kept accusing you was bullshit, but this shaving made me report you for a hate crime, to be honest. I'm sorry. Are you wearing a Chrome Hearts bracelet? No. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, that's it. I shaved. I also had to go and get this like eye wash thing. For this antimicrobial eye wash to flush out eye irritants and reduce redness in my baby girl's eye. I had to DM the vet early this morning because she's got like her eye is like red. And the vet was like, hey, you just have to like wash it out with an irritant. And if it doesn't work, because it's probably something's like stuck in there, there's something irritating it. But if you wash it, it should be fine. So that's the reason why I'm late. Anyway, and also because I shaved. As a girl who in high school would impulsively chop off a foot of hair on a whim alone in my bathroom at night, I never understand the attachment to hair. It grows back, guys. Yeah, I mean, there are certain things that I won't do. Like, I won't buzz my hair again because I hate how fucking long it takes to grow it back. You know what I mean? Hold on. Buzz is just rough because of the in-between stage. Yeah. Like when you first buzz it, it looks good, but then you got to keep it buzzed because if you want to fucking grow it back out after buzzing it, it takes a long ass time, dude. It sucks. Does your face hair grow faster than your head hair? Yes. I think so. Anyway, I'm doing white face. That's my point. I'm doing white face. I apologize to absolutely nobody about this. Okay, it's white face time, baby. You already know what it is. All right, that's what we're doing. All right, let's move on. Let's blast off. Let's get started. We got a whole day ahead of us. These past couple of days, I've had to like cut it short for technical complications that I cannot gonna get canceled. This is super wholesome. I saw this on TikTok this morning. Oh, not this one, but I saw another clip of this Costco guys with FaZe Ronaldo. You have a beard tan? Okay, I know. I'll fix it tomorrow. Anyway, Netanyahu's drone strike near Netanyahu's residence. Trump on PBD. Say to say scary games aren't happening until October 2025. Okay, calm down. We'll potentially do that. Drone strike near Netanyahu's resident. Trump on PBD. Fun React Lord is back. Poll watch. Hog watch. Fun React Lord is back. Get in now. Is Maya coming today? No, she's going to be coming on Tuesday. Ideology is all sold out on teas. Is there a place to get the teas? No. It's going to come out. It's going to come out soon. Or Cutie said Monday? Okay, I guess we're doing it on Monday then. Anyway, we blasted off, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. This is a chaotic blast off meme. The bargaining part, like Jank looks kind of good. If Jank and I had like if we did like a face merger type of situation, like this is like, we look good. The real uncle nephew merger right here, baby. Anyway, blast it off. Let the people know we're live. We're alive. Denial is the best. You said you want to do a fun IRL with Stavi, baby. I did, and I hit him up, but he already worked out. I wanted to take Stavi, baby, to Zoo Culture, but he was like, "Oh, I already hit the weights yesterday, King. I'm gonna hit him like on Sunday if you want." And he's got like a bunch of shit that he's doing, so I was like, fuck it, whatever. Shaving the comment, the allegations I see? Yes. The Nile's a river in Egypt, by the way. Good one. Bro, zoo culture stream would be insane. I agree. How it feels, Elwig in Japan and you here. I'm gonna go soon. Like, I'm gonna go after the election season is over, so I don't really give a shit. What is in the bottle that you drink? And it's a potion, dude. It's a secret potion that gives me my youthful exuberance. Your stands are already one step ahead. Yeah, it's baby girl time. We're doing baby girl shit. I'm baby girl now. Sometimes baby girl's a 33-year-old man. That type of situation happens, you know. It's not that surprising. But anyway, Ronaldo, phase Ronaldo, stable Ronaldo, did a stream with the fucking Costco guys. Sorry, trigger warning for M HUD. I know he's gonna fucking hate that shit. Okay. Where you at, hater? I know Bronny had a fucking insane performance. He's banned? Wait, what? Why? What the fuck? What did he do? Anyway, wait, is this the clip? Wait, why did he get banned? Ronaldo banned on Twitch, don't show. It's fine. This clip is not even about him. What? Someone explain to me why I got banned. Showed stake gambling. Oh, really? What the fuck? Why was he doing that? That's dumb. Anyway, he did a fucking Costco guy stream, and I thought it was really cute. I thought it was really cute because the Costco kid has literally, like, he's done content with like a shit ton of people, and at the end of their broadcast, he teared up. He was like crying. Big Justice was crying because he fucking played with his favorite content creator. It was so amazing, dude. It was so fucking cute. It's like those moments when you remember, like, this is a child, okay? This is a baby. All right? It's moments like that where you're like, yeah, like, this isn't just like some fucking content creator. This is like a literal child, a kid who's like so stoked to play with. Also, from where I'm standing, another literal child, you know?
Sketch is here too!
Is that really Sketch?
Oh
Like, these are his legends, dude. These are his icons, okay? Sketch, stable Ronaldo. It's like so funny to see him. It's so funny to see him just like tear up. Yeah. And then you remember, like, this is not an adult. This is a baby, okay? This person has not like even formed a coherent fucking worldview. Y'all acting like I hate Big Justice. It's the Rizzler that is a talentless alien slug boy. You'll see. Also a child, M HUD. Also a baby.
My chat.
So happy. Aww.
Sketch gets a big
What's happening?
boom.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Nah, he's got the thing Hezbollah has, I bet. You think the Rizzler has the Hezbollah disease and he's actually like a 50-year-old man? Is that what you think is going on? He's like secretly 50 and just doing... doing that. I love this conspiracy. Yeah, Rizzler had a huge W too, bro. Look at this. Look at this little baby, dude. The Rizzler cam. I get it though. I understand. M HUD does not like that we have basically plucked. Okay, we have basically plucked the perfect representation of American society, like the most perfect, average, plump American boy. Okay. And we have now made him a mascot as though he is an exceptional figure when he is reminiscent of every single person that, he is the perfectly average American child. Okay. It's great.
We just said we were gonna go live tonight. It was fun.
Stable Ronaldo. We did this tonight on a whim. Today, Big Justice wanted to go to the card shop during the afternoon, and we couldn't. We had things to do, so I said, all right, let's stream tonight.
2,000 viewers. What? We just hit 10,000 followers. Yay! Oh my god.
10,000. Ashley's jumping up and down over there. Ashley.
That's so funny. Dude, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Just like imagine getting this excited. Imagine getting this excited to see fucking phase Ronaldo, like stable Ronaldo. That's crazy. The Rizzler saved the Mets from elimination that game. He will get us dependent.
He's cheering us on.
The kid looks like you. Yeah, I think that's the other reason why I really like Big Justice, because he just straight up looks like carbon copy me when I was his age. I'm not kidding, even a little bit when I say this. I looked exactly like him when I was his age. It's not even a fucking joke. Like 1-to-1. Like it's not. I mean, there's photos of me from that age that chatters somehow have found. I don't know how, but you know. You could do this with them kids too, but you don't play games. This clip's got to be the funniest one.
Stable Ronaldo wants to play? Okay.
No way! Stable Ronaldo wants to play with me! Oh my gosh!
All right.
He knows me!
Let's see if we can get Stable Ronaldo and Big Justice together.
How would he not know you, dude? Like, when he was a fetus watching Fortnite, you were popping. You know what I mean? You're like his ninja. You know what I mean?
They're here.
Oh, come on, be nice.
He's actually watching us! Wait, Dylan, let me see! Bring it up! I don't believe you!
Bring the boom!
Stable, please say yes!
Oh, good
Are
luck
you
for the
one
sub.
of my favorite streamers?
That's right.
So, Big Justice, before you...
Have you seen M. Hunt post this from his alt? I apologize in advance if this applies to you, but I sincerely believe that if you're entertained by this child and his extended universe, you are an objectively lower mental status than me, something akin to a sea urchin, or maybe a mussel. Just to clarify, I don't hate the kid. I don't hate fathers and sons having fun, or kids acting funny. You are more than welcome to watch the videos and enjoy them, even if you're an adult. Just know that I think you're a bit simple if you do. That is all. This is... Actually, the first time I saw this tweet, this person has me blocked, but they are right. Yeah, I mean, I am though. I'm stupid. I like it. I like being stupid and dumb. It's a fat kid who is always doing the funny thing. He's like, "Oh, I'm the Rizzler." Anyway, that's. I mean, they're already getting farmed out too much. Like, I'll admit, like I'll tell you this much: I never had I never understood like the Haley Welch shit, right? Like, I never understood the talk to a hawk to a whatever the fuck. But like, you catch me, you listen. You put a fucking fat ass kid in front of me, I'm gonna laugh. Okay, like that's it. I'm a simple man. I don't understand the hawk to a shit. But you put a little fucking fatso in front of me, just like how I was at that age, I'm going to laugh at it, okay? I'm a simple man. That's it. Talk to is legitimately unlistenable, and I listen to the NATO podcast. There's a NATO podcast? That's amazing. Some girl you really like is into somebody who loves this shit. Oh, that's great. Hawk Tua is marketed to middle schoolers exclusively since the teens I work with love her. What? I thought it was all like Barstool finance bros that fucking watch that shit. Maybe I'm wrong. He's just so swagged out. She's the voice of a generation. The only people who watch Talk to It is your Discord. I know. I just don't get it. Oh my God. Okay, I got it. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Sexist shit. And no, I don't have to talk to you politely.
What the fuck? Yo, I'm not kidding when I say there is something very weird going on. There is like something demonic happening with the right. Okay. She looks like she's wearing a Tommy Lee Jones mask. There is something deeply concerning happening in the right. He's your biggest fan? Who is that? What? What did you just link me? Dude, what the fuck? Take a day off, dude. Are you fucking stupid?
You sexist shit.
Leaked documents of U.S. spying on Israel. Oh, yeah, what else is new? Bro, what's up with fucking right-wingers, dog? They literally they straight up look like Resident Evil 7 villains, dude. Why are they like that? I just don't get it. I don't fucking get it, bro. I don't understand. There's this like very demonic aura associated with like right-wing politics. Like, like look at this start. Look at those. Like, this is not a way that your face should look. This is not how your face should ever look, man. What the fuck?
Sexist shit.
It started on its own. She's too powerful. She's too powerful. The video is playing on its own. See, a lot of people say, Hasan, you don't do scary content for Spooktober. Well, there you go. The scariest content of all. The median voter. The rural American voter, dude. What more? There you go, dude. What's scarier than fucking that? That person's voting, okay? And they're going to be so goddamn annoying. I'm going to tell you right now.
And no, I don't have to talk to you politely. Yes.
I think Kamala Harris is really making gains in this demographic. Okay, let me tell you. When Kamala Harris said Dick Cheney wants to vote for me, this lady was like, oh my God, I'm reconsidering my worldview. My favorite.
Sexist shit. In Jasper County, motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. You motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. Yeah. All legal like. Yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers.
I think there's something cool about like someone living in the American heartland looking exactly like a character from Tekken. Like, I take back what I said. I think this is dope. You know what I mean? Like, this is a phenotype that doesn't exist in the real world. It only exists in like, CGI. Like, this is not a thing that you see normally, okay? And she's over here looking like a goddamn anime character in real life, dude. That's Akuma from Street Fighter. That's what I mean. Like, you don't think this is cool? That like there's a person in the real world that literally looks like a Tekken or a Street Fighter character? That's dope. You hate to see a strong woman express her political opinion. That's true. I love you, but I'm coming back later when the scary troll woman is no longer on the screen because I can't risk nightmares. What? Oh my God. I recently started talking to a white woman and I was lurking her socials and I found her auntie's page. Dude, that's amazing. Yeah. This is giving misogyny, sweetie. Wow, here we are. The misogynistic left, the Bernie bros, at it again. You see a woman express her political opinions and you immediately reduce her to her looks. Okay? It's really fucked up. I would never do that, and I'm not doing that. But, you know, I'm using this as an example. Using this as an example. It's the taking pictures with infinite jest of making fun of women pipeline for me. Yeah, that's what I did. I went from taking pictures with infinite jest last night. Yeah, the prophecy has been fulfilled.
Our government needs stopped. Stopped. Sexist.
I love that, dude. I love that. It's like I just crazy. It takes a small man to go for the low-hanging fruit, but it also takes a small woman to work at Gringotts Bank, so swings and roundabouts, really? This lady looks like she works as a jump scare. That's crazy. Please, for the love of God, look at this talk to a moment. Oh my God.
When the hell did you have Bobby Lee on the podcast?
What?
That's Kim Jong-un.
What's he doing in my podcast room without me in it? Is that Photoshop?
I don't know. Did you have him on your podcast?
No, I don't think.
Do you know who that is?
My face says it on the picture.
Do you even know who I am?
I know about you. I don't know who he is. Who is that?
I don't know. I just seen him with Trump before. That's all I know about him.
He's the leader of North Korea.
Yeah. I knew he was something big.
Oh, and I actually done a Zoom in North Korea a few weeks ago. Huh.
Haley, when the hell did you have Bobby Lee on?
It's great. I'm happy that this is the pot. This seems good. I don't know. Your Discord watches that, by the way. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. They're fucking brain broken, dude. They're so brain broken. Anyway, what is this? Woke up from a nap and asked my boyfriend what he was doing, and he said watching Hasan and taking notes. That's a good note to take, I think. Anyway, that's it. We did it. I'm doing whiteface to combat the extremist allegations. I shaved. Drone strike near Netanyahu's residence. Trump on PBD. Paul watch. Hog watch. Bronny lost by 59. Here, okay, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. Bronny James, he finally did it, okay? After having a sequence of games where his average points averaged out to, I think, 0.5 points across the board. He did it. He finally reached double digits in points in a game. He got 17 points, 4 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. And it's kind of crazy. Bronny got 17 points on 17 shots, was a minus 37 against guys out of the league after preseason. He did it. He got a triple single. Yeah, I don't know. I just, it's great. I'm happy. I'm happy that he's living the dream. Anyway, What is this? Got my boyfriend to start watching you, and then a week later he broke up with me. A coincidence? Who knows? Damn. I'm sorry for that. Okay. Let's get started. There's a lot to talk about. Okay? There's a lot to talk about. Drone strike launched near Netanyahu's home. Israel says no injuries reported. I don't know what the fuck's going on in the world, but shit's getting dynamic out here, okay? We're going to do poll watch. We're going to do hog watch. We're going to do it all. You're going to watch a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, unless you're subscribed, of course. But yeah. Did you see the helicopter? No, what is that? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. We'll do CIA Johnny Harris watch as well. And let's get started. Let's get ready to rumble.
The Israeli government says a drone strike was launched towards the home of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. His spokesperson said he and his wife were not home at the time and there were no injuries. The attack came as Iran's supreme leader said Friday that Hamas would continue their fight against Israel after the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. Today, Israel launched a series of strikes into Gaza, killing at least 50 people, according to hospital officials. Rami Inocencio is in Tel Aviv with more this morning.
Good morning. Both Israel and Hamas now have the choice to de-escalate the war or to carry on after the shock death of Hamas's leader.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, they do. Yeah, totally. It's definitely in Hamas's pocket. Like, they have a choice. Like, what do you mean? Israel has killed every single person that has even touched the negotiations table at this point. The fuck are you talking about? Like, no, there's only one party that has the choice to end this entire thing. And it's the party that could have ended this entire thing a long time ago. That's it. It is, of course, the party is called Israel.
Leader Yahya Sinwar. Early signs from Israel's military and Hamas in Gaza appear to point to war.
A second Israeli strike was about to hit as these Gazans rushed.
Yeah, they shot a child. Gazans rushed to get the child, and then they fucking struck it. They're absolute freaks. I can't show you the footage,
unaware
obviously.
To help an injured boy.
Yeah, they blew up the
More
fucking
than
people
60
rushing
people
to help the injured child.
Died in IDF attacks in northern Jabalia in the past 24 hours.
By the way, just more man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Oh, we have such sights to show you. Just monstrous activities from America's most significant ally in the region. The interesting part of this equation is not that Israel did this. Israel does this every single day. If you follow this stuff closely, especially if you're here on the broadcast, you've seen this a million times over, especially over the course of the past 12 months. What's significant, however, is that the media is actually covering it not with the normal passive voice that they would apply in circumstances of the past that are damn near identical to this, but instead directly being like, Israel shot a boy, and then when people gathered around him to save his life, they blew them up. That is as direct as you can get. Now, it took 12 months for CBS and mainstream media to course correct to cover this issue, right? Why are you anti-Semitic? Come on, dog. Come on. Come on. Please. Look at my face. Look at my face. I'm a white man, okay? I'm a white man who loves Israel. I think Israel is great. See, this is anti-Semitic. This kind of attitude is not allowed in this community, okay? There you go. If you want to know what real anti-Semitism look like, it's that type of shit. Great timing. Always some fucking weirdo Nazi in here who will immediately prove the point. Dumb fuck. Anyway. Where were we? Let's continue.
The traumatized and wounded forced to go south to be treated.
Oh, my Quenlin video is out. Let's go. That's 44 minutes long. That's crazy. When you shave, you don't just look white. You look British white good. That's the goal. You're debating whether you want to react to this right now or not because 44 minutes. No. We'll take a look at this later. I just didn't realize that it was out already, and I'm very excited. But let's continue. We're currently doing news coverage.
Treated others to be buried, including 31-year-old Hasan Al-Khatib. A digital illustrator for children's stories, she was popular on Instagram. In one post, she said, "Hello, I am Hasan from Gaza. I am trying to stay alive." In the past day, Israel has ramped up ground and air assaults, saying Hamas is regrouping, despite the death of its leader, Yahya Sinwar. His last moments of life, alone, wounded and bleeding in the shattered building in Rafah in the south. From the street, a tank took aim and fired.
Yeah, like they killed him with a they killed him with a tank shell. You know what I mean? Like it's just like I don't know. I think Israel really fucked up by leaking the footage and the details, the harrowing details of how they killed him, because it completely contradicted like the way that they presented him to a lot of people. I know we just watched you ban an anti-Semite in front of our eyes, but the vibes feel like you're harboring anti-Semites. Okay, stop. That one chatter that I talked to yesterday, I think was an instructive conversation for a lot of people. Maybe they recognized a bit of themselves in that chatter. Maybe they have these kinds of opinions. Maybe they've internalized it. I don't know. But it's good that I have these charitable conversations, because I think ultimately a lot of people, like, I can't argue against vibes. You know what I mean? Like I just, even if something is entirely the opposite of the truth, people still have the capacity to feel very differently, right? That conversation sounded like someone that watched the stream on mute. I know. Not gonna lie, Hasan, I disagree. Everyone seemed to hate you bringing this chatter in. I don't care. Anyway. Yeah, it was also short. It wasn't like a super long convo. My girlfriend said you are hot, except I don't have a girlfriend, and I said that. Nice, man. Anyway, let's continue.
Out the architect of the worst attack on Israeli soil in history.
And what went through your mind?
Glad is not the right word, because you never want somebody to be dead.
Meirav Gonen is the mother of Romy, 24 years old, abducted from the Nova Festival and still held hostage in Gaza.
In the tunnels, without daylight, for more than a year. Can you imagine not to see your daughter for a year?
With the death of Sinwar, does this open the door greater for peace or for more war?
Hamas does not want peace. They want to kill. us, they don't care even to kill the Gaza people. They don't care about them.
And talk has now started on who will lead Hamas going forward. There is Yahya Sinwar's brother, Mohammed. There's also Hamas's chief ceasefire negotiator, along with a former leader of Hamas, and that was before Sinwar. Whoever is chosen, they will probably be the next target for Israel. Errol.
Remy, thank you for that.
There was almost something muted about the crowd's reaction to the procession of body bags into the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, central Gaza today. Where you'd expect other family members visibly shaken, weeping loudly, it was quieter than normal.
Your chat is so gross. Why? What has taken place here that causes you to feel like this chat is so gross? We are once again looking at man-made horrors beyond human comprehension. And you're like reading the chat. I think people are trying to bait you in the drama. Yeah, I mean, there's literally at any given moment, there's 30,000 different minds in here. Most of them are anonymous. They will say certain things that you do not have the capacity to understand the context around. Having said that, however, we moderate it pretty fucking well overall. But once again, eyes on the prize, big dog. Look at what is in front of you. Look at my commentary. That's what you're here for, right? Or rather, are you here after 12 months of genocide to look at a fucking Twitch streamer's chat and actively watch the chat when there are literal human beings in fucking body bags? I feel as though your statement here is infinitely more disingenuous than whatever some fucking random anonymous account said in the chat that you hyper-focused on. I'll be honest with you. You are looking at real body bags of human beings. You are looking at their family members crying. Body bags that were created as a direct consequence of our allegiance with the state of Israel, which is an apartheid regime currently conducting a genocide. Do you have an issue with either of these statements? Okay? In a chat with 20,000, 30,000 people, if your hyper focus is to be like, well, I saw something in here that I consider to be unkind. If that's what your main focus is, I don't think we see the world in the same way. Especially when this is a pretty fucking tight-knit, heavily moderated, to the best of our ability, community. Do you have an answer?
Perhaps weariness, or maybe because inside these shrouds, 12 members of the same family, including 3 children and 4 women. The would-be chief mourners were all dead. The Asma school building in the west of Gaza.
It is your acceptance and hand-waving of the terrorism and anti-Semitism in your community that is distracting from the plight of Palestinians? You're right. Thanks, chatter. I like that people are so comfortable being unimaginably Islamophobic. Like, there is no other way to read this, okay? There is literally virtually no other way to read this than just, you're hand-waving terrorism and anti-Semitism in your community. Yeah. I'm pro-Palestine, but honestly, a Twitch streamer who has been pro-Palestine for the past decade openly, publicly, and simultaneously has targeted and dealt with anti-Semitism for that exact same 10 years process because it's something that he literally does not agree with. Dude literally had a Houthi on stream. Yeah, I'm pro-Palestine, but also simultaneously, a 19-year-old teenager from Yemen, I am suspecting is Houthi, despite the fact that he said he wasn't, and numerous other British publications that interviewed him also came to that same conclusion, but I don't care. I am derailing this conversation back to an interview that was conducted 10 months ago when the Houthis themselves weren't even a part of the official State Department terror organization, let alone an interview that would be perfectly fine and would have journalistic value even if he was a Houthi, for the record. Maybe the tone would be different, but regardless. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Lamau, be for real, bro. You sucked them off the entire stream. You're the one implying they're synonymous right now. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked them off the entire stream. You're right. A 19-year-old who from the age of 10 to 16 experienced genocide in the hands of Saudi Arabia has the understanding of a dude that grew up in your fucking neighborhood in Naperville, Illinois, in terms of like what is considered problematic. He has it all. He has the wherewithal to turn around and say, trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi, even though he secretly is. Because that's the calculation that this 19-year-old is making. How am I wrong is a great question. The problem here for you is that I don't think you will ever understand. Like, I don't think you will ever be able to comprehend who is affiliated with an organization that says death to the majority of this community. Once again, I am going to reiterate a talking point here that is not simply a talking point, but just reality. Okay? You are talking about a 19-year-old in Yemen. Okay? Chatters are so pro-Palestine that they see everyone fighting for Palestine as a terrorist. They are pro-Palestine as long as Palestinians are just dying in silence and being nice about it. Yes. He's the 29-month subscriber. He's savable. I don't think he is. I think that there's not really much you can do about this kind of stuff. I don't think there is like a legitimate way to tackle this. The only reason why I often do tackle this is because I do truly believe that people will inevitably understand where I'm coming from. That's why double down on what if he was a Houthi? These motherfuckers would celebrate U.S. soldiers and presidents, but not the militia of oppressed peoples. No, I know. That's why I also do say that even if he was a Houthi, even if he was a directly affiliated, even if I had the opportunity to interview someone within the Ansar Allah movement, I would still do it. The tone of the interview would probably be a little bit different. You would still think that I'm humanizing them and being nice to them, for sure. Like, you would still have your issues with that. Absolutely. But ultimately, I'm not the only one who interviewed him. I'm not. And I don't see you this upset at Sky News or the BBC. And now you might say, well, it's because you asked him about like One Piece or whatever. That was a big point of contention for a lot of people. And it's like, yeah, I did. I was trying to have a normal conversation to bring out whatever personal information that he would be willing to give as a person who does not speak English. You know? People have interviewed Osama bin Laden. I think that there is journalistic value to that as well. This isn't to say that I would interview Osama bin Laden in the same exact way, but here's the thing. You think that this 19-year-old who is not affiliated with the Houthi movement, even though you claim he is, Okay. At least as far as we understand, all readily available information says he's not, but you've imagined it, is akin to Osama bin Laden. Now, at a certain point, you have to take a deep breath as a 29-month subscriber and think to yourself, am I a little off base here? Am I actually maybe looking at this situation? And this is a conversation that you can have with yourself. You don't have to reveal it, but just take a deep breath and think to yourself, is this 19-year-old in Yemen similar to Osama bin Laden, or am I that am I that invested in like assuming that every brown person, every Muslim person from an area that we are bombing is this monolithic force? Why don't these races have to prove that he's a member of Ansar Allah? They have. In their minds, they have, in air quotes. They show that he has a gun. That's it. A 19-year-old genocide survivor being humanized is considered to the same degree as like interviewing Osama bin Laden. Like, he is Osama bin Laden. Please think. Also, Osama bin Laden did have a lot of anime in his hard drive, as we found out later. So that's it. And for the record, like, cultural differences and obviously the language barrier is going to create a lot of additional complications in this process regardless. But you have to try to work extra hard to remove certain hangups that you might have in your mind, certain biases that you might have in your mind that cause you to leap to this comparison where in your mind, a 19-year-old who experienced genocide most of his life, okay, who simply lives in Yemen, is akin to Osama bin Laden. That leap in and of itself is the problem. And many people make that leap. And I try to talk to people about this stuff as to the best of my ability, because I know that there's a lot of people who are making this leap, making this judgment call without recognizing that it's like a ridiculous thing to say. That's it. That's it? Okay, Hasan? That's all you got? I'm trying to be as nice as possible here, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to listen to you. Okay. I'm happy that you did. But don't just listen to me. Think about how you arrived at this conclusion, because that's what's most important. You know what I mean? He lives in Yemen, has a gun, and visited a boat. He's the equivalent of the architect of 9/11. Yeah, the boat that he went to, that he presented himself as like, you know, overtaking or whatever. Like the boat that he went to is a tourist destination in Yemen at this point. I believe the footage that they showed of him like dancing wasn't even him, and it wasn't the same boat. It wasn't even from the same time frame. But none of that stuff matters, right? It all plays a role in shaping your opinion, in shaping and massaging your opinion. Now, you have to ask yourself how you arrived at such a massive leap that you went from a 19-year-old in Yemen who, by his own admission, stated that he is not a Houthi, not a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a 19-year-old who experienced genocide, who is pro-Palestine, Like, what are the events that unfolded and what kind of biases might you have inside of your mind that you still haven't been able to shake off that cause you to make this comparison? Good tweet on this. Killing bin Laden didn't cause 100 other bin Ladens to take his place. It was eventually an actual enormous blow to Al Qaeda they never fully recovered from. Bin Laden did not fight a sustained and coherent national movement with concrete goals within a limited geography. He represented a murderous transnational ideology that was loathed by most of the world, including and especially Arabs and Muslims. This is a fantastic tweet on this issue. And we got ISIS after he was killed, which, by the way, was fought by Arabs and Muslim armies. Moron. The dumbest thing about this take is that every previous leader of Hamas, except Mashal, who survived an assassination attempt, has been killed, and the movement keeps growing and growing. Yeah. Like, that is the major issue here. That is a massive problem here. The massive problem is that people have a tendency to think, that like any kind of Muslim group, no matter what, in post 9/11 universe, any kind of Muslim group on that side of the world, on that side of the planet, is fundamentalist, some of which are, by the way, and they have one mindset only, which is to kill as many Americans as possible, to kill as many Jewish people as possible. They only care about this. They're barbaric savages. That there is no national, there is no like emancipatory struggle there at all. There is no validity to any of the things that they say that they want to stop. None of that is valid. They're all just this blob, this monstrous blob, this outside force, this other that is simply invested in the death and destruction of life as you know it. And it's really interesting because a lot of younger people now who didn't grow up in the post 9/11 world and, you know, maybe grew up in the 20-year occupation and the failures of it, kind of look back at how fucking stupid Americans were back then, right? Like one of the most common things that I talk about, is like how stupid it was that Americans were like, hell yeah, Osama bin Laden did 9/11, so we went and we killed a bunch of people in Afghanistan and then Iraq. What? How does that make any sense? Like these people are not even remotely related to 9/11, right? Like how was that justified? And we joke about how fucking stupid Americans were back then. And it's frustrating to see people do that exact same thing now, where it's like, oh, they're a brown guy, Muslim, death to America guy. We got to kill him. Terrorist, deal with him. Don't talk to any of these people. Don't try to conduct any analysis on what their opinions might be. They're all the same. And it's I don't know, kind of sad. Anyway. It's genuinely very possible to overcome these biases. I remember as a kid, even as a bit as a teenager, being on edge. Anytime I saw Arab American at a grocery store or school, it's a direct result of Western anti-Arab agitprop that equates all of them with radical Islamists, fundamentalist terrorists. It worked on a lot of people, but through learning more and meeting new people and hearing their experiences, it's very possible to overcome this or help others to do so. Yeah, it takes a long time though, and that's what I try to do here. Okay? That's what I try to do every day. That's why I get very frustrated with the people that overlook all of that. The people that overlook all of that and immediately get cast aside. It's so easy. It's so easy when there's so much overwhelming quote unquote evidence that suggests that, like, no, these brown people are fucking scary. I get it. I understand the biases that you may be subjected to due to endless amounts of social conditioning. And it goes far beyond just like seeing Ahmed, the dead terrorist, or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's endless. That's the reason why, despite having a Muslim background, I sit there and I eat it when people are being overtly Islamophobic. I refuse to point it out in many instances because I know that just shuts off the conversation entirely for a lot of people. This is the one area where, despite being a white person, right, is the one area where people go, nah, you're a little biased. You're a little biased in this regard. Yeah, of course. Yeah. The failure to recognize the humanity and ideological complexity and motivations of quote-unquote terrorists during the war on terror was both the biggest boon to administrative agendas towards what was effectively war crimes, as well as the biggest mistake. It led to a quagmire of violence and involvement that only racked up a body count, and that's about it. I went to Belfast last year and did a tour with a former IRA insurgent. He said when he was 14, British soldiers shot up his apartment block, killing someone he knew. He joined the IRA's youth wing after that, then joined the IRA when he was 18. He was vague, but said he participated in combat against the British forces, was captured and put in prison for 13 years, where he was on hunger strike for a good portion of them with Bobby Sands. Later, he was released and joined Sinn Féin and helped the peace movement. Now he runs a community group that focuses on getting young males from the most hardcore Protestant loyalist and Catholic Republican areas of Belfast to meet and organize trips abroad so they can get to know one another and help communities get along because of the inevitable future of a united Ireland. Why I say this now in regards to Gaza. Plenty of 14-year-olds will join Hamas, and the reason is because of the occupation. Speaking to IRL ex-insurgents and knowing my own family history, a lot of insurgents don't actually give a shit about the politics of their group. They join the fight, the occupation. Whoever is the best group to do it with, they fight with. Their motivations are mostly about fighting back against the occupation, avenging or protecting their families. It doesn't mean that they're all inhumane savages with a bloodlust for civilians. I'm not saying this terrible violence doesn't manifest itself on civilians, which it often does. But the framing of things like October 7 are that Hamas attacked civilians and brought the genocide on themselves, which ignores the context of the occupation. We see this in Britain too. British atrocities in Ireland are contextualized through them being a response to civilian casualties from the IRA, ignoring the context of 700 years of occupation in Ireland, including 300 where Irish Catholics were directly subjugated for their faith/Irish identity. So this is not to say the violence starts and ends with occupation and colonialism. Not contextualizing resistance movements only serves to absolve the occupier of their crimes, and that's precisely the reason why people do it. And I don't want you to be a sucker. Please understand. I always simply ask you one thing and one thing only. Just have a shred of charitability, especially if you've been in this community for a very long time. Please just have an ounce of charitability to what I'm saying without immediately assuming that I have some secret bias, that in my heart, that I'm actually a secret anti-Semite, and that I love the extremism. I love the fundamentalism. I want to throw gays off rooftops or whatever. Okay? Like, it blows my mind that people can be in this community for so long and not trust me on this when I talk about these issues. My goal is to offer a voice and a platform to things that you do not hear in American media. Okay? I think Ta-Nehisi Coates did a fantastic job with this as well. And the message And that's precisely what he has talked about extensively since the book came out in his book tour, right? That you can get this content. You can get pro-Israel perspectives. You can hear from every avenue of Israeli society, with the exception of the Israeli left usually, right? In every single outlet, in every single mainstream outlet, okay? You rarely ever see the humanity of Palestinians, not even just victims, not even just civilian victims on the side, but even Palestinian militancy, how they got there, why they got there, what are their motivations, what are their ambitions. You can feel comfortable casting them aside with this broad brush saying 76 years of occupation does not play a significant role in their opinion, in the way that they see the world. You can do that if you want, but it's just not true. And you are in that moment when you believe that, okay? In that moment when you believe that, you are a sucker. You are being played like a fiddle. That's it. And I think you can understand that. Yesterday, you insinuated that you distanced yourself from the Yemeni kid. In what way did you distance yourself? No, I didn't distance myself from him at all. I just interviewed him once, and that's it. Interviewed him once 9 months ago. I don't have like direct communication with him. I can't even talk to him. He does not speak English, chat. What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, I think he has been banned a million times on Twitter regardless, but like, you said the exact opposite yesterday. Chatter is lying. Someone accused you of distancing yourself. Chatter is misremembering. Yeah. Do you think Ta-Nehisi Coates would have a greater impact on Zionists if he showed some charitability to anti-Semitic trauma? Do you think his hyper-focus on justice for Palestinians has turned off pro-Israeli sentiment to only harden their positions? Great question. Great question. Do you know who actually shows charitability to anti-Semitic trauma and yet gets called a fucking anti-Semitic terrorism lover every day? Over the course of the past 12 months, how many times have I talked about like Israeli society, Israeli nation building, and how we arrived at the position that we've arrived at? I have talked about this extensively. Extensively. It doesn't matter. I think there is I think that, like, first of all, I don't even agree with the premise, the underlying premise here that like Ta-Nehisi has not shown any charitability to anti-Semitic trauma. I don't think that that is correct. I think that people falsely interpret him covering the victims of an apartheid from their position, a position that is usually unheard of, that immediately gets cast aside, as, well, he's not, focusing on the anti-Semitic trauma. These two things are not at odds with one another. He, of course, does, but he excludes it largely to refocus the silenced Palestinian narratives. This question right here is, in my opinion, a unironic repackaging of the Tony DeCoppel line of questioning. how dare you speak exclusively on what you saw in terms of how similar the Israeli apartheid is on the American Jim Crow, or like the American white supremacist history, without talking about what the Israeli justifications for that apartheid are. Because while Jewish history and Jewish culture, I'm separating this from Israel because I will never tie one another, okay, is riddled with pogroms and, of course, the Holocaust. And that has a shit ton of intergenerational trauma baked into Jewish people all around the world and the way that they see the world. It's an understandable fear that many Jews have. The weaponization of that real fear and that real history is one that Israel nefariously uses to consistently position themselves as though their ethno-state, their apartheid, genocidal ethno-state, is one that protects Jews and must exist in the violent ways that it does. So no, him talking about the trauma, the anti-Semitic trauma, would not in any way, shape, or form turn around and cause people to be more charitable to his position. Bro, read the fucking book. He literally opens the Palestine chapter with his experience at the Holocaust Memorial. A recognition of Jewish trauma is critical to Coates' work directed towards the chatter. This is a lie. In the Palestine chapter, Ta-Nehisi Coates spends the introduction talking about Jewish history and the Jewish struggle. The idea is that he's somehow ignoring Jewish people while only platforming Palestinian people is a complete lie. I think that the reason why that chatter thinks this is because that is the way that it's been presented. Okay? And in the conversation that Ezra Klein had with Ta-Nehisi, there is one point that Ta-Nehisi absolutely agrees with, which is that he did not interview members of the far-right coalition or even centrist Israelis. He did not interview Israelis when talking about the apartheid. That's what he said. And yes, he has talked about it brilliantly. He responded to that accusation. He said that there's no shortage of that kind of coverage, hence why he's trying to show the Palestinian perspective, which is interesting because, once again, you're in the community of someone who has gone into the weeds of that perspective virtually every single day. And yet I still get probably even worse smears than Ta-Nehisi receives on a daily basis. Do you understand? It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, with my own personal experience, there are still people that come in here and knowingly and disingenuously claim that I am a fundamentalist terrorist supporter who is festering anti-Semitism in this community. A gross smear, regardless of how much I have, of course, framed this conversation around the perspective of average Israeli citizens. I've done it time and time again. That's why I thought the conversation that I had yesterday with that one chatter who said your overall vibes were like that you didn't care about the humanity of the Israeli citizens in the first 6 months. You never showed their perspective. You always considered them to be like monolithic, was just wrong. But the reason why I still take the time out to talk about those things, is because I understand the environment that I exist in. I understand that there are people who have these sorts of hangups. Now, on the one hand, I can just simply say, that's just fucking Islamophobia. What are you going to do? Fuck them. Okay? And I totally understand why many people, especially in all the carnage that they see every single day, feel that way and just tap out. I have the capacity to engage in that emotional labor as a person who is profoundly privileged. So I will do that. Of course, I have my limit. You know, Sometimes I do put my foot down. Sometimes I do get emotionally exhausted and will end up saying something that comes across as unkind. But in most moments, the reason why I carefully and deliberately sift through all of this propaganda is because I recognize that many people have those hangups. That's why a lot of people didn't understand the way I spoke to Asmongold. Right? They were like, what are you doing? Like, this guy said something that is so openly and overtly violent and wrong. Like, how can you have a normal conversation with that person? Is it because he's your friend? Is it because he's a big Twitch streamer? All this shit. Like, why didn't you attack him more aggressively? And it's because I understand that Asmongold's sentiment, while left no room for interpretation and was pretty overt in its bigotry, is a commonly shared perspective by many Americans. So it is outright unproductive to be your fucking soldier in that battle and behave in that way that you want me to behave. Because my goal is to have a normal conversation and potentially change some people's framework, snap them out of this stupor that they're in. That's how biases work. That's how you try to, get people to unlearn certain things that they now not only take for granted, but they think is just, this is real life. That is what it is. And I think do you believe some people are born inherently evil? No, I don't. Let's continue.
The city was also hit again. The roll call of the dead there, 7 people, including some of Muhammad's friends.
We were sitting in front of our tent. Suddenly a huge strike. My friends who were with me here were killed. Another one was killed over there. May God have mercy. My little sister was injured.
If anyone thought that the killing of Hamas's leader Yahya Sinwar might mean a pause in the fighting, last night they were well and truly disavowed of that. The Israeli military sent in another army unit to support forces operating in Jabalia, the largest of Gaza's 8 historic refugee camps. At least 33 people were killed there yesterday. According to the director of...
I think the more we focus on streamer drama in the context of a genocide, we are all headed a step closer to eternal hellfire. I don't disagree with you, but I'll take whatever I can get. If that is the only thing that causes people to pay attention to this, then I'll use that opportunity to draw some attention to it and then restructure the conversation around the humanity of Palestinians, the Palestinian emancipatory struggle, historical context as to how they exist on this planet, and show them the carnage that we are paying for with our tax dollars. That's it. Because there is, streamer drama aside, there are larger systemic trends and cultural attitudes that people have that I can address from the framework of drama. Drama is, of course, the only thing that people want to pay attention to because they don't really care. This is like impossible to contextualize. You will never, if you have not lived anywhere outside of the United States of America or the Western world, okay, there is no way for you to understand these destroyed city blocks as anything but, yeah, we kind of do that shit on that part of the world. They're barbaric. It's just, that's it. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people, especially in America, a lot of American watchers, a lot of Western watchers only care about this as far as like, it moves their favorite content creator in a certain way. There's parasocial activity here. But drama makes this stuff more palatable for a lot of people. It makes it more personal for a lot of people. That's it.
Of a hospital near Jabalia, his facility came under attack last night and is still being targeted. He appealed for help.
Please, our brother and sister, all the humanitarian societies,
I have to pee.
Urgent call just to please help our medical staff and the injured people.
In the last 24 hours, according to the Palestinian Health Authority, at least 67 people have been killed in Gaza. Today, a number of international medical charities confirmed to us that they've been banned from entering Gaza. It comes just days after the US warned Israel it needs to do more to improve the dire humanitarian situation or risk losing military assistance. How many medical charities have been denied entry to Gaza and why?
A total of 8 medical humanitarian organizations were denied entry into Gaza as of last Tuesday.
Why?
That's the million-dollar question. What I can tell you is that the fact that we have been denied entry can be translated into thousands of deaths over the next 2 to 3 months if we're not on the ground. According to the WHO, 29% of the medical services that are provided in Gaza have been basically cut out by cutting or by denying those 8 organizations entry to Gaza.
We haven't been able to get a response yet from the Israeli government as to why the ban. It becomes hard to know what to say about this level of constant rolling suffering, sometimes even hard to know how to feel. If you're little Rushdie El-Hisi, you open your mouth up to cry, but very little comes out.
Well, now there have been at least 8 Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, this afternoon. So let's get the latest from there and our international editor, Lindsay Hilson. Lindsay.
Kathy, the problem for Lebanese is that they never know when and where the Israelis are going to strike. So, for example, this morning, our Lebanese colleague was late because she got stuck in a traffic jam. Why was there a traffic jam? Because an Israeli drone had dropped a bomb and hit a particular car going down the road at a place called Junia, which is a Christian suburb. 2 people, we understand, were killed in that strike. We don't know who they were or why they were hit. We don't know if the Israelis were targeting that car or, you know, it's a moving target. Maybe it would have been another one, although on the whole, they're pretty precise. But anybody else could have been injured along the way. And that is what it feels like to live in Beirut. You hear the sound, the whine of the drone above all the time. And you don't know who's around you who might be an Israeli target. And then this afternoon, we could hear the bombs falling in Dahir. Now, Dahir is the southern suburb, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. Hezbollah won't let us go there, so we don't know what it looks like at the moment. My understanding is that there aren't very many people left there. Israel has talked about there being tunnels there and arms dumps held underground. But again, we don't know exactly what they were targeting. But what we do know is that there were a lot of explosions in Beirut today.
And tell us a bit more about Hezbollah's response. Are they continuing to fight back?
They certainly are. We understand that they fired about 168 missiles from southern Lebanon into Israel today, including, and they also floated this drone, which seemed to be an attempt on one of Prime Minister Netanyahu's residences at Caesarea. The Israelis say that there are this great web of tunnels under the ground in southern Lebanon as well. And that is what they are trying to do. They fill up some of those tunnels with concrete or they blow them up. But Hezbollah has it's very well prepared for this battle, and it is continuing to fight despite all of the blows that Israel has rained down upon it.
They're sending old people reporting now. They're scared Israel's going to dome youngins. I don't know. I mean, I think she's like a longtime correspondent in the region.
It is.
Blocking aid agencies days after Biden's red line, by the way. Yep. There is breaking news from Hasan Shabat, who is still in North Gaza, reporting on the ground. Massacre in Beit Lahia, North Gaza Strip. Israeli occupation forces bombed a whole block length, 60 plus, and hundreds wounded with no access to any functioning hospital. It does seem as though Benjamin Netanyahu is basically ramping up its genocidal efforts in North Gaza, trying to completely cleanse that area, claiming that every single person that is there is Hamas, intensifying its bombing campaigns, intensifying the civilian casualties, and that is partially because of Biden's quote-unquote supposed red line, which, of course, as things stand, is not a real red line at all, especially all things considered, especially considering that there has never been any sort of significant scaling back of weapons that have been sent to Israel. How do you deal with people in your life genuinely not caring about murder? I live in a pretty conservative area, and it's so frustrating to be around so many people who couldn't care less or even support their actions. There's nothing you can do about it, man. Sometimes you just can't change people's minds, you know? There's not much you can do. It is what it is. Try to the best of your ability to change their minds no matter what. But, you know, you're not going to be able to get everybody. Yeah. Yesterday, Benjamin Netanyahu said, this is the end of the evil rule of Hamas. Hamas will no longer rule the Gaza Strip. This is the day after that. And today, the day after that, he's spent the entire day bombing North Gaza. So he's showing you, he's showing everyone with eyes to see that they do not care. This is what they're going to keep doing. It is laughable to assume that they would do anything different. They are not being restrained by the United States of America at all. Jeremy Scahill says, every time the Biden administration leaks some narrative about how they are warning Netanyahu or that Biden is so frustrated or Biden is swearing in anger, Israel responds by ratcheting up the killing or violent expulsions. This report comes from Al Jazeera and Dropsite News. Israeli forces are expelling residents from northern Gaza, defying the U.S. letter against evictions. Israeli soldiers are forcibly removing families from their homes in northern Gaza, as well as from UN school shelters now used for refuge. This military action directly defies a recent letter from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, which demanded that Israel end the isolation of northern Gaza and ensure no policy of forced evacuation of civilians from northern to southern Gaza. The letter also called for access to aid organizations, yet the 15th day of the siege continues for more than 200,000 people with no new shipments of food, water, or medical aid. UNRWA chief says another 20,000 people were forced to flee Jabalia camp yesterday, seeking safety, including in UNRWA shelters. People lost everything. They need everything, including food, water, blankets, and mattresses, the basic of the basic. Lazzarini added, a dozen trucks of flour were allowed to cross into Gaza City this week. By far not enough. Few bakeries in Gaza City could increase bread production for distribution to people in UNRWA shelters. So when all of this is happening, if you, once again, frame this conversation around, like all of this death, destruction, and carnage is occurring, and you frame the conversation around your personal feelings or how something that I said or did doesn't sit right with you, I really need you to understand that you might be getting duped into feeling this way because of your otherwise lack of interest in the humanity of these people. You know? And I think other people can see that too. It's not, you know, it's not just like people who are fans of mine who are now upset that you are saying these sorts of things. I think a lot of people recognize what you're doing. You might not recognize what you're doing, but it comes across as though you want to move the conversation away from the victims and specifically talk about like centering an ongoing genocide around your own personal feelings. You know? And this hasn't really changed since October 7. But I just want you to understand, like, I think a lot of people, no matter how ideologically invested they might be in Western supremacist thoughts and attitudes, still recognize right from wrong when they see death and destruction of this magnitude. And I think the Asmongold situation is very instructive in the way that, like, the broader society sees these sorts of talking points. Look at Asmongold. A lot of normies were like, what the fuck? Even fucking Los Palos, the streamer, was like, what the fuck is wrong with people like this? That's what I'm saying. It's like, I think this is one of those moments that, like, a lot of people, even if they don't want to hear about it anymore, and many people don't care necessarily about the humanity, but still just don't simply want to hear about it, they still recognize right from wrong. So in a way, I don't know. In a way, it just feels like a silly back and forth to have. But Sabra is a dog whistle? I don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Stop, do not engage, stop. Don't do Sabra discourse. How damaging is the Ethan thing? He has an audience and he's really trying to lie about you. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's not the first, nor will it be the last time people falsely say that I am festering anti-Semitism. You know, it's just, it is what it is. It's an unfortunate part of doing what I do. This has never stopped me from this has never stopped me from doing this kind of commentary, and it certainly will not. Fostering. Sorry, not festering. Kat said at Mother Jones, now she's Palestinian, does anyone else feel ashamed knowing that as children are being burned alive in hospital beds, you are safe and comfortable in your home, and then feel ashamed of being ashamed because it's the lightest possible burden we could have at this moment? Is this even coherent? It's so frustrating to feel so powerless, but that powerlessness is just a speck in comparison to the hundreds of thousands in Gaza who are starving to death, succumbing to preventable diseases, and being bombed to smithereens. Yeah. It is. It is deeply frustrating. I think I've spent a significant portion of my coverage ensuring that people understand, if they are even a little bit charitable. I think that I spend a good deal of time addressing anti-Semitism, addressing cultural attitudes within Israeli society, addressing the Israeli government's motivations. I don't think that yeah, I don't know. I don't think that I mean, I understand people can be duped into believing something, especially when it is so when it's so prevalent. Like this attitude is so prevalent. It's a underlying sentiment that people hold on to that without even recognizing that they have it. I'm specifically talking about like the notion that, oh, if you're Muslim, you're like, you hate Jews, right? Like that's a thing, right? This kind of attitude is just, it's very commonplace. And if left unchecked and unexamined, someone who is even a fan of mine can be swept away with this kind of sentiment. It's a very popular sentiment that many people grew up with. Most of you dwell on this drama about people's feelings. Let's move on. I'm trying to get people that might have a certain point of view in the Western world to re-examine their analysis, to re-examine the only way that they touch this conflict. If the only way you touch this issue, the only way that you touch this issue is from centering the feelings of yourself or your favorite content creator, then you're not being serious enough about everything that is unfolding.
Invading Jabalia, the Jabalia's refugee camp with their tanks, and not only that, the soldiers are kicking out Palestinians from their houses, and we have been seeing footage of also tanks proceeding very close to.
Think the U.S. would do anything if Israel starts killing by the thousands? What do you mean they are?
UN shelters, asking for the Palestinians to go out of the schools, asking them to evacuate and forcing them to leave those areas. Not only that, according to eyewitnesses, they're saying that also the Israeli soldiers are also arresting Palestinian men and interrogating them and separating them from their families. We have been also seeing footage for people on the move being forced to evacuate. But at the end of the day, those Palestinians are being shot at, are being evacuating, and all of this without zero stock of food. They do not even have drinking water. If someone has been injured, there's no ambulances to rescue them. And this has been happening for the past 15 days. We're not.
Yeah, it's really fucked up, dude. And it's also directly and expected that Israel would behave like this, but it is directly at odds with what Biden clearly mapped out. And they've done this time and time again. That's why I jokingly refer to every single instance of Biden, like, you know, putting a red line forward or whatever as like a checklist for what Israel will do next. Biden will be like, don't strike this target. Israel will strike that target instantly. That's it. It is the sad state of affairs. Evan Hill from WAPO writes, earlier this month, I read Ezra Klein's interview with Franklin Foer, the author of a recent sweeping piece in The Atlantic looking back at the Biden administration's Gaza policy, in which Foer made an interesting claim about Biden's red line on Rafah in March. Klein pointed out that Biden said invading Rafah would be a red line, and then Israel went away and did it anyway. Foer replied that from the Biden team's perspective, they did enforce the red line by making Israel alter its invasion plan and do it in a pinpoint way. I can explain to you what happened from the perspective of the administration, which is that they delivered the red line to Netanyahu. It was delivered as, you need to come up with a plan for protecting civilians. In the course of invading Rafah, it wasn't the invasion itself that was the red line. Now I think the president expressed it differently in this interview with Capehart, and there is no resolving that disjunction. But when I would talk to people in the administration, their response was, you know what? Actually, Israel altered his invasion plans. Instead of going into the city and clearing the city in a block by block, neighborhood sort of way, they did this in a much more pinpoint way, where they encircled, they focused on smuggling tunnels and battling Hamas battalions without the same sort of casualties they had in Han Yunis in Gaza City. And I think that there's a case that they could make themselves plausibly. that they were successful in reshaping that plan. And the problem is that they were very sympathetic to the aim ultimately. They felt like, okay, we don't want this war to continue, but we do want them to deal with these smuggling tunnels. Now, this is very important to understand, okay? Because this struck me as odd, says Evan Hill. On the left, looking at the satellite imagery, is Rafah before the invasion on May 5th. On the right is Rafah after major combat ended on September 12th. Notice something different there? It's that they actually destroyed every part of Rafah. Every part. Here, this GIF shows exactly what they did. Shokat Sufi, south of Rafah, an area of more than 27 miles or 2,400 acres cleared between May and September. Tel Al Sultan between May left and September right. According to UNRWA, Rafah had been hosting 1.4 million displaced people prior to the Israeli invasion. That dropped to 65,000 by June. Here's a close-up view of what Israel's operation in Rafah has entailed. The entire southern area here completely destroyed. Here's what Tel Al Sultan Rafah looked like through the camera of an Israeli soldier in late September. Leveled. Four told Klein that the Biden administration had a case that they could make to themselves, plausibly, that they were successful in reshaping Israel's invasion into a pinpoint operation. Commercially available satellite imagery allows us to check such claims. Basically, what the main point here that Evan is making is that the Biden administration is something that you know already, by the way, directly in line with Israel's goals in Gaza. Okay? They can lie to themselves and act like what they're doing is actually the more humanitarian approach to ethnic cleansing. But ultimately, the goal of Israel is to ethnically cleanse everyone that lives there and engage in mass displacement campaigns. That's it. That's it. They're not gaslighting themselves, I think, into to thinking that they improved the situation. I think a lot of this song and dance here that they're playing both internally and externally works to, I guess, create this attitude that there is some rule-based international order protocol that they are following. I think that the problem is, and this is where their echo chamber actually comes into play, within the DC bubble, they might actually think that this is working. The problem is most people don't think like that. And you can tell, even the likes of the wannabe wonks and the wannabe DC analysts have completely dropped the pretense that they are actually, like America is actually doing something that is different or is at odds with Israel's death and destruction campaign. They have dropped it. They can't, there is no, those are the guys. Like, it's not the Brianna Woos of the world, right? It's actually usually the media and NGO officials that are supposed to repackage what America is saying and make it seem on mainstream media, on mainstream outlets, as though like, no, they are actually following fucking the rules, some rules. They're supposed to do that. But it's impossible to do so. That's why the quality of the defenders of American foreign policy has dropped off significantly. That's why the only people who are still championing this cause, are the likes of people who had no understanding of the situation prior to October 7 and are objectively fucking stupid, like Brianna Wu, right? They're just dumb. Like, there's no fancy way to talk about this. They're just not very intelligent. Okay? The likes of all of these liberal higher thinkers, like Ezra Klein in a different universe, if what is unfolding, if the death and destruction unfolding wasn't unfolding exactly in the ways that it was, would be the intelligent person who works to, because he genuinely believes it, which he doesn't now, but I'm just saying, in a normal world, that is the person who is writing these like well thought out articles about how like America in spite of everything is still following and defending the rule-based international order. They're actually doing a great job doing such a thing, right? Like those articles don't exist. And I think that that's really interesting. That is something to take note of. Those articles don't exist because these actions are so overtly indefensible that the intelligent members of the liberal intelligentsia have dropped it completely. They don't even fucking talk about it. Or when they do, they openly criticize the state of Israel for its death and destruction. And on the other side, the only other people that defend Israel are the rabid ultranationalists who are bloodthirsty, monstrous pieces of shit anyway. Those articles existed during Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Every article, every publication published those articles, yes. Via drop site CNN, documents detailing Israel's plan to attack Iran got leaked, including referencing Israel's nuclear weapons. A new set of classified U.S. intelligence documents purporting to show information about Israel's plans to strike in Iran have been confirmed as authentic in a report by CNN. Dropsite News has also been reviewing these documents since they were posted on a Pro-Axis of Resistance Telegram channel on October 17th. The documents are labeled top secret and only to be shared by Five Eyes intelligence partners. The nature and motivation of the leak are yet unknown, while the U.S. government claims to be conducting an internal investigation. The documents, which can make reference to Israel's unacknowledged nuclear program, can be seen below. That's crazy. This might be one of the first instances where we just like straight up have evidence of Israel's nuclear program. Everybody knows that Israel has nukes, but it's like talked about as though they don't, which is quite odd, or at least kind of funny. Nuclear or missile dispersal, low. Air, covert UAV flight operations, aircraft defensive dispersal, special forces preparation, Navy defense dispersal, low. Ground forces, change in IDF posture related to Iranian proxies in northern Israel. Air defense, elevated missile and air defenses, interceptor resupply, weapons handling, long range ALBM handling. Israeli Defense Forces continue key munitions preparations and covert UAV activity almost certainly for a strike on Iran. 16th of October 2024 is when this report was conducted. We did not observe any Jericho 2 medium-range ballistic missiles, MRBM, activity on the 16th of October. Israel likely dispersed MRBMs on the 1st of October, and we lack indications that the dispersals have concluded. That the dispersal is concluded. MRBM dispersal is almost certainly defensive. We have not observed indications that Israel intends to use a nuclear weapon. I'm going to read that again. MRBM dispersal is almost certainly defensive. We have not observed indications that Israel intends to use a nuclear weapon. Yeah, that's the link I'm looking at. This has been MRBM is a medium-range ballistic missile, chat. ICBM is intercontinental ballistic missile. MRBM is a medium-range ballistic missile. In this circumstance, I think they're talking about like a nuclear missile. Why are no powerful countries stepping in to aid Palestine? Why would they? The most powerful country on the planet is defending Israel. Why does Israel pretend not to have nukes? What do they gain from keeping that an open secret? I mean, it's interesting because this comes right after Biden said he received the official time and manner of Israel's retaliation to Iran. Wouldn't Israel using nukes would be as smart as Russia using nukes, basically nuking their backyard? I mean, I don't think they would not nuke Gaza. They have already used more munitions in Gaza that are like 5 fucking nukes. So I find it so fascinating since the March of this year, arms deliveries from Germany have been stopped by German courts. The fascinating and funny sick thing is that the AfD and the right in Germany are attacking the current policy of doing nothing for Israel and the current supposedly more left policy, as our chancellor says, we support Israel and send weapons and will always and forever do so, instead of simply quoting the courts. Hasan, please thank me for subbing 50 subs before Israel nukes us. Israel wouldn't nuke us. They would nuke, Lebanon or Iran or somewhere else in the region if they were to. I don't think they will, but, But thank you. Especially thank you for giving 50 gifted subs to chatters at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break that is coming right now, and they won't be able to. 50 of them will be able to avoid seeing said ads. Israel, the type of player to flip a board game instead of admitting laws. Brother, that is called the Samson option. There is a direct military doctrine dedicated to what you just said as a joke. It is not a joke. That's a real thing. Scary stuff, but what do I think the U.S.'s response would be if Israel was crazy enough to use nukes? I think I don't know, guys. I don't know. Okay. I don't even want to think about that. But I will tell you, I think that there's no real red lines with Israel. That's what I think. So far, I'm just simply responding. So far, I am simply responding to what America has done versus what they actually say. I care more about America's actions than I do about America's statements on this matter. And America's actions indicate that there are no real red lines, that Israel can continue its death and destruction campaign in both Lebanon and Gaza and maybe the West Bank as well, but accelerate in the West Bank too. There is no real red line. I think they see it as land grabs being done for America, really, not just for Israel, but considering that they are attached at the hip, it's not just for America. I mean, it's not just for Israel, it's for America as well. Anyway, here's the video footage of a helicopter and a fucking Hezbollah drone, apparently. That's crazy. That's the helicopter. And that's the drone. That's wild. Dude, shit is crazy. Okay. Where is this? Israel. Netanyahu's residence. It's an Apache that attempted to shoot it down and kept going and hit Netanyahu's house. Bro, I'm Israeli. That siren scared the shit out of me. No, that was earlier, chatter. Don't worry. Israel used the Samson option to threaten Nixon, and he immediately buckled. Wait, what? In 1973, Yom Kippur War, Arab forces were overwhelming Israeli forces, and Prime Minister Golda Meir authorized a nuclear alert and ordered the 13 atomic bombs to be readied for uses by missiles and aircraft. The Israeli ambassador warned President Nixon of very serious conclusions that the United States did not airlift supplies. Nixon complied. This is seen by some commentators on the subject as the first start of the use of the Samson option. Seymour Hersh writes that the surprising victory of Menachem Begin's Likud party in the May 1977 national elections brought to power a government that was even more committed than Labor to the Samson option and the necessity of an Israeli nuclear arsenal. It turns out that the madman theory was used against the madman himself. I didn't know this. Trump will back down like Nixon? Dog, back down? You don't need to back down if your position is aligned with Israel. Okay? Neither Trump nor Joe Biden, or even Kamala Harris really, are at odds with Israel. If anything, I would say out of the three of those people, the only person who'd be terrified into submission would probably be Kamala Harris in comparison to Donald Trump, who's gotten $100 million from Miriam Adelson. Trump would be like, use the nukes. Why haven't you used the nukes, stupid? That's what he'd be saying. This does not absolve the current genocidal administration's crimes and complicity, for the record, just so you understand. Before people start going, Hasan, you're fucking libbed up or whatever the fuck. I don't really care if that's what you think of me, but Israelis are now realizing that the IDF made a catastrophic mistake when they and their soldiers released Sinwar's last footage without a hand, but continuing to fight in the military fatigue with tactical gear, given the ultimate honor. Hamas is capitalizing on this tale. The IDF gave... News 12 reporter accuses the IDF gave Sinwar the ultimate honor with his own hands. I think this yet again was an instance where the immediate attitude in the hearts and minds of like the broader Israeli society caused them to not recognize how everyone outside of that would see this footage. Like they thought this is fun and embarrassing because like that's the reason why they do the interrogations and stuff too, right? Like it is to embarrass Palestinians, to make them feel like, oh, there's no way to fight. Like this is what we will do to your leadership. This is what we will do to you. Not recognizing, damn, brother, the double standards are exhausting. All the drama around Iranian nuclear program and the following sanctions, even though Iran is a signatory of the NPT, while Israel is just sitting over 100 bombs without a fuss. Yeah, they get to do it, though.
Prime Minister, how is it going? Well, 2 days ago, we took out Yahya Sinwar, the terrorist mastermind whose goons beheaded our men, raped our women, burnt babies alive. We took him out, and we're continuing our battle with Iran's other terrorist proxies. We're going to win this war. So
you can basically say whatever you want about what Hamas did, and everyone will be like, yeah, that tracks.
Something deter you? No.
Why is he doing these TikToks, man? Fucking lame ass. Anyway, is Kamala turning her back on the Arab American vote? From Al Jazeera. Let's take a look.
Their job to earn my vote. It is not my job to fall in line.
Arab and Muslim voters in Michigan are ready to abandon the
The real enemy is Israel's own collapsing economy. Oh, 100p. They cannot continue this death and destruction campaign. They cannot. their own internal weapons manufacturing is not enough for them to completely turn their country into a war economy. Even if they were to do that, it would take some time for them to successfully turn their entire economy into a war economy. But even then, they lose all of the good favor of being the democracy in the Middle East, the only democracy in the Middle East, which was a lie always, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like you're going to experience brain drain. Like, there are plenty of Israelis, including those who are in my chat right now, that probably, if given the opportunity, would get the fuck out of there in a moment's notice. Right? Obviously, especially those in my chat. Plenty cannot because they just don't have the financial means to do so. The moment that the United States of America or anyone else says, hey, it doesn't matter if you're an American citizen or not, we're offering you refugee status, Israel collapses, okay? It turns into a nuclear armed state led by inbred Haredi dudes who don't know how to fucking read. It'll be a nation ruled by and comprised entirely of the Itamar Ben-Gvirs of the world. It's over at that point. You can't do a charm offensive and consistently, oh, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break, by the way, so I'm running it now. And consistently lobby the American government or have narratives that suit your purpose in the halls of intelligentsia. Like you're cooked. You're cooked. Why is it that you think Israel has... One, why is it that you think that there are so many Tel Aviv offices, right? Like when you are in the region, when you are covering the issue, there's no fucking Gaza office. Not even really a West Bank office for many of these places. It's just a Tel Aviv office. That's number one. Why is it that there are so many English-speaking spokespeople within the Israeli occupying forces, immediately ready to go at a moment's notice to contextualize the violence that is unfolding, to justify it? It's because no matter what Americans might say or think, the Israeli government understands the importance of the charm offensive. They understand the importance of trying to manufacture consent directly so that Americans don't make too much of a stink.
Democratic Party.
There's nothing worse than genocide. There is nothing worse than watching our babies' brains spilled out day in and day out, people being buried alive under the rubble. There's nothing worse than that.
Any candidate or any political party that has been complicit in providing political cover and material support for a genocide is not worth voting for.
We're back talking to voters in Dearborn, Michigan, home to the largest Arab American community in the U.S. When we came here last October, the Arab Americans we spoke to were adamantly anti-Biden. Now there's a new nominee and an even higher death toll in Gaza. We've returned 1 year later and are asking people how they're planning to vote in the presidential election.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Lexis Zaidan is a Christian Palestinian-American activist who grew up in Dearborn.
My grandparents are all people who've been victims of the 1948 Nakba. My dad's family grew up in Jaffa, which a lot of people know as current-day Tel Aviv. A lot of them left Palestine and became refugees because of what happened in 1948 of being displaced out of their homes unjustly, unlawfully, in a way that was dehumanizing and in a way that's happening to Palestinians in this very moment.
She says that the demographic in Dearborn has a unique perspective on the election.
And we see our parents that came from nothing, from war-torn countries that have been war-torn by our own tax dollars, still come here and create something for their family and contributed to a society that in a sense has betrayed them.
When we last spoke to her a few weeks after October 7th, Lexis was clear that she would not vote for Joe Biden. Now that Kamala Harris is the nominee, she says she and other people in the community don't know who they're going to vote for president.
people don't know what to do. And two options of a fascist like Trump and Harris, who was under an administration that directly funded this genocide.
Because of the way US presidential elections and the Electoral College are set up, the candidate who wins the most votes in a state usually gets all the state's votes in the Electoral College. That means certain swing states like Michigan are more likely to sway the election.
We've been saying for months now that we want them to implement an arms embargo to, stop supporting the occupation and the killing of Palestinians. And that demand has clearly fallen on deaf ears, unfortunately. And so people almost feel like, what is there to do?
Lexis is one of the co-founders of the Uncommitted campaign, which asked voters to cast a protest vote against Joe Biden in the Democratic Party primaries. In Michigan's primary in February, more than 100,000 people voted uncommitted, many of them protesting the US government's policy on Gaza. But now there's a new nominee.
And at the end of the day, you come down to this reality that there's Harris and there's Trump. My biggest thing is I want people to go to the polls and civically engage and vote. But also I want people to understand that what we do outside the ballot box is actually far more important than what we do inside the ballot box.
To Lexis, the movement is not just about making change, but also creating a space for those affected by the genocide.
In pain and trauma and grief, we forget to also pause and kind of breathe and really recognize that art and culture can help mobilize people.
The first most tragic story is October 7th.
Hospitals.
In Detroit, Vice President Kamala Harris was asked if she could lose due to the anger felt by Arabs, Muslims, and supporters of the Palestinian cause over civilian deaths in Gaza.
How risky is it that you could lose the election?
Well, it is undeniable that it is something that everyone is aware of what is happening there. I speak publicly all the time about the fact that there are so many tragic stories coming from Gaza, and of course, the first in this phase of everything that has happened, the first most tragic story is October 7th.
Oh my God. It is the most tragic. You're right. Yeah. There's been an October 7 daily since then. But it is the most tragic. I mean, the only way you see this is if you only see Israelis as human. That's it. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. You definitely do not, you can be as PR trained as you want to be. You can be as media trained as a person who's running for president, right? And even then, no matter what, okay? No matter what, if you have this underlying attitude that Arabs, Muslims are kind of deserving of being relegated to collateral damage status, if you operate with that assumption, if you operate with that as your starting point, you're always going to fuck up. Because it's not genuine. It's not. All of the lip service is so disingenuous that the underlying disproportionality of the violence that is justified is so apparent in every single instance. This isn't to say that October 7 is not a tragic incident, is not a massacre. Of course it is. But to simply say it is the most tragic, the first thing that happened, and it's the most tragic thing that happened in the aftermath, when you don't actually fucking look at 12 months of active genocide that has been multiple thousands of October 7s at this point. I don't know. I mean, it's very obvious. It's very obvious that you don't care. If anything, you're just kind of annoyed that you even have to answer to the humanity of Palestinians. It's just ugh, why don't they just die quietly? News analysis. Vice President Kamala Harris advised her the empathy she has expressed for Palestinians in Gaza should not be confused with any willingness to break from U.S. foreign policy towards Israel as a presidential candidate. I think it's interesting that like they even care to do this sort of thing. They should just fucking be more honest about it. I think overall, like there is no difference between the actions that the American government takes in the way that we have locked into a double suicide pact with Israel, right? There is virtually no difference. There's no daylight between that and fucking Donald Trump. The only difference is Donald Trump is like, no, that shit is good, and I'm in agreement with it. Whereas this administration tries to play this song and dance as though they are like trying to stop Israel, but failing to do so, making them appear even weaker.
And what happened that day, and then what has happened since. And I think what's critically important as we look at this moment is, one, acknowledging the tragedy of what has happened in Gaza.
But it satisfies the libs? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's why liberals will desperately look for anything and everything they can to grab onto. Like, oh, there's you guys that are speaking out against Israel are actually doing so from like an anti-Semitic POV or something. No, they can't tackle the issue. They can't tackle the issue directly. So they just like try to disperse, try to like fucking get you to not look at the glaringly obvious death and destruction in front of your eyes. Both my parents are Zionist megalibs, and even they are starting to recognize that this issue is going to be the one that does Kamala in because of how unpopular of what Israel's doing is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are, I think, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, D2. That's it. That's it. Like, liberals also literally are not on, and they're not in line with the Harris administration on this. So for them, I think it's more so about just like getting her to shut up about it too. They're just like, oh, I don't want to even think about that. Now, you might know some people who are denying what Israel's doing is genocide or whatever, but ultimately, even they recognize that it's kind of fucked up.
Gaza, in terms of the extraordinary number of innocent Palestinians who have been killed, and taking that seriously and speaking truth about that. In addition, of course, to what I said about what happened on October 7 in terms of 1,200 innocent Israelis being slaughtered, women being horribly raped. And then fast forwarding to today with the killing of Sinwar, this creates an opening that I believe we must take full advantage of to dedicate ourselves to ending this war and bringing the hostages home.
But it's not working so far.
You know what, listen, as it relates to the issues in the Middle East and in particular in that region, it has never been easy. But that doesn't mean we give up, okay? It is always going to be difficult. It does not mean we give up. We can't give up.
We have time for one more.
I mean, I think that they are actively trying to push the Arab voters away, by the way. I don't think that they're like turning their back on the Arab voters. I think they are actively pushing the Arab voters away because they're like somehow, I guess, fearful. Thread: Elon Musk targeting Muslim and Jewish voters in Michigan and PA with either showing Kamala as pro-Palestine and pro-Israel. An Elon Musk funded PAC is micro-targeting Muslim people in Michigan and Jewish people in Pennsylvania with the opposite messaging about Kamala Harris using zip code targeting, according to data I pulled from Snapchat. A few things from this investigation. Damn, 404 Media. Okay. Respect to Jason Keebler. They are targeting areas in Michigan that have many Muslim voters with ads saying Kamala stands with Israel. I mapped the targeting, and it's very specific. They're targeting an area outside of Flint that has a major mosque, but no other parts of Flint. They're targeting a section of Detroit that is majority Muslim. They're not targeting an adjacent area that is 95% black. Then they are targeting an area immediately above that, which has several mosques. It looks like this. That's crazy. In Pittsburgh, they are targeting traditionally Jewish neighborhoods, including a neighborhood where the Tree of Life massacre happened several years ago, as well as several suburbs with large synagogues. In Philadelphia, the targeted areas align with neighborhoods and suburbs that the Jewish Federation of Greater Philadelphia says have vibrant Jewish communities. They're also targeting the town of Hanover, Pennsylvania. I'm not sure exactly why they're targeting Hanover, but it is home to Utz Chips Factory, and the Utz is highlighted that it makes kosher products and has a rabbinic coordinator. A related PAC also funded by Elon Musk is targeting black voters in battleground states with ads that say Dems are going to ban menthol cigarettes. These ads are targeted using interest targeting that a political operative might think is more likely to hit black voters. Here are the Jewish voters here's the ads that Jewish voters in Pennsylvania are getting.
Two-faced Kamala Harris is secretly campaigning for Palestine and trying to get away with it.
I will not be silent about the scale of human suffering in Gaza, including the death of far too many innocent civilians. Our common humanity compels us to act.
Kamala Harris, stop pandering to Palestine and stand with our ally Israel.
Yo, that's awesome. What is this music?
Running ads pandering to Palestine. We must stand up to anti-Semitism. We say no more. Why did Kamala Harris support denying Israel the weapons needed to defeat the Hamas terrorists who massacred thousands? And why did Harris show sympathy for college protesters who are...
D2, thank you for another 50 big ones.
Rabidly anti-Semitic. We must stand up to anti-Semitism. We say no more. In Jewish communities throughout America, questions are being asked. Why did Kamala Harris support denying Israel the weapons needed to defeat the Hamas terrorists who massacred thousands? And why did Harris show sympathy for college protesters who are rabidly anti-Semitic? And why is she running ads pandering to Palestine?
By the way, this is the same Pat that did this rat fuck. Oh, the anti-Harris Trust ad? No, I don't think it's the same PAC, by the way. I think this. Jason Keebler says that this is an Elon Musk funded PAC. I think that was a separate PAC that was doing the same thing, by the way. Oh, it is. This is Future Coalition. Wait, Elon Musk is also funding Future Coalition. Exclusive. Trump ground game in key states flagged as potentially fake. Data suggests canvassers linked to Elon Musk America PAC falsely claimed to have visited homes with potential voters. That's amazing. Oh my God. He's in the fucking... He is... Dude, that's so funny. They're fucking themselves over, dog. They have no ground game. He relegated his ground game to Elon Musk. I told you guys this. When I found out that the Trump campaign... When I found out that the Trump campaign was using Elon and Turning Point as their ground game, Turning Point is a little bit more serious about this stuff and has more experience, but especially Elon Musk, I was like, that's the dumbest fucking thing you can do. Okay? These things need to be directly coordinated. These things need to be coordinated directly by the campaign. You cannot hope that Elon Musk will fucking push you across the finish line. The ground game is very important for turnout. That is hilarious that Elon Musk, being the charlatan that he is, you know, grifting. In Philadelphia, they targeted the areas aligned. Okay, here are the ads that they were running, and here are the ads Muslim voters in Michigan are getting.
She stands with Israel and the Jewish people. Kamala Harris gets it. We can trust her.
You don't always know where Kamala Harris stands. She's changed her mind a lot. But there is one issue she's never budged on. Kamala Harris stands unequivocally with Israel. She
Damn, they cooked her on that. I'm not going to lie.
always has, and as president, she always will.
Kamala relies on her husband, Doug, for counsel on the toughest issues, like Israel's noble fight against the radical terrorists in Gaza. And when Doug talks, Kamala listens.
No, not Doug, bro. Hey, yo, chill. Yo, cool it. Cool it with my man, Doug, dude. Hey, chill. Fucking chill, dude.
Listens. Kamala and Doug, America's pro-Israel power couple.
I do think that this is yet another indication that political discourse has devolved in this spectacular fashion, because this kind of overt racist pandering by a PAC that is so closely aligned with the campaign, which is already kind of illegal, but I mean, is this kind of overt racialized pandering used to be covered in the media as unacceptable. You know what I mean? When super PACs used to do shit like this, people would be like, that's unacceptable. Look at this fucking ridiculous ad. And I feel like nowadays this is completely fucking devolved. We have completely devolved. Political discourse is so fundamentally broken. This is crazy. Doug whistle. Yeah.
When Doug talks, Kamala listens. Kamala and Doug, America's pro-Israel power couple. They were the ultimate power couple, Bill and Hillary. For a quarter century, the Clintons ruled the Democratic Party. Now it's their turn.
Dude, Doug and Kamala are just like Bill and... Nah, that doesn't even work, dog. Come on. No, I that's awesome. That's fucking dope. That's dope, man.
Kamala and Doug. Kamala relies on her husband, Doug, for counsel on the toughest issues, like Israel's noble fight against the radical terrorists in Gaza. And when Doug talks, Kamala listens.
The one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself.
Kamala and Doug, America's pro-Israel power couple.
Kamala Harris is a strong leader for these difficult times. And joining Kamala will be her husband and top advisor, Doug Emhoff, who would be the first Jewish president.
Damn, bro, they are cooking Doug. They're cooking Doug so much. I don't think Doug has anything to do with this, man. That's so funny. Yo, that they're kind of hyping my man up a little bit, okay? They're hyping my man up. Now, remember, this is a PAC that Elon Musk is associated with. Why the fuck are they making a goddamn PAC like this? Why the fuck are they making a goddamn PAC like this where they're just overtly being like, Kamala Harris is mind controlled by her Jewish husband? That's insane, dude. You're fucking insane for making an ad like this. It just shows that you're a little bit of a Nazi yourself, you know?
Presidential spouse ever. Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff making history, standing up for what's right, supporting Israel.
It's especially funny to present Doug like this because it's fucking Doug. You know what I mean? Nah, I think Kamala Harris arrived at this conclusion all on her own. I don't think there was any input from Doug. Oh, that's awesome.
You don't always know where Kamala Harris stands. Fracking, private health care, a secure border. Kamala was against all of that.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
Now she's worried about losing, so she's saying the opposite. She's changed her mind a lot, but there is one issue she's never budged on that makes her worth it. Kamala Harris stands unequivocally with Israel and against its enemies. She always has, and as president, she always will.
This November, let's make history. Joining Kamala will...
You know what's really funny? These guys are so dumb for making this ad like this. Okay, let me tell you why. Because the people that are writing these ads, like, they're also probably fucking straight up Nazis and shit. And, or even if they're not themselves, they literally fucking think that, like, the average Muslim thinks about Doug or cares about him. The much better way to run these, like, anti-Kamala ads would be that she stands with Biden unconditionally. Because those guys don't give a shit about Doug, dumbass. They care about Biden doing the fucking genocide right now. And Kamala Harris has time and time again given incredible opportunities for these fucking attack ad writers to just be like, she stands with Israel just like she stands with Biden, who is nuking fucking Gaza. Okay? Like, if they wanted to do this, they should have, if they wanted to do a better job with this, if they weren't so fucking invested in, like, the notion that every single person in, like, Hamtramck is just, like, thinking that Kamala Harris is obviously being mind controlled by her Jewish husband, like, they would do that instead. But it's clear that they don't have the sauce. They don't have the sauce at all. They don't even understand what the fuck they're doing.
Will be her husband, Doug Emhoff, the first Jewish presidential spouse ever.
Vice President Harris has
Okay, shut up. Hamtramck. Fuck you.
Aside, for right side. Harris has made herself clear. She stands with Israel and the Jewish people. She has a
Hamtramck. Anyway, good stuff. How is this ad legal? I mean, dude, you can say whatever the fuck you want if you're a super PAC, pretty much. Elon learned from Galloway. George Galloway has different campaign letters for the white and Muslim households in Rockdale. Harris ad targeting college kids. Wait, what?
I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
What do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Do you have any plans to vote in November?
Nah, not my thing.
I'm done. You won't get pussy if you don't vote for Kamala
Hello,
Harris.
ladies. I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
What do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Do you have any plans?
Bro, the people working on the campaign have to be the most online people on the planet. I swear to God. Like, let me tell you something, okay? The moment that you see an ad like this and you go, this speaks to me, understand they're cooked. If any ad that they put out speaks to you directly, you're probably fucked, okay? You are the last person that they should be targeting.
Plans to vote in November?
Nah, not my thing. Hello, ladies.
Is his lethally TikTok pilled, which will be banned by the order of the Biden-Harris admin in 3 months? Yeah. Kamala Harris staffers watch too many fucking Jubilee reaction videos? Yeah, probably. I don't understand this ad at all. Why are the balloons popping? It's when like they reject you. It's like a style of content online, dating content, serialized like dating show content where ladies line up, they have a red balloon, and they pop it if they don't like something that you said. One V20 is the best psyop since fentanyl. It's just brain rotted shit. Cool stuff though. All right, let's get back to, is Kamala Harris turning her back on the Arab American vote?
When we
the
met up
answer
with
is
her,
yes.
she was preparing a spoken word poem to perform at a rally.
And when someone asks me, where's my smile? I tell them I sent it to the children of Palestine 6,000 miles away. It's in the land where olive trees witness bombings each and every day, where the sun paint hues on resilient Palestinians who always find their way.
Michigan is home to more than 300,000 Arab Americans. Immigrants from present-day Syria and Lebanon came here in the beginning of the 20th century to work in car manufacturing factories. And with each outbreak of war and mass displacement in the Middle East, more and more Arab immigrants called Michigan home.
Dearborn is home to the largest Arab American population in the country. You know, if you drive down, just down the street, you'll see a lot of Arab American owned restaurants and businesses. This is the home of Arab America.
While in Dearborn, we also reconnected with Adam Abu Salah. Adam volunteered for the Biden campaign in 2020, but now Adam says he can't endorse the party.
This administration right now has continued to support Israel with their actions within the last 11 months and really haven't changed anything. So for us, you know, talking to our families back home, talking to people here in our community, we're really hurt by this administration. 40,000 people dead, 20,000 children dead. This is just too much for any of us to say, you know what, let's look past this and continue to support the Democratic Party.
When Joe Biden dropped out of the race and Kamala Harris became the nominee, Adam was initially hopeful. But he says he's been disappointed in the campaign statements since then.
You know, we hear a lot of talks about a ceasefire, but Kamala Harris and everybody, they say, you know, we want a ceasefire, and then what we want to see is a permanent ceasefire.
The week we traveled to Dearborn, the city was hosting ArabCon. At the convention, Arab political leaders and organizers were discussing the community's role in this year's election. Arab and Muslim voters overwhelmingly supported the Democratic Party in 2020. An estimated 69% of them voted for Biden in the last election. That helped Democrats in Michigan, where margins have historically been slim.
Obviously, to state that Donald Trump only won by 10,000 votes in 2016, and we just saw 101,000 people vote uncommitted. So this is definitely a state that Democrats should be paying attention to. You know, I know right now in the polls, Kamala Harris is up, but guess what? Hillary Clinton, a week before elections, was up 10% in Michigan, and she ended up losing to Donald Trump by 10,000 votes.
Now, a recent national poll puts Kamala Harris's support with the Muslim community at 30%, and that's tied with the percentage of Muslim Americans who say they're planning on voting for Jill Stein and the Green Party. And that number includes Adam.
You know, the Arab and Muslim community knows very well what a Trump presidency looks like. Many people in this community were impacted by the Trump presidency. He is a threat to our country. He's a threat to our democracy. So we also need to talk about Kamala Harris being a threat to our democracy and the Democratic Party being a threat to our democracy. As it stands right now, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein. Right now, we have a choice between candidates who have been continuous supporters of Netanyahu and the genocide that's going on. And we also have a candidate who has called this a genocide. I really don't understand why Democrats would think that out of the three candidates, we would go with them.
And some of the people we spoke to at ArabCon echoed Adam's sentiment.
I'm a registered Democrat, but I am voting for Jill Stein.
It's important to show that
I'm pretty sure I've worked with that lady before. I think she used to run a charity called Muslims for Progressive Values. What's your position on Jill Stein? I don't really care for Jill Stein particularly. I don't think these people care about Jill Stein either. I think they just want to fucking put a protest vote out there. Yeah. Like Jill Stein is not exactly great. But not for the reasons that people fucking are like, oh, she's a spoiler. Like, I don't give a shit about that. I wish she was, if she was more of a like legit figure, I would have a different interpretation of it. But I feel like the Green Party is not super serious about like actually building a ground game or building a solid fucking alternative party. And it's not because they get sabotaged by the Democrats. That much is also obvious that happens, but that's not the reason. But yeah, I get why these people are understandably resentful. I do.
I'm a registered Democrat, but I am voting for Jill Stein.
It's important to show that the two options that we're presented with aren't necessarily our only two options.
I'm definitely not voting for genocide, so I definitely will be voting for an independent candidate who supports my belief.
If we give away that principle, which is what we would be doing by voting for Harris or Trump for that matter, then we've acquiesced to genocide.
The Democratic Party's refusal to hold Israel accountable has even caused longtime supporters to question their loyalty. Ali Dagher is a Lebanese-American lawyer working in Dearborn. He's a lifelong Democrat and has been volunteering in presidential campaigns since the 80s.
One of the best campaigns I've ever worked on was the Obama campaign. I loved it because it was pure passion. We went to the convention. It was amazing to see an African American become president, especially with a guy whose name was Barack Hussein Obama. This galvanized my kids, this galvanized all of us into believing in the spirit of the Democratic Party and its values.
We traveled to Michigan before Israel escalated its attack on Lebanon. Israel has killed at least 2,000 people in Lebanon in the past year. One of those victims being Lebanese-American Kamil Jawad from Dearborn. The majority of people of Arab descent in Dearborn have ties to Lebanon, including Ali, who still has family in the south.
It's going to be a close election. I really don't know how things are going to go. I think the Arab American community is likely not to vote for Harris. I'm fairly certain of that. If the war had stopped a couple of weeks ago or it stopped a month ago, there may have been some time for reconsideration. The killing that's going on in Gaza, the killing that's going on in that entire region is just wrong. There is some amount of betrayal that I felt. I don't know how I'm going to vote. I'm not going to lie to you. In my heart, I don't want Trump to win. I think he's not just a disaster for Arab Americans, but he's also a disaster for all Americans. Deep in my heart, I'm rooting for her.
Ali's family...
Wait, what? No. I don't think... Wait, really? Poll shows Harris leading Trump 49 to 47. However, with Stein in the race, Trump's support dips to 46%, while Harris maintains 49% backing. What's the reason? In Michigan, Trump beat Clinton by 10,000 votes. The legacy of the election looms large. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jill Stein received an endorsement from David Duke. A known white supremacist endorsed Stein over Trump, citing her criticism of a U.S. policy on Israel as the reason. Oh, no. No no way. Dude, what? No way. Bro, the American, dude, America's insane, dude. We are not a serious nation. Stop! Oh God. Oh my God. That's insane. I've seen a lot of pro-Stein leftists say David Duke is a DNC op to besmirch the reputation of Jill Stein. Yeah. Sure. No, dude, he's just a fucking insanely anti-Semitic racist. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Also, something really funny about this is that Jill Stein, I think, is Jewish. Wow, David Duke, he's woke now. David Duke is like, listen, guys. He's like, listen, everybody. We gotta vote for the Jewish woman who's running for president of the United States of America because all of the other candidates are mind controlled by the Jews. Oh, that's awesome. He's like, David Duke be like, Jews controlled the media and the American government, which is why I'm voting for the only Jewish candidate running for president. Yeah. Wow, we're getting real nutty with it.
History is deeply tied to Michigan's labor unions, which are known for having a significant influence on the outcome of elections. Ali's father was a member of the United Auto Workers Union, UAW for short, which often is vocal in state and federal politics.
And if it wasn't for him getting a job as a UAW worker, we'd be living in poverty. And that's why I'm 100% supporter of labor. I march with them. I do whatever I can to be a part of the union. You can't live in this area without being in some form impacted by the UAW.
The union endorsed Kamala Harris for president, but also called for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine and Israel.
We're the grandkids and children of the UAW. And by calling for an immediate ceasefire, the UAW did stand up and do the right thing. And we're hoping that UAW continues to influence the administration.
While the majority of UAW members voted for Joe Biden in 2020, it's unclear how its endorsement will influence the upcoming election.
We want a president that's going to tell someone like Netanyahu, you don't own the United States Congress, and we need the American people to regain the power that has been lost. We need our country back. That's the problem here. Is she that person? I don't know.
And that sentiment of I don't know is what we heard a lot at ArabCon.
It's a time in history in American politics where we're choosing from the bottom of the barrel.
It's so funny. It's not funny, actually. It's very sad that like all of these people just want to vote for the Democratic Party. They're like, please just like throw me a fucking bone. And the Democrats are like, nah, you're filth. You're nothing. We'll kill your families. And there's nothing you can say or do about it. Also, thanks again to Dito2 with another 50 gifted subs right at the top of the hour. Once again, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now.
Disappointed is an understatement, for Kamala's position on Gaza. And at the same time, I think Donald Trump would be disastrous for our country.
The reality is it is a Democratic administration that is funding and excusing genocide. It is a Democratic administration that is allowing the biggest land grab in the West Bank in 20 years. It's really hard to look at somebody in my community and say, it's going to be worse. The genocide is going to be worse.
Men, women, and children are being slaughtered, and we're paying for it, and we're funding it, and it's our weapons. That's my main issue.
Do I want to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again? Or do I want to, vote my conscience and demonstrate also the power of the Arab American and Muslim vote?
That feeling of uncertainty is present for Lexis and the Uncommitted campaign as well.
The campaign, VP Harris, the administration, they have repeatedly said to us that they actually don't want us to mobilize their people, that they're willing to put those votes on the table. They don't want the resistance in the party. They want to be able to navigate and operate in a way where nobody's pushing back against their inhumane and unjust policies.
The Uncommitted campaign refused to endorse any presidential candidate for this election. But it also said it would not recommend voting third party.
If Harris does not move as it relates to policy, I cannot come out and endorse Harris. It's just not something I can do. And as it relates to third party vision, I just can't, in my good conscience, recommend a vote for a third party. And in my personal assessment, voting third party is a vote that's almost serving as a protest vote against people that feel very angry, and rightfully so, against the decisions that the Democratic Party has made. But the question I put back on people is, what does that decision do for saving Palestinian lives right now?
Some in the Arab and Muslim community were angered by the Uncommitted campaign's refusal to endorse any third party candidate. But as more and more Arab and Muslim voters stop being loyal to the Democratic Party, it could make Kamala Harris's path to the White House extremely difficult. No matter who wins the presidency in the US, Lexis doesn't think US foreign policy in the Middle East will change, which is why she says she's focused on the day after the election.
We far too often react in a moment of crises. What infrastructure are we building right now so we don't have to be reactive to things that are happening, that we have enough infrastructure built to create influence, to create change? What are we doing as a community on the very next day after the election to grow our movement? And so for me, I want to see that movement continue to grow. I want to see coalitions build across communities of color, across lines of difference, to see the influence that movements from the people in the streets to the student encampments to what Uncommitted has done, to see the influence that it has had on people across not just our country, but the globe, and the way people are courageously speaking up for Palestine. Like, that's truly a silver lining, and that shows me that we're doing exactly what needs to be done.
What is this?
But the American empire
With
is
just 17 days to go, Vice President Harris and former President Trump are focusing on the crucial swing states and nearly crossing paths. Harris bringing in some big names this weekend, while Trump campaigns in Pennsylvania. And ABC News White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks is following it all, and she leads us off this morning. Good morning, Mary Alice.
Yeah, good morning, Gio. That's right. Harris is set to appear this weekend with musicians Lizzo and Usher. She's really been picking up the pace of her campaign. Both candidates had multiple stops throughout Michigan yesterday. At one point, they were both in Detroit, tailoring their message to the auto industry.
With just 17 days to go until Election Day, former President Trump and Vice President Harris crisscrossing the state of Michigan. Harris sharpening her attacks.
He makes big promises, and he always fails to deliver.
Calling Trump out for refusing to debate her again.
If you are exhausted on the campaign trail, it raises real questions about whether you are fit for the toughest job in the world.
Trump pushing back.
I've gone 48 days now without arrest, and I've got that loser who doesn't have the energy of a rabbit.
Polls show Michigan a total toss-up. In 2016, Trump won the state by fewer than 10,000 votes, but lost in 2020 by over 150,000 votes. Both candidates focusing on the future of the auto industry. Harris meeting with auto worker union members in Lansing, Michigan.
We will ensure that the next generation of breakthrough.
Do you think the Arab Dems Non-Arab Dems will hold it against the Arab population if Trump wins. This is what you voted for. Good luck being rounded up and deported type attitude. Yes, they're already saying that. It's wild, like the way that they fucking say it, like so openly. They'll just straight up be like, they straight up will just be like, yeah, fuck you. Have fun being deported, bitch. Like, I'm fantasizing about you being deported now. It's like, how are you any different? You should be fighting by my side if you actually cared about it. Like, what the fuck? What? No call for civil rights style riots, massive disobedience, and white strikes, nor literally the only person who at least calls it a genocide. The only person who at least calls it a genocide? What else is possible to achieve? Sing? This whole time you've avoided talking about her like she's Voldemort, man. I don't understand why. What? What? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Jill Stein? I think like it favors Jill Steiners in the chat, if you do exist in this community. Hello. If you're a Jill Stein head, you probably should recognize that it's better for you that I don't talk about Jill Stein. You know? To the Stein heads in the chat. I am not particularly fond of Jill Stein. I think she is opportunistic. I think she only comes around every fucking 4 years. That's it. I don't care. I don't care enough to talk about Jill Stein, a person who only seemingly just like fucking comes out of a vat every 4 years to be like, remember me? You should vote for me as the alternative. Like, if she was a more serious person, she's pro Assad, pro Russia. Yeah, I don't care about any of that shit. Okay. I'm just telling you, like, if she cared about this, if she cared about like actually building a momentum, she would be working on the off season. Okay. She doesn't. She doesn't do any of that shit. She has no motion. She has no juice. Okay. She is deeply unserious. And for that reason, it's hard for me to look at this as anything but like an opportunist who, once again, comes around exclusively to be like, see, remember me? And that's why it's a spectacular failure as well. Like if you wanted to actually reach a certain level of prominence, you would be working round the clock. You'd be working around the clock, like in local elections, okay? And building a base of support, showing or proving that you have a message that resonates with voters by actively targeting whatever fucking area, where you could technically win. You could win like real fucking campaigns. They do greens run candidates. I know, dude. But the issue is they have never actually started small and built up on it, built a solid foundation to showcase that they are like a real fucking party within this process with serious anti-green DNC talking point. Yes, dude, I am obviously in the pocket of the Democratic Party. As you guys know, I am a Democratic Party op and also a Zionist. Okay. And that this can't simply be my genuine opinion on Jill Stein. without having any sort of backing, without showing that like this message resonates to voters, without having any sort of like serious fucking background, you're there at a time when you're supposed to be reaching insane levels, considering that there's a concept such as double haters. But you prefer Kamala, though? I never said that. My preference on the matter is completely irrelevant regardless. Okay, I prefer fucking... me saying I prefer Jill Stein over Kamala Harris is like me saying I prefer myself as president over Kamala Harris, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I prefer myself. I prefer Uncle Jank to be the president of the United States of America. I don't doubt your opinion is genuine, but that doesn't mean it isn't a clueless take when the DSC spends more money crushing third parties in unison with the RNC than anything else. This is the same fucking loser shit that Bernie Dead Enders ran into. Okay? Sorry, at the end of the day, you know what the fucking situation looks like. So you have to set up against it. That's it. As a 2016 Jill Stein voter, Bernie Dead Ender, you are the most correct. Like, there were a lot of issues with Bernie Sanders' campaign, specifically, like, yes, the entire situation was designed against him. Okay? But it's obvious that his method failed the first time, and his method failed the second time as well, in terms of, like, grassroots mobilization and drawing out turnout. I don't care. If you want to vote for Jill Stein, go ahead. I'm just not going to hype Jill Stein up. That's what I'm saying. I don't think people understand that, which is really interesting because they literally treat this in the same fucking intensity, which is kind of funny, that the Democratic Party blue MAGA people get mad at me over for saying that exact same thing about fucking Kamala Harris. Okay? As long as you're not voting for Donald Trump, I don't give a shit. Don't vote for Donald Trump. Okay? Do not vote for Donald Trump. My statements and my sentiment on the matter is utterly irrelevant. You cannot outflank an entire fucking national campaign with billions of dollars in their war chest by being a Twitch streamer that says, I don't really like this, or I really like this. You can't move the needle in any capacity. As a matter of fact, if I was a fucking grifter, you think the Democratic Party wouldn't love to have me on their side? Are you kidding me? I'm the largest fucking leftist content creator in North America. They would die over this. They would be fantastic. They would be so excited. If I was a fucking grifter, I'd be like, oh, I'm Mamala. I'm on the Mamala train. I'm coconut pilled all the way until fucking November. They would. My point is, I do not want Donald Trump to win. But the reality of the matter is, the Democrats, if they're not putting forward a convincing case, might actually end up losing to Donald Trump. And it will be entirely their fault. It will not be the Arab community's fault. It will not be Jill Stein's fault. It will be entirely on them. They will have, once again, snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
From advanced batteries to electric vehicles are not just invented, but built right here in America by American union workers.
Trump talking about his plan to impose steep tariffs on imported cars.
If I get elected, I'm not going to let them sell cars into our country in order to destroy the rest of Michigan.
The war in Gaza front and center for voters in Michigan, too. The state has one of the largest Arab American populations in the country. Trump commenting on Israel killing Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, praising Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the war, quote, moving along pretty good.
He's doing a good job. Biden is trying to hold him back.
Harris telling her crowd outside Detroit Sinwar's death should be a turning point.
Everyone must seize this opportunity to finally end the war in Gaza, bring the hostages home.
Now, early in-person voting starts in some places in Michigan this weekend. In more than 20 states, people can already go now in person to vote. And a big win for North Carolina. That state this week breaking its early turnout record for its first day of early in-person voting. The head of the State Board of Elections there saying that it was a sign that people trust the election, that voters are energized, and that the hurricane there will not stop them.
Plenty of energy already in this campaign. Thank you, Mary Alice Parks. We appreciate it.
Kamala Harris visiting Detroit this week and rolling out a new agenda focused on garnering support from black men.
But the polls show Democratic support among black voters since 2020 is actually, as you can see right there, slipping.
So we decided to go to Detroit for our exclusive Barbershop Talk series to see what real Americans have to say.
You can call for your committee to vote third party in blue states like New York or California. This does not increase Trump's chances of winning, but it hurts Democrat voting numbers, which applies pressure while simultaneously giving third parties voting momentum for future election cycles. Once again, I have to explain something to you. You are greatly overestimating my size, influence, and prominence. Okay? Please. If you want to do that, seems great. Do it. This is not how this goes. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a real thing. That's not how this happens. All right?
Let's take a look.
As I always say, the barbershop is the center of everything in the community in Black America. So we start in Detroit, Michigan to figure out what the people are saying on the ground. Let's go. If the election were held today, who would win the election?
Kamala Harris. I think it's a coin flip at this time. I really do.
That's a cowardly thing to say, man. What? Shame, I appreciate your coverage, but you're not recognizing the action we're trying to take. Support means nothing if it's not backed up. What? What are you talking about?
I think the country is so divided, you wouldn't have numbers like you have if the country weren't divided between the two candidates.
Yeah.
Bro, come on, bro. Why is he at the barber shop, dog? Look at him. Hey, yo. That's a plant, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at him, bro. He's the barber. It's got to be the barber. That's a barber ass fit.
It's pretty much 50-50. I'm still
like, coach, don't play the game. Chat, I know he might be getting his beard shaped up. I'm fucking joking. Can you please calm down?
in between myself.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decisions have to be made.
I'm sorry. If this is the haircut of my barber, okay, that's not. I'm exiting the barber shop. He lined him up good here, seemingly. But even then, bro, this is like, this is not giving me great confidence. That's all I'm going to say.
me being an entrepreneur and a father and a grandfather, I'm looking at what state my children will be in 10 years from now.
At the end of the day, I'm Trump because my eyes open. I can see that he was doing a lot better than what we going through right now. You can't even go to the grocery stores right now without making a life decision on what you want to get. You know, you gotta compromise. We don't have to go through that 4 years ago.
You know, just being able to just live on a day-to-day basis, it has become a little harder at this point in time.
It's really hard to put our economic condition now on any particular administration.
In regards to the economy, I do think that Trump have some benefits as far as keeping our jobs right here. Right here in this country, not sending another job.
He's right, bro. China was stealing the barber jobs. He's so right. The Chinese were stealing. They were shipping out everybody in the neighborhood to China to get their fucking fades. Like, it's valid when you talk about inflation. But it's like, what are you talking about in terms of like your jobs being shipped out? Nasdaq, thank you, Joe, for my Chinese lineup. What is this? Wait, what? Oh my God, he's talking about Arnold Palmer's dick. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. What?
Old man. This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. I had to say it. I had to say it. We have women that are highly sophisticated here, but they used to look at Arnold as a bad, but he was really old man. This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took...
Bro, he's so zesty. I love that.
And
Trump said he talked to Netanyahu today, and Bibi told him he's not listening to Biden. That's hilarious.
He called me today, and he said, it's incredible what's happened. They said, it's pretty incredible. But he wouldn't listen to Biden, because if he did, they wouldn't be in this position. And she's worse than him. She's not as smart as him. And I'm not saying he's the smartest. I'm not saying he's the smartest. But she's not as smart as him. And I like has happened. And Bibi called me today, and he said, it's incredible what's happened. They said, it's pretty incredible.
That's crazy. It's just like, yeah, I talk to the foreign fucking government leader all the time, and he's always telling me he's throwing for me.
Overseas, we're already going through enough crisis right here in our country, and I think the working class, we need more job security right here in this country.
Who thinks immigration-wise, Kamala Harris is better?
I don't have enough information about that question.
That's fair. Who thinks Donald Trump would be better for the border?
Let's face it, individuals are coming into our country, not just illegal, but they're criminals.
The third issue is crime. Who do y'all feel like is the best candidate to handle crime in America?
Kamala Harris absolutely would be the best. We have forgotten. The memory is so short right now. Was it not Vice President Harris who supported what? Defund the police?
More black men voted for Donald Trump than any other Republican ever. So why?
Unc is brain broken, dude. He has mainlined the worst kind of fucking right-wing nonsense. Like, just, again, and I talked about this yesterday. Most I fucking hate. I obviously, as you guys know, am not exactly fond of liberals or the Democratic Party. But the thing I cannot fucking stand more than anything else, beyond the unacceptable cruelty of American foreign policy, American domestic policy, the thing I cannot fucking stand is right-wing chirpers, okay? I cannot. Because so much of the sentiment expressed is just pure anger and resentment, and it is completely born out of falsehood. Like, every single right-wing grievance that people have, every single right-wing grievance that people have that say that they're going to vote for, and why they say that they're going to vote for Trump, could be resolved if we improved literacy rates in this country. I am not even a little bit joking about this. Okay? It's almost always made up shit. You hallucinated an alternative reality, and now I have to deal with it. And I fucking can't stand. I cannot fucking stand how I felt 4 years, day in, day out, under the motherfucking Trump reign, where the dumbest, sociopathic, monstrous pieces of shit that love Donald Trump were just constantly demonstrating their fucking idiocy and their arrogance on a daily fucking basis. He said it is yesterday too, so it was really sinking in. Yes, I will never forgive the dog shit campaign of Hillary Clinton, and I will never forget. And if Kamala Harris loses to Donald Trump, which is becoming more and more likely, I am going to lose my fucking mind for the next 4 years as the most annoying pieces of shit constantly demonstrate how fucking arrogant they are in their stupidity. It is this right here, in my opinion, is a more solid motivator for the average American that is still considering the fucking couch over voting against Donald Trump, over voting for Kamala Harris. Far better of a talking point than I am going to do the opportunity economy. I am just like Joe Biden. I love Israel. Am Israel high? All of those things that Kamala Harris has talked about, including but not limited to, like, oh, well, remember, like, Liz Cheney endorsed me. All that shit sucks. It sucks. It's dog shit. It's just horrible campaigning. If they were even a little bit smart, they would try to remind Americans how fucking annoying it is when Trump was goddamn president. All those people, because this is, once again, this is the perfect way to advocate for Kamala Harris that they are not doing, to advocate against Donald Trump that they are not doing, because it doesn't even touch any tangible policies. It's a real problem. It doesn't touch any policies whatsoever, because I know, God forbid, they actually fucking advocate for good things for the American population. They won't. Okay? I'm telling you right now. Wait, seriously? Do you think she'll lose? She's definitely working towards that goal. Working towards that as though it's a fucking active goal of theirs or some shit. I think Americans have a very short memory. The reason why they voted for a carcass last time around, aside from COVID, was because they couldn't stand the fucking hogs that were literally, even in their dying moments, being like, nah, dog, COVID is fake, as they died, okay? That is the unrestricted stupidity under a Trump administration. is a perfect message for the Kamala Harris camp because it doesn't even talk about policy. It just reminds people how annoying it was when Trump was president.
Why is that? What is leading toward more support for him versus any other Republican?
My brother is a firm Donald Trump supporter.
There you go.
And some things that he always says to me is that some of his principles, as far as abortion, as far as same-sex marriage, as far as those things, those are a lot of the sticking points that draw a lot of our black men.
Sometimes us as brothers, black brothers, we feel like the other is better than we are. We would, to me, that's that slavery mentality, that master is better, and that we want to.
Well, hold on, Bishop. Are you saying that the brothers that
I come from a different generation?
I understand that. Are you saying that the brothers that subscribe to Donald Trump, that feel like he would be better, have a slave mentality?
Many of us do still have a slavery mentality. I'm voting for master.
The problem is black people, we vote emotionally. That's not smart. We need to vote. We need to educate ourselves first.
We got to stop this emotional, because that's what's wrong with the black race. We too emotional. I can't have a opinion without you being mad at me or something, or you upset when I said. We got to come together.
I like that the old head. Okay, we're now diving into black issues. Okay, I'm gonna sit my white ass down and listen, but like, I like that the previous old head demonstrated a specific mentality amongst conservative black men. And it kind of feels like Fox News, without recognizing, showed remnants of that mentality immediately afterwards, where he said, black men are emotional. Like, that is internalized racism. Like, that's internalized white supremacist sentiment that the old head was talking about. That's literally what it is. Like, immediately he proved it. He's like, yeah, it's just like, it's a real problem in the black community. You know how blacks get emotional and angry. You already fucked up when you critique that guy's haircut from your position of whiteness? Yeah, I know. The bald guy, you mean? It's a skin fade across the board. As you see here, Unc was tripping, no cap. Nietzschean debate about slave morality in the barber shop. Yeah, is that what I came across as? Is that what I was saying?
The presidency is not a person. It's an institution to be protected. Okay, and I think we need to get back to that, understanding the position, understanding what the intended job is. Okay, it's not Kamala Harris, it's not Joe Biden, it's not Donald Trump, right? It's the United States of America.
Oh, that was great. I want to go to that barber shop.
It was so much fun. As you can see, the tension got up. At
oh my God. I want to go to that barber shop. Okay, dude. Okay, Steve Douchey. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude. No, you don't. Okay? Don't even remotely act like you would ever be around any black person that isn't like directly a salaried employee of Fox News or an Uber Eats delivery driver. Did you go to the barbershop to get your baby face? Yeah.
points of it, but it's an authentic conversation. And I left with 50% of them are going to vote for Donald Trump and 50% of them are going to be for Kamala Harris. Right. Still some undecided people in there as well, but the one consensus that you continue to hear is about the Trump economy, the Trump economy, the Trump economy. Sure. The other thing you hear, at least for some of the people that are going to vote for Kamala Harris, is that they want to be a part of the history of the first black woman being president. So there's a balance of economics versus history making going on.
Yeah, I think what mattered the most to them, it sounds like, keeping jobs in America.
It's a funny, what is this? Mr. Mandela effect. There's a Palestinian activist and reformed IDF Golani soldier I know who's interested in sharing his own experience as an Israeli. Who's a Palestinian activist. How can I pass his info along? Is this the Mandela effect? What the fuck's going on? Oh my God, bro. This dude has not spammed in the future, not now. God damn. And I didn't mean that no negative way towards you. I meant speak on it as in you most likely will have a valid point. You're not these white kids in chat that most likely shouldn't put their foot in their mouths. You normally have a valid point, so build on it. God, 5% Nation of Islam slang. Romy Rome is my favorite, funniest boomer chatter because he's an old black man who uses lol W. Like, how did this happen? Like a straight up boomer. Just using lol as an emote. So basically Nick Pollum, okay, fair. Lamont, I played WoW too much, my bad. Kamala and Donald are both live at this moment. Yeah, I don't care. Chatter, what's the name of the dude?
And paying for groceries at the grocery store for prices to go down so they would have more money to feed their families. And then the one guy said about Kamala Harris, I don't have enough information on her stance on immigration. I'm like, how much time do you have?
Just type it. What's the name of the fucking dude that you want me to have on the stream?
You.
One of the brothers that that was in the barbershop is a construction worker. Okay. And he goes, look, I don't want to give Donald Trump credit on this, but he goes, when I was in the construction industry, because of what was happening in the border, when he was cracking down on it, he goes, our wages went up because they weren't allowed to hire. They didn't have the illegals to hire. So he goes, I have to give him some credit on that because it did directly impact my job. And I think that's what it's going to come down to as the race settles down. We're like almost like getting close to 2 weeks out. Then people are going to make decisions based on how it will impact their day-to-day lives.
Well, and the barbershop itself, I bet business is off from the heyday just because people don't have enough money to go and get a haircut, a shave, and they do a shoe shine there too, right?
That's 100% right. It's a traditional barbershop. Very respectful, though. Even though the conversation got heated sometimes, it was civil, and the people left hugging, dapping each other up, and went right back to work.
Okay. So you did this first time in Chicago.
Detroit. Then we're going to air Atlanta, and then we're going to have a big one in the Bronx here in New York as well.
Okay.
Fantastic. Good job.
A lot of fun.
All right. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
This morning, the president.
Trump and Harris trade jabs at the Al Smith dinner, though Harris wasn't there. What the fuck is the Al Smith dinner? Catholic fundraiser?
Presidential candidates trying to show off their funny side.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine Gallagher. I guess I just don't see the point of taking shots at myself when other people have been shooting at me for a hell of a long time and they shoot hard.
Former President.
What is happening? What is this shit? Why is Chuck Schumer there? This is a yearly tradition? What do you mean? Catholic freak off? It's a bipartisan event. This is some bullshit they do every presidential election. How the fuck have I never encountered this? I've been covering presidential elections. I've been doing it also openly, like in public. I've been covering every election cycle. How the fuck did we never actually cover this? Did I actually cover this and not know the last 2 times at least? No, Obama called Trump a loser originally at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
President Trump speaking at the Al Smith Memorial Foundation dinner, an annual Catholic fundraiser in Manhattan, historically providing moments of levity for candidates.
Really a pleasure anywhere in New York without a subpoena for my appearance.
Trump was joined by former First Lady Melania Trump, who's been noticeably absent from the campaign trail. Other attendees at the fundraiser, costing $5,000 a person, included New York Attorney General Letitia James, who successfully prosecuted Trump, and former New York Mayor Bill de Blasio.
Wait, what? The Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation Dinner, known as the Al Smith Dinner, is an annual white tie dinner in New York City to raise funds for Catholic charities supporting children of various needs in the Archdiocese of New York. Wait, what? They're funding the Catholic Church for children? It was even in the West Wing? I don't remember that. That's weird, man.
Honest, he was a terrible mayor. I don't give a if this is comedy or not. He was a terrible mayor. He did a horrible job.
Chuck Schumer's like agreeing. God damn. God damn. It's like, oh. So when they give money to the Catholic Church for children, they mean like to relocate the priests. That's where the money's going. Make no mistake.
Trump also criticizing Vice President Harris for not attending the fundraiser in person.
My opponent feels like she does not.
Bro, they
have
got
to
a
be
high-ass
here, which is
insurance.
deeply disrespectful to the event and in particular to our great Catholic community.
Harris addressed the event in a video featuring Molly Shannon, portraying her Saturday Night Live character, Mary Catherine Gallagher.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Harris campaigned across Wisconsin yesterday, criticizing Trump's comment.
Oh, dude, you got no Riz. You got no Riz. You are Rizless. Oh, come on. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
At a town hall where he called January 6, 2021, the day of the riot at the U.S. Capitol, a day of love.
140 law enforcement officers were injured that day. Law enforcement officers were killed that day. The American people are exhausted with his gaslighting. Exhausted. Enough.
With his gaslighting.
We are ready to turn the page.
Earlier, several anti-abortion hecklers interrupted Harris.
Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally. the smaller one down the street.
Meanwhile, a battle of billionaires is now heating up the race.
Oh God, Brian kill me, Brian kill me, I'm 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 Brian kill me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh wow, we have Brian. You rang. I'm Brian kill me. Dude, it's so funny. I had a conversation with someone the other day about specifically Mark Cuban and how this normie was legitimately shocked at how right-wing the border bill is. Like, or how right-wing the Democrats have become. He was like, have the Democrats historically always said stuff like this about immigrants? Like, am I misremembering? Because, like, people are now starting to pay attention to the fucking cycle, you know, since we're like 15 days out. And I was like, no, they've never been this aggressive. And this dude was like, what the fuck is Mark Cuban saying? Why'd you let a Houthi on your stream and continue to cozy up to him, not asking any useful or hard-hitting questions? All this while having criticisms of Voldemort's platforming of Nick Fuentes and others. Yeah, there you go. Classic take. Hey, why did you let a Yemeni teenager on your stream and ask him questions about his like daily existence and experiencing a genocide while also criticizing Bonercelli platforming and cozying up to an actual active American neo-Nazi who had dinner with the former president? A 19-year-old teenager in Yemen, a survivor of genocide, is the arch terrorist versus a neo-Nazi leader in the United States of America that had dinner with the former president. I wonder which one of them is more invested in actually killing Jewish people, and I wonder which one of them has more play in the United States of America that, in terms of, you know, directly spreading anti-Semitism. Oh, first, Hasan, you should unironically consider leaving this world in a game. You're a disingenuous little rat. You lie about everything, do not research, and are just as bad as Ben Shapiro in every way possible, except for the slight difference in intelligence between you two. Little bro, it wasn't that deep. How did you talk about it for so long? Why do dudes like this always fucking... The Aiden Ross fandom is so fucking annoying. Little bro, on God... For real, no cap. Like, all this shit. You love using AAVE while being a straight up fucking white supremacist is so weird. Like, what? What happened? I feel like they originally were doing it to, like, belittle black people, to be like, oh, look at AAVE, it's so stupid. And then they ultimately just, like, start using it unironically, and they use it in an actual stupid way because they have no fucking real culture and real association with this kind of thing. One apology you needed to make is calling Kamala as the candidate when we needed that chaos primary. How didn't he get banned? Yeah. Go back to the Bonercelli community where he was fucking banning people in his own fandom, apparently, for calling Nicholas Fuentes a neo-Nazi. To which he routinely defended those statements and said, I would say he's a nationalist. He's not a neo-Nazi, guys. He's not a Nazi. Please. Don't call him a Nazi. Yeah. Or Lauren Southern. Bonerelli.
Donald Trump is that Grinch, the Grinch that wants to steal your Christmas.
Shark Tank.
Oh, sick, dude. God, I fucking hate. Oh my God, I hate everyone involved in this story. Dito reminding me that the top of the hour is here by gifting another 50 gifted subs. This man is out of control. Out of control. Hundreds of gifted subs at the top of the hour. Yeah, Nick Fuentes routinely has denied the 6 million number. He is a straightforward white nationalist, white supremacist, neo-Nazi. Oh my God. A person that is not worthy of a platform. Holy fuck. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Star Mark Cuban appeared with Harris, slamming Trump's economic plan that would impose tariffs on foreign goods.
I have found his Steam account. The guy's not even American. He's Eastern European. No surprise. Oh, yeah. Euler is a lady. Okay, D2. Thank you. If Fuentes is not a Nazi, who is? I don't know. Like, that's the point. That's the thing that I will never understand is like, I guess like the only Nazi is Adolf Hitler himself. Like no one else is a Nazi, just Adolf Hitler, I guess. By the way, once again, I'm being sarcastic when I broach this subject matter because everybody knows what my fucking position on this issue is. Except lately, some of my sarcastic statements have been getting clipped as though I am in agreement with the things that I'm saying and being cynically used to falsely frame my own sentiment and my statements and my opinions on shit as though I am for certain causes rather than against certain causes. So I have to do that wee woo sarcasm shit, which will probably inevitably be clipped out of context when someone tries to say, see, Hasan is, you know, pro-Nazi or some shit. You know? It's not that sarcasm is hard for some folks. When you drop charitability, or when you genuinely, perhaps even desperately, try to frame someone a certain way, you will desperately cling on to obvious sarcastic sentiments, even if the tone of voice makes it obvious that it's sarcastic. He said, thank God Michael Brooks is dead. Really? He's such a hateful little gremlin, dude. There's just nothing. That's just the statements of a genuinely pathetic and sad, hateful little man. That's it. That's not a person who's having a good life, okay? Regardless of all of the material gains that they've made, regardless of the fame and fortune that they've cultivated. It's just a straightforward, like that's, oh my God.
'90s and the early 2000s, he was a little bit coherent when he talked about trade policy, and he actually made a little bit of sense.
Also on the campaign trail, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, holding his first solo event in support of Trump, encouraging voters outside Philadelphia to register and vote early.
I can't emphasize enough that Pennsylvania is, I think, the linchpin in this election. And this election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America, and along with the fate of America, the fate of Western civilization.
Musk will hold a series of events for Trump, while Cuban hosts a town hall for Harris in Phoenix tomorrow. In terms of high stakes, the biggest event for Harris may have been Wednesday's interview with Fox News. Nearly 8 million people tuned in.
Thank you, everybody. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor. And they told me under no circumstances are you allowed to use a teleprompter. And I got up here and I see there's this beautiful teleprompter. So here I am. But it is a tremendous thing. It's a tremendous dinner. I've come here with my father. So it was 3 times, but it was also many times before that, a long time ago. And it's a very special.
I'm not watching this shit. And I'm definitely not watching the VP Harris, Mary Catherine Gallagher video. Why do you think he will win and she will lose? Do you think Trump's pandering to minorities successfully, or that Harris isn't doing enough to secure the vote? Are the early votes counted early and could give any indication? I think that Kamala Harris is withering her base away, chipping at it piece by piece every single time. Every single time she comes out and says like another triangulated statement that is not really well received and indecipherable. Like, we don't know what the fucking real reason as to why she's saying this shit. What is this? Hasan exposed. He's so fucking dumb and rideable.
Do you have your location shared with anyone?
Yeah.
How many people? Who?
Like,
how do you get your location? Because
I have my
want it, maybe, possibly.
I have my location shared. Wait, what?
Do you have your location shared?
Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Spoilers? Oh, did Quen post her TikTok? Okay, I got a TikTok that I got to post as well.
Life is worth living.
PA's already lost. Kamala abdicated on every pro-consumer, pro-peace position in a state with 750,000 college students and a massively working-class voting base she offered nothing to. Shaving your beard was a mistake. I don't care that you think that.
Life is worth
Nick Mullen, Azan impression, 4058 timestamp. I'm not going to listen to that right now. She kind of mogging on you. Did you cover the Elon PACs running into trouble with having their 25% of doors knocked are fake? The Guardian reported on it. Is pretty funny. Yeah, I love when fucking something that I predicted, which was like super predictable. It's not super hard to predict this, but I've never seen you miss this many cues at one time. It had to be intentional.
No, on camera. You look like you have a nose job. Do you have a nose job?
No.
Your nose is kind of like a nose job. Your face.
Oh, thank you.
Is just well proportioned.
I think.
No, that's a really nice thing.
Oh, thank you.
I'm like, give it to me. Give me the nose. I wish Larry was here. Do you think you have?
Wrong with your nose?
There's nothing wrong with my nose.
Yeah. What? What did I miss? I don't understand. What?
I can't.
What? I still don't understand what this is. Dude. Oh. Oh, I did not get that. I'm not even kidding. I did not understand that at all. Chad, don't say a god dang thing. Guys, I am not autistic, okay? I don't like that you guys say things like this. It's not true, okay? It's not. It's not a true statement. It's a false statement. Let's watch Patrick Bet David, and then we'll watch the video Feeding Starving Influencers with Quen.
Said he never called. They wouldn't listen to him.
Do you think he will listen to you?
When
you say just talk, when did you talk to him? Like,
2 hours ago.
Okay.
He called me. I didn't call him. And
dude, this is the only one of these kinds of interviews that I will watch because I fucking love Patrick Bet David.
our country has been poisoned, okay? They're all threats to our nation. She would have no idea what we're talking about.
Do you think 2024 could be one of those years that we look back and say they lost the African-American vote?
The real threat isn't global warming. The real threat is nuclear warming. Right?
That's not the question I'm asking, if I may. Just let's go in the middle of the ocean and talk. You have to set your phone.
I need someone to, when he says that, I need someone to be like, what about Israel's nukes? What would you do if Israel decided to nuke Iran? Like, I need this in my bones. Obviously, PBD would never ask that question, but like, I need this in my fucking bones. I need what kind of answer. I need to know what kind of answer he would give to a question such as that. Patrick Bet-David.
If I were president, that war would have never happened.
Who were really the power players? Who were the manipulators? Who were the ones that would threaten behind closed doors?
No, I don't want to put you in trouble. More beautiful than any word I know, Tara.
If I buy this in U.S. and it's made in U.S., it's $2,400.
Well, let me explain. Can you send me that chart? Look at that.
I spent some time with Bill.
He loved having you that night. You're like a psychiatrist for a lot of people. Because this stuff is very good. Now, let's end the show right now.
See, he's glazing. He loves glazing the people.
So before you watch this interview, I want to share a couple thoughts with you. For a guy like
let's
me,
go. Share those beautiful thoughts. Patrick Bet-David, share the beautiful thoughts. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I need to be value-tained, man. We've watched so much death, destruction, and horrifying things that are happening all around the world. And honestly, I speak for all of us when I say I am ready, okay? I'm fucking ready, dog. I am ready. I need it. I need to be value-tained. Please, Patrick. Please, Pat. Please, Pat. Please, Bet. Please, David. Give it to me. Okay? Patrick Bet-David the Trump. Are you gay? Oh, that'd be so sick.
I used to come up in business. I never liked politics. Never.
My Assyrian king. My goat.
Paid attention to it. I could care less. My parents got a divorce. I don't want to deal with it. I hate politics. Then I realized it matters to pay attention to politics. I'm starting to pay a lot of money. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is this all about? If you consider yourself the leader of your household, never has there been a more important time than today to pay attention to politics. By the way, if you love Trump and you're already committed to voting for him, you're going to love this interview because there's a lot of things he's never talked about before. If you hate Trump and nothing can change your mind, you're also going to love this interview. But if you're part of the independent, undecided voter that's sitting there saying, I really want to make up my mind of who I'm voting for, I address 3 issues. Personal life. I asked him a question at the end about personal that played a clip for him. You'll get to decide if you got emotional or not. You'll see body language for yourself and say, man, I'd never seen this side before of him, right? I asked him questions about business. I asked him a question about when he became president, you went into the White House first, who were the power players? Who was the most, was it director of CIA? Was it Big Pharma? Was it military? Who was it? I never thought the answer he was going to give me and what name he gave to some of the people. I've never heard him say that.
Pretending that there's people in his audience that hate Trump. Me, you, we're on the fucking audience. We hate Trump. Yeah, we already watched this. We already watched this. You're late. I'm actually posting my fucking version of this TikTok as well. But I don't know how to post it. I'm so bad. What the fuck? No, that's not right. How do I post TikToks? I'm about to. Earning that UNC status in real time. Yeah, I don't know how to. Just one thing at a time, my guy. I know it's too hard. I'm overwhelmed right now, but I'm posting it. But how do I add the sound? What's the song that's like "Post Me, Baby"? Natalie Ann, what's the sound? Because that's the sound in the fucking in the TikTok. But she sent me the original. She sent me the video baddies, right? Okay. The problem is she sent the song like sent me the TikTok with the song already on it, and I feel like I need to like actually. All right, I figured it out. I made it work. I made it fucking work. You Shazam or check the corner for the audio? No, I got it. I'm posting a TikTok in real time right now, bro. Watch. Save yours as a draft. Go to hers and push the sound. I did it. I posted it. Blast out the TikTok in here. It'll help with the algo. I think so. Gonna be a how do I add sound Facebook posts in 5 minutes real time. I hope I didn't fuck it up. Okay, are you guys ready for this? I just posted the TikTok. Let's see how this works. Let's see if it shows up. Oh, it did. Okay, here it is. You're so awkward. I know, because I am. That's the TikTok. That's it. That's all I got. At least I look jacked, though. Look at those fucking legs, dog. I got some goddamn cannons under that fucking Hercules skirt. This looks like an OnlyFans promo, Lamau. Skipping ankle day, I fear. Link it to boost the algo. Boom. Give it a like. First. Bro, why are you pretending to be a Greek god? Your chance for that was like 20 years ago. I'd be 12 at that point. Same vibes with this TikTok.
Screen to the ring, to the pen, to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring.
Oh, God. Run up those numbers, chat. It's already happening. What is this?
You're so smart.
Damn, this is like from an hour ago. Girl, it's been 2 hours. I ran a TikTok after the video was posted and no edits were made, so I had to make one. That's crazy. Costume should have been one size smaller. No, I think it was a perfect size. It's a good size with this costume. It would have been too small. No calves training? Dog, I'm tall. Okay? Shut the fuck up. All right. Now that I have actually posted my TikTok, my little TikTok, I've posted it. It's time for me to get back to Patrick Bet-David.
Before, he reacted to a few videos about Barack Obama. I showed him a couple charts he had never seen before. But all I will tell you is, you're going to see things that's never been discussed with them before for the first time ever in this interview. So with that being said, again,
he's going to say, are you gay, please?
If you consider yourself the leader of your household, where your voice matters, your vote matters, I would pay attention to every single minute of this interview with the one and only President Donald J.
What do you mean the leader of the household?
Trump.
30 seconds. Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet.
Wait, this is his intro song?
I know this life meant for me. Yeah, why would you bet on Goliath when we got Bet David? Valuetainment, giving values contagious.
Oh my God. Why would you bet on Goliath when we got Bet David? This guy in a song said valuetainment as a bar. We got to run it back. I'm sorry.
One and only President.
I got to run it back.
J. Trump.
30 seconds. Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me. Yeah, why would you bet on Goliath when we got Bet David? Valuetainment, giving values contagious. This world of entrepreneurs, we get no value to haters. How they run, homie, look what I become. I'm the one.
So we have a special guest in the house today for
That was incredible, dude. That was fucking incredible, dude. He's got He's got MLM bars, dude. He's got pyramid scheme bars. Oh my God. I have nothing. I am nothing. I am nothing. This right here. This is the GOAT. This is the GOAT, dude. This is the fucking GOAT. That's my king. That's my king. That's my king. We are but mere servants to him.
For the podcast, we've been waiting to do this for a long time. However, whether you love him or hate him, there's one thing you have to know. In my opinion, he is the only trifecta we've ever had in the history of America. Let me tell you why I call him a trifecta. We've only had one person who's won in business and became the king of New York, became a billionaire. That's one. Two, he won in media. #1 show, Apprentice, 15 years in a row. Three, he becomes a president. So he won in business, he won in media, he won in politics. Again, there's never been a person who's done that. Like I said, whether you love him or hate him, you have to respect him. Mr. President, it's great to have you.
That was a nice introduction.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You are a one of one.
Yeah, let's end the show right now.
Okay, so I want to get right into it. I got a lot of questions I want to ask you. Some of it's personal, some of it's business, some of it's politics. But something happened last week. Barack Obama, he's at this event, he's speaking.
Right.
And he's given this message about your economy, how great the economy was. And then at the end of it, he says, you didn't build that economy. I built this. I kind of want to get your reaction on this talk that he's given. Rob, if you can put that up.
And the reason some people think...
Bro didn't even wait. He came in hot. He was locked in the chamber. He had that shit ready to fucking rip, dude. He's like, come on, let's start talking about Barack Obama. He's a piece of shit. He's lying about saying he built the economy that's real good.
Well, I don't know. I remember that economy when he first came in being pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good because it was my economy. We had 75 straight months of job growth that I handed over to him. It wasn't something he did. I had spent 8 years cleaning up the mess that the Republicans had left me the last time. So just in case everybody has a hazy memory, he didn't do nothing except those big tax cuts.
So how do you feel about this when you see him saying this last week?
I think he's angry. He pretends not to be, but I think he's an angry guy. He's a nasty guy.
Dude, seeing Trump in a gamer chair gives me so much heart. It gives me so much joy. Like him just like him just like going back and forth, side by side, just like, yes, he's angry. He's an angry little man.
He's got a little bit of an edge, and he's angry about a lot of things. You look at what happened with Biden, and you look at what he did with Biden. He really hurt Biden because I'm not sure he wouldn't have imploded anyway. We had the debate, and he was down quite a bit, and they walked out, and they just took it away from him. I mean, if you think about it, they stole the election from a sitting president. That's, I always say coup, but the word coup, I don't think it's accurate enough. They just walked in and took it away from him. That is a legendary thing. He didn't.
Bro hitting the angry black man line not even 5 minutes into the debate. He did do that, but also calling this a debate is really funny. If you think like in debates, they just kiss midway through. Because I suspect that this is going to, maybe they won't actually directly have their lips touch one another, but the vibes wise, it will seemingly look like that. It will feel like
he's
that.
angry now. They're all angry, the Democrats, if you think.
That's true. Okay, they did do that in the VP debate.
He's angry. They're both angry. But no, I watched that last week, and I think he spoke down to black men. I thought it was terrible the way he spoke to them.
You think it's effective? You think he still carries the same stick as he did, maybe 8 years ago or 12 years ago?
No, I don't think it is. No, I don't think he does. I think people have gotten smart. And no, I don't believe he does at all. I hadn't seen him. He's changed a lot. Visually, he's changed. I like to say visually as opposed to from the look standpoint, because, of course, looks don't matter anymore in politics, You say looks don't matter. It doesn't make any difference, because we want to be politically correct, but they do matter. But he's changed. His look has changed, actually, quite a bit. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Damn, he used so many words to just say Obama got old as shit, dude. He's just trying to... Also, he is the drone king. Okay. He is the drone king for sure. He's a deportation king, but he's significantly better looking than Donald Trump. Like, not even a fucking question. So on that front, it's like kind of wild to be like, Obama, the thing that he is bad at is looking good. He does not look good.
By the way, Rob, I think that's even 4 years ago. I think it's even more than
Yeah,
it is
yeah. Well,
today.
no, but the statement he just made was a couple of days ago, and that
Yeah, it was a couple days ago. And it's similar to the statement he made back in 2012 when he told business owners, you didn't build that. Remember when he said that? I don't know if you remember that whole comment. I think this is the speech, Rob, if you want to play this.
If you got a business, that you didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen.
So this becomes a pattern of
communism.
You see a pattern of communism there?
No, I mean, that's basically the view. You know, we didn't do anything.
Right.
Government did it. Somebody did it, but anybody but us.
Do you think this works with the undecided voter? Do you think the undecided voter that's sitting, our audience, they're entrepreneurs, they're small business owners, they're family, they have kids, they want to win, they got dreams, they want to do something. Do you think a message like that from him lands on the business owner, on the undecided voter, on the person that says, you know what, I think he's right, I'm going to go vote for him? Do you think it works?
I think you don't have that many undecided voters. I think by now you have very strong Trump voters. I don't think you have strong Democrat voters, but I don't think you have strong Kamala voters. What's to vote for? I mean, take a look. She can't do an interview. Has she been in here to do an interview?
No, not yet.
I don't think you'll see her. You know,
She's claiming she's going to go on Rogan.
Well, that'll be interesting. So am I.
I heard.
When is that going to happen? The election is like a day from now. Like, there isn't that much time remaining between now and the election. Like, how is that? Dude, next week is going to be a content bomb. Holy fuck. Next week's about to be crazy if they do it next week, I suspect. Holy shit. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, it shouldn't be this way. Let me just explain to you something, okay? It shouldn't be. What I'm about to describe to you is the reality, and it shouldn't be the reality. But I do legitimately think this double Rogan header for Kamala and Donald Trump is going to be significant. And that, to me, is devastating about the future of American politics. I know a lot of people that have brought up in totally random, irrelevant conversations that they are waiting to see what the Joseph Robinette Rogan conversation is going to look like. Like what that podcast is going to look like. That's how stupid the median voter is in general. Okay? Considering the track record of Trump in moments like this versus someone like Kamala Harris, like, I can't believe the keys are in the hands of a toe-shaped man who very famously used to deny that the moon landing happened, and now has become an anti-vaxxer, like an actual fucking ape man. Oh, fuck it. You gotta enjoy the show. Honestly, you just, if you can't really change the outcome, the trajectory, if you can't do anything about American politics, the least you could do is at least, like, you know, watch the doom and enjoy it as it's happening, I guess.
I think I am. I don't know. I think so. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens today with Brett Baer. You know, Brett's two people. He can be very nice or he can be himself.
He was tough on you. If he's tough on her the way he was tough on you, he was very tough on you.
He was always nasty to me. And
right.
I don't think he'll be tough on her. I don't think he'll be.
He was wrong.
Fox is a very disappointing thing. During the day, Fox is just terrible. Terrible.
During the day, Fox is very disappointing. At night, that's when they thrive. That's when I like them. I love it.
And but
I want to show something with this. When you look at this whole Barack Obama thing, I think the one thing they don't show, you were talking yesterday, I think it was the Bloomberg event, which, by the way, I loved. I love the way you handled the whole terrorist conversation. That was a great event.
I got hoodwinked to go on that. I was supposed to make a speech in front of the Chicago Economic Club, which is a big deal, which is a very prestigious place, beautiful. Everything was beautiful. And all of a sudden, I understand I'm being interviewed by this gentleman. And he's got a reputation for being about, I'd love to see him do Kamala. He should do Kamala. That would be beautiful. But he's a tough cookie, and he's the chairman of Bloomberg. He's a big so all of a sudden I'm being interviewed. And I wasn't happy about it because I found out that he is, his reputation precedes him. And but I decided to do it. You have a choice. Walk out and don't do it and have a scandal, or go in and do it and hopefully win, or you go in and do it and you get killed, which is probably the worst. But it was a great interview, actually. And he was nasty, but he wasn't overly nasty to me. I mean, other people thought he was. I thought nastier was David Muir when he kept interrupting me during the debate and saying false things, like when I said crime is way up, and he said, no.
His beautiful face, David Muir. I hate him. He's nasty, but also beautiful. A handsome man, right? Straight out of Central Casting. I hate him. I hate his stupid face. I want to kiss his lips.
No, crime is down. I said, you're wrong about that. Crime is up. And then 2 days later.
No, the crime was not up. Crime is down. Why? This is what I mean, okay? Get ready for this. And it will be entirely because of Kamala Harris. If this fucking dipshit wins, I cannot stress this enough. If this fucking dipshit wins, get ready for this for the next 4 years, and it will be entirely the fault of Kamala Harris and her dog shit fucking campaign. Okay? She had every opportunity to win this race, and she still, if she fails, oh my fucking Lord, dude. Every goddamn day of the week, people are going to be saying the absolute worst, most nonsensical horseshit with the seriousness with the arrogance and seriousness. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. It's going to literally just be like, the Democrats are going to run the table. Hasan, there was some shit I saw magats spreading on Twitter about how FBI crime numbers got revised to plus 4.5 instead of 2.7 or something as evidence they're fudging the numbers. Every week they invent a new fucking talking point for this, and I don't know which one this one might be, but the original talking point was when FBI started doing a national crime database compilation, and they changed some of the fucking the designations for their crime database, but that was in like 2021 if I'm not mistaken. And they constantly point to that to be like, oh, actually, FBI is fake and they're lying about the numbers. The reality of the matter is crime numbers come from local police departments. Okay. The FBI tries to compile it. Some police departments actually give all of the data to the FBI. Some do not, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, there are plenty of national databases that track crime numbers that the police departments, local police departments, which are like 90% Trump supporters, by the way, those guys are the ones who are giving all of the data, conviction rates, arrest rates, all of that. Some might not offer demographic data beyond that. Some might keep that private. Others won't. Doesn't really matter. Ultimately, the broader crime statistic is obviously meticulously fucking tracked. Okay? And those numbers show that crime is down in urban cities, in big cities. Why is it down? Because crime was never across the board up to begin with. There was a brief increase in crime in the aftermath of the COVID lockdowns ending. Okay. But beyond that, the only part of crime that was actually up were homicides. Okay. This is a pretty significant fucking thing. It's a pretty significant type of crime. Homicides across the board are now down as well. Okay? You can literally look at local departments in every single fucking municipality and figure out if crime is up or down in your neighborhood. I do not know why Americans just don't simply do this and instead rely on the television man telling them that crime is up and that there is a tremendous amount of crime happening everywhere. This is precisely the reason why the attitude towards crime is also tracked and polled with regular frequency. And Americans very consistently say crime is actually down in my neighborhood, but elsewhere it feels like it's really high. That is the most consistent American message on crime. They know that there's no crime, or at least the same level of crime in their neighborhood, and it's like managed and it's manageable. They trust their local police departments, but when asked, they always think, oh, it's happening somewhere else. This is a direct consequence of mainstream media regularly fucking running, if it bleeds, it leads, bottom lines, or headlines, regularly fucking lying and claiming that crime is just a complete out of control, a panic thing that is happening in America. It's like there's crimes in every fucking corner. Oh. See the biased coverage? FBI revised crime data to show violent offenses rose rather than drops report. The FBI revised, this is 2022, not 2021, showing a 4.5% rise in violent offenses instead of a decrease. Researchers criticized the FBI for lack of transparency, said the revised data harms the Bureau's credibility. We're looking at where this information was revealed, and it is 94% leans right from the Gateway Pundit and InfoWars down to Straight Arrow News, the Express Tribune, and VIN News, New York Post, Washington Examiner, Just the News. Now, but that's not alone. That's not enough. That's not enough to say like, oh, this is like fucking stupid. Oh, it's really biased. Of course it's biased. These guys are doing propaganda. The issue is, it is exactly what I was telling you, which is that no, crime is not up now. It's down. It's down from 2022, but it doesn't fucking matter. And the only reason why the crime, the homicide numbers actually rose, or violent offenses rose, specifically homicides in 2022, is because the FBI, I think, changed something in their fucking, in the way that they compile this information, and that's it. Crime, however, is still down. It's down from 2022. It's down from 2023. Its latest report shows that violent crime fell by an estimated 3% between 2022 and 2023. Murder and non-negligent manslaughter reduced by 12%, the largest drop in the last 20 years. The report also falls in rape by 9%, robbery by 0.3%, aggravated assault by 3%. In 2023, the FBI recorded a rate of 363.8 violent crimes per 100,000 people, which is like insanely high for an OECD nation, but doesn't matter. As opposed to the 2022 rate of 377.1 violent crimes per 100,000 people. Now, the interesting part about this is if you look at it from 2000 onward, oh my God, what are we looking at here? What are we looking at? Here, I'll show you how they do this. Okay, are you ready for this? How do I fucking just, I want to, okay, let's just save it. Okay. Oh no, it just saves as a fucking web page. God damn it. I just want the photo. I want the image. Okay. Snipping tool. I don't want to fucking snip it. Okay, whatever. Here's how people look at it, just for this dumbass fucking meme that I want to show you. Okay. Now, when you look at this here, do you notice something here from 2000 to 2022? What does this show you? What does this show you? No, you can't right click and open a new tab. What does this show you? Oh, that's right. It's that crime is still going down. If you expand on this data and take it all the way back to like the 1980s, it is going even further down. Now, having said that, how does the media report on this matter? Well, let me tell you how the media reports on this matter. They do one of these, okay? Wait, how do I zoom into this? They do one of these and they go, look how much crime has gone up. Oh no! Crime is out of control, brother. They did that right here. Okay? They literally did that. Okay? When you look at the chart like this, I can't zoom in any further and I can't move it any further, unfortunately. When you look at it like right here, okay? When you look at it right here, fuck, how do you crop the image? Okay, there it is. There, I did it. Whatever. You get the point, okay? You get the fucking point I'm making, which is when you hyper focus on a brief increase in crime, it causes you to not recognize what is actually happening in the country. People do this all the time. Now, with Donald Trump, in the case of Donald Trump, he doesn't even do that. He just lies. He's just like, they're not even like lying by omission, okay? They're not even fucking lying by omission. What are they doing? They're doing straight lying, which is a new thing, okay? It's much simpler. It's much easier to understand. Yep, here's the other graph. There you go. There's a change in the survey design. Crime is going down from 1995 consistently until the 2020s, late into the 2020s. What is this, brother? It's time. If I had to choose, which would you choose? Harris voters, 43%, communism, fascism, 11%, Trump voters, fascism, 28%, communism, 16%. This is actually a noticeable. First of all, what the fuck? 11% of Harris voters said they would choose fascism over communism. But also, this is low. This is low, man. 28% for Trump voters. They're literally voting directly for fascism. At least with Harris voters, like, they're not voting for communism. They're voting for a lighter version of this, but this is directly, you're voting for fascism. It should be 100%. Not that it matters at all, because obviously Americans don't know what either of those words mean. All right, let's continue. What those numbers show is that there's some serious cognitive dissonance because they don't recognize fascism when they're complicit in it. Yeah. What do longer term crime trends show? FBI data shows the rate of violent crime fell by a quarter over the past 2 decades. On the reduction of violent crime, Professor Flannery says it's partly because we're getting better at understanding what drives violent crime, which tends to be a smaller number of people in a community committing repeat offenses. It's also about targeted policing strategy and intervention. Mark Levin, Chief Policy Counsel at Council of Criminal Justice, says that the other factors may be influential in bringing crime levels down. We don't know all the reasons crime fluctuates, but some of it is obviously demographic. We're an aging society, which generally speaking should lead to less crime. There's also environmental factors like street lighting, which help with crime prevention. Evidence suggests it makes the potential perpetrators. Do you think the FBI is lying? Dude, that is not... What? Have you reported a crime? Cops do nothing. That was in COVID time, dude. Do you think the FBI is lying? Dog, this is not about the FBI. This is just... Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I think we are, again, not understanding how any of this shit works, okay? And this is how Republicans thrive, okay? This is how Republicans thrive. Now, the question is, how is this data being compiled? The FBI does not have the capacity to just like massage the numbers. They are looking at the data and compiling it. It's not just the FBI, as a matter of fact. Many other national organizations also do this. There are numerous other ways of doing this as well, including the National Crime Victimization Survey that goes and asks a statistically appropriate number of Americans that represent the entire public in the way that these surveys, these polls are conducted, and ask them whether they've been victims of crime and whether they reported these offenses to help to the police. In 2023, only around half of them did. Violent crime as recorded by the survey includes rape or sexual assault, robbery, aggravated assault, or simple assault. It does not count murder. Donald Trump regularly highlights this survey as proof that violent crime nationwide is up 40% since 2020. The figure is right according to the latest crime survey statistics. They show that the rate of violent crime per 1,000 of the population did increase by this much between 2020 and 2023. These are the ways in which people log crime. This is how they try to track how crime is happening in the country, in the nation. Be 100% honest. Do you believe Trump will win? I think that there is a decent likelihood that Trump could win. Submitting data to the FBI is voluntary, and in recent years, some police forces have not done this. Okay, here. In 2023, the FBI recorded a rate of, we already covered that. Previously, the figure showed 2.1% fall over this period. Now the agency says there was a 4.5% rise. The FBI did not publicize this change, which has led to some criticism. Amy Groward, a crime researcher at the Brenner Center for Justice, told BBC Verified that the revision was likely a result of the change in the way that the FBI collected crime data in 2021. Remember when I told you that? Nothing here undermines confidence in the 2023 data, he argues. Submitting data to the FBI is voluntary, and in recent years, some police forces have not done this. However, it does not fucking matter. For example, the LAPD doesn't, I think, participate in the FBI National Crime Database compilation, and neither does the NYPD. But you know what they do actually participate in? Revealing their crime data on their own, which means that everyone can go and look at it and then add it on to the overall FBI National Incident-Based Reporting System if they choose to do so, which they do. In 2021, the participation rate was around 2/3 because many agencies, including NYPD, like I said, in Los Angeles, did not submit data to the new FBI system. And Donald Trump regularly criticized the FBI data, and his website says is missing nearly a third of the nation's law enforcement agencies, including from many of the most violent cities such as Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, and New Orleans. But participation has steadily improved, and in 2023, more than 85% of agencies enrolled in the FBI's data collection system, and they submitted figures. The FBI says every city agency covering a population of 1 million or more residents contributed a full 12 months of data in 2021. Daniel Flannery, a professor specializing in violence prevention research, says that generally it is the smaller agencies that do not submit data. Many of them don't have their own data people. Suburban and rural communities tend to be the ones not submitting the data because they lack resources. Okay? However, Trump is making a comparison with a year when violent crime, as measured by the survey, was significantly lower. Professor Flannery says picking a year during COVID that many represent the lowest crime rates and then comparing to a more return to normal year cherry picks at 2 points in time. Comparing 2023 to a pre-COVID year may be more appropriate. The survey says that while the 2023 rate was higher than those in 2020 and 2021, it was not statistically different from 5 years ago in 2019. As in, crime victimization survey also points to a normalized crime rate when there were no fucking lockdowns. Just so you understand. So Donald Trump sometimes straight up lies. Other times he does the old school version of lying, which is omitting details, omitting key data points, or at least massaging the numbers in a way that makes him look good, I guess. But that is what it is. FBI data shows the rate of violent crime fell by a quarter over the past 2 decades on the reduction of violent crime. We already talked about this. Why is this data useful when it doesn't include the biggest cities? Because it does not matter, because the biggest cities' crime rates are independently still logged. That is the point. Oh my God. It does not. Do you think that the Los Angeles Police Department and the New York Police Department are not revealing their own personal local law enforcement data? They are. They're just not revealing all of the details. They're not revealing all of the details to the FBI. But if you look at national resources that track all of this and compile it, you can see that the dip in crime is consistent there as well. Oh. Why not though? I don't know. I don't know why they don't do that. I don't know why they don't give FBI every single fucking piece of data. Okay? But like there are, you see, LAPD releases end-of-year crime statistics for the city of Los Angeles in 2023. In 2023, there were 327 homicides, which is a 17% reduction in homicides compared to 2022. Same in Philadelphia, same in New York. Everywhere you go in all these big cities, if you personally thought that these massive departments, like, did you for a moment think that the Los Angeles Police Department is not revealing their fucking crime data? Like, we just don't know. We just make it up on our minds. No, of course they fucking reveal their crime data. Of course. Hasan's FBI handler, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I will continue defending the FBI vociferously. Oh my God. Think about how long it took for me to respond to Donald Trump's very obvious, very silly little fucking lie where he was like, crime is up. I don't give a shit. You're lying. That's all he said. He said, crime is up. And look how long it took for me to describe to you once again that no, crime is not up. Not in these fucking big cities and not up nationally. And yet Americans still think it's up. Why is that an inconsistency? It's because there aren't that many people like myself out there in mainstream media going, you guys are wrong. Crime is actually down. It is not up. Trump has captured the not looking into it crowd. I think we are all the not looking into it crowd. We are all that crowd now, okay? Everyone in America is that crowd for whatever fucking thing suits their cognitive biases, whatever makes them feel comfortable in their idiocy. Okay? Crime is down, but Americans don't seem to think so. At least they think crime is up somewhere, okay? It's not. What is this TikTok?
Breaking news. This is pretty crazy. There was
we already covered this earlier. All right, let's continue.
Later came out that crime is
That's
up.
right.
I mean, to me, that was much nastier than this gentleman. But it was really a study of business. It was a detailed study of business.
You're talking about with the Bloomberg one?
With the Bloomberg,
Right.
and people loved it.
I agree. The tariff one. And the one thing I wanted to show is the following. So you know how you talked about Jerome Powell, what an easy job. You come once a month and he said, we're going to increase the rates.
Greatest job there is.
I think this is the one thing they don't talk about. So Barack Obama got elected November 4th. Okay. Quantitative easing started November 26th.
Right.
And it stayed.
Wait, I wonder if something happened in that time frame. Wait, go back to that. What happened? What happened when Barack Obama was first elected? What was he being elected on? Like, what was he coming off the heels of, I wonder?
Quantitative easing started
Nothing,
November.
right? I mean, nothing significant happened in 2008, right? No fucking like meltdown of the American economy at all, right? That's like no crisis whatsoever.
November 26th.
Right.
And it stayed for 8 years until you got elected.
Right.
So if you look at that low, pretty much 0% interest rate,
right,
and then you get elected, right? If you go to January 2016, Rob, for the audience to see that, and then from there, one by one, rates are going up, and then Biden comes in, goes back down to 0 to try to save the economy, and then the rest is obviously history.
Right.
But do you think the average person knows, like, the impact of going to 0%? How much does that positively help the impact when Fed lowers the rates to 0.5 point?
Yeah, it has a huge impact. The power of the Fed is, I think, pretty strong. Some people disagree with it. They think it's overridden by the interest rate climate. But I think the power of the Fed is very strong. It's an interesting graph, actually.
Yeah, it's an interesting graph because you were still president in the graph. But neither of you guys seem to recognize that. Also, what's the argument that the Fed is actually in the pocket of the Democratic establishment? Is that what it is? Like, what are they trying to say here?
Yeah, this just shows that the rates.
Also, this is kind of stupid because Donald Trump does want to control the Fed. Like, he directly wants to control it. That is one of the things that he has said. He is running on that. He is saying, like, no, I want to retain full control over it.
Didn't help you, when he says it was.
Well, they didn't use them to help me.
Right.
And Powell, I gave him a hard time because he was raising them. And I was never a big fan of his. He was late and he was early. He was too early and too late, But but I had the greatest economy in history. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Despite that, this is another thing I can say, despite the fact that they weren't very high, but they were, reasonably high. And despite the rates not being at zero, I had a pretty good, we had a great run.
Following up on the Barack Obama question, when I think about the 2024 election, I saw some numbers that came out, which I thought was fascinating.
Right.
Rob, if you can pull this up from CNN. So this is CNN reporting on this just 2 days ago. Okay, Barack Obama, when it comes down to black men ages 18 to 44, he was up 81 points in November of 2012. Hillary was up 63 when she went against you.
Yeah.
Biden was up 53. Kamala, who is apparently black, she's up 41. And
what do you mean by apparently?
I mean, that's what they're telling us. We're supposed to believe she's black.
No,
and,
it's much better that...
What the fuck? Yo, people are way too comfortable being ridiculous, dude. People are way too comfortable with this. Like, this is... People should feel less comfortable saying shit like this. Patrick Bet David.
No. See, I would never say a thing like that. But you said, don't explain.
Oh, I would never say anything like that. You did say that. He's saying that because he wants you to say it again so we can have a fucking clip. Call him the clip, a.k.a. Faye's Stable Ronaldo, the way he's trying to clip you. That is why he said the thing that you had said prior. Because he wants you to say it. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at Patrick Bet David's "Please say it, Mr. President" face. He's doing that right now.
Explain what you mean. No, I don't want to put you in trouble.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I was going to throw it onto your shoulders. Apparently, well, no, you could explain it because I understand.
I'm very comfortable explaining it because overnight, she's doing a show. She's supposed to be Indian, and then all of a sudden now it's black, but it's not landing with the average American. So if you look
and
at,
do you think black men? That's why she's not doing well.
Well, watch this.
Some people say that.
In 2016, you had 13%
right.
of male black voters 18 to 44.
Right.
In 2020, you had 18%. In 2024, you're at 26%. It's doubled in 8 years.
It's kind of crazy how polarized American politics is, though, because this conversation is so nutty. It's an insane conversation to have. Whether Kamala Harris is a black person or not would not even be a normal conversation that should exist. And yet here we are where people are just having this conversation, having this back and forth. And it's partially because Donald Trump launched it. I think it goes to show that the bully pulpit is still profoundly powerful, especially when it comes to, undermining marginalized communities in general, or especially when it corresponds to pre-existing social forms of oppression. This is unacceptable. It is transparently ridiculous. It is racist.
The question I'm asking you is the following. Back in 1960,
right,
64% of African Americans would vote Democrat.
Right.
The other was pretty much conservative. African Americans have historically been very conservative.
Okay.
Barry Goldwater, the issue happens, 1964.
Right.
It goes from 64% Democrat to 92%. And it's been between 85 to 92% since 1964, right? You've come in and you've shaken things up. Do you think 2024 is going to be one of those moments where African-American men, they're like, listen, I'm sick and tired of Democrats feeling like they own me. I think I'm going to go to the other side. Do you think 2024 could be one of those years that we look back and say they lost the African-American vote?
They really lost it for a while, the Republicans. I mean, it started, I guess, with Barry Goldwater, if you look at the charts.
Yeah, Patrick Bet racist. Yeah, what happened? What happened back then where they lost the African-American vote? Barely different than mainstream coverage.
The editor.
This CNN discussion goes completely off the rails when radio host Shiley Winter says this race is between House African Americans and field African Americans, and the field African Americans are going for Donald Trump. What the fuck? Bro. Dude, Ested and I had this exact same conversation yesterday, not on these boundaries, of course, but the fact that people will start saying this shit on the main, like, there is a permission structure that is given to Americans that are waiting for any and every opportunity to just pop the fuck off, saying some of the most insane shit. Okay? It's just like everyone is just like turning the racism knob. Yeah, right next to Islamophobia, brother, starting to start blaming minorities so liberals can feel comfortable. Dude, it's fucking nuts, dude. It is nuts. It was the underlying, unexamined, relatively stale Islamophobia post 9/11 in the United States of America that had like kind of been cast aside, but we never really fucking talked about it. And then boom, everyone was like, "Oh no, we're tuned. We're ready. We're fucking ready to rip. We're ready to let it rip, dude."
In chief of Bloomberg. I want to move on to what Donald Trump has said about an issue near and dear to both of your hearts, the issue of black Americans and Latino voters. Kamala Harris has been doing interviews on black media. Trump, though, is overperforming in polling with both groups compared to past Republicans. Here is what he said when he was campaigning in Pennsylvania.
Any African American or Hispanic, and you know how well I'm doing there, that votes for Kamala, you got to have your head examined because they are really screwing you. They are really screwing you.
It is Kamala, for the record, but he is denigrating voters for making a choice that he does not like.
Kamala.
Shelley, to you, what does he achieve with this?
Well, wait, first of all, how's he denigrating voters?
He's saying that they are being...
He's about to pop off big time, dude.
For lack of a better word, screwed.
Taken advantage of. They're being taken advantage of. They're paying higher pricing. They're working class, the ones that he's talking about, working class.
That's my barber dog. Oh, God.
Lower middle class. They're paying more for food. They're paying more for gas. And they're being taken advantage of.
But
and
Shelley,
over the course of 30 years, they voted...
He also said... that they, that they had to have their head examined. That is not something that is a compliment.
Obama just told me the same thing. Obama just told me the same thing. I've got black women telling me I'm not really a... He inferred them. He implied them. He certainly did. He even threatened us with, "You're lucky Michelle's not here." I mean, come on. Let's not make things up. Let's be honest here, and let's really be clear what's being said. If you're an African-American man, look, let me boil this election down in the African-American community to a very simple a reference to great Malcolm X. This race is between House African-Americans and field African-Americans. And the field African-Americans... Wow.
He invoked Malcolm X to talk about voting for the Republican Party. Like, he wasn't just... He was using the Malcolm X quote. That makes it even worse. That's like, that's crazy. Unc don't have internet.
Going for Donald Trump. I'm talking about your men. I'm talking about your men who build, your men who put things together, your men who work with their hands, your men who do things, not the men who push paper, or the men who are connected to power and want to continue to be connected to power. I'm talking about the men and women in our community who are actually doing the work.
African American men who are professionals who work in white collar jobs? Is that what I'm hearing from you, or
no?
I'm just trying to understand. Is Shelley right?
No, what he said is like almost worse. Like he's... I mean, he's just saying that, like, he's saying that if you are a collaborator with the Republican Party, that you are actually fighting against white supremacy. Whereas if you are voting for the Democratic Party, you are collaborating with white supremacists. If black conservatives are comfortable saying stuff like this on CNN, though, like, oh God, white people are going to get fucking way, way, way more aggro.
House one or the field one? I'm just trying to understand that part. I'm just trying to understand. We have someone who's spitting. I'm just trying to understand the one that's spitting talking points right now. Are you the House Negro or the field Negro that you're referring to? So I just want to make sure your question was about denigrating black people. That literally was your question. You have a Republican fool who is talking right now about you.
Back during slavery, when black people like me talked to the slaves, they didn't kill him. They'd send some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master. When the field Negroes got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation. The house Negro could afford to do that because he lived better than the field Negro. He ate better, he dressed better, and he lived in a better house. He lived right up next to his master in the attic or the basement. He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master, good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want his master hurt. If the master got sick, he'd say, "What's the matter, boss? We sick?"
Yeah. Black conservatives found a new and even grosser way to say leave the Democratic plantation. Exactly. Which is like a common statement. Look, as you guys know, I'm white. Let me just rephrase this, okay? Let me explain something. I just shaved. I'm whiter than I ever have been in quite some time. I'm doing whiteface, as someone might even say. Okay, so as a white guy, I'm sitting my white ass down and I'm listening. But the one thing that, as a white guy that has observed communication strategies such as the one being demonstrated not by Malcolm X, but the one being the one that is bastardizing Malcolm X's quote here, okay, is one that I've heard time and time again from black conservatives, Republicans specifically. Black Republicans play fast and loose with white supremacist terminology that inherently treats black people as like subservient and inferior to white people, saying things like the Democratic plantation, like invoking chattel slavery in comparison to the current existence in a way that doesn't suit the bill at all. It doesn't fit at all. This is an extension of that, I think. And it almost always feels like it's basically speaking to the white desires, the desires of white people to be able to say these things, but when a black person is saying it, it just seems more appropriate. That's what I always get the feeling of whenever I hear black Republicans speak on these matters. But this is the original quote, and it's about black collaborators within the structure of chattel slavery.
When the master's house caught a fire, he'd try and put the fire out. He didn't want his master's house burned. He never wanted his master's property threatened. And he was more defensive of it than the master was. That was the house Negro. But then you had some field Negroes who lived in huts, had nothing to lose. They wore the worst kind of clothes, they ate the worst food, and they caught hell. They felt the sting of the lash. They hated their master. Oh, yes, they did. If the master got sick, they prayed that the master died. If the master's house caught a fire, they prayed for a strong wind to come along. This was the difference between the two. And today you still have house Negroes and field Negroes. I'm a field Negro.
When it comes down to it, I think in like the American duopoly, it's wild for a conservative to compare himself to Malcolm X.
You literally just said that black men, you actually just said this is an election about house or field. This is the nonsense that we are listening to right now by those that are supporting Donald Trump.
Not what I said,
that is actually what you just there's only clearly you must be in your own talk. I'm not sure what kind of radio show you have that you can't listen to your own thing. So you actually just said
for Trump.
Again, do you understand? You sound absurd and silly. And so let's actually talk about the substance of your question.
You sound absurd and silly.
The substance of the question was around denigrating. The substance of the question was denigrating black and Latino communities.
Sir. The substance of what I said is very clear.
My name is Michael. And we thank you that. So the point here, the question that was raised around denigrating black and Latino communities.
All right, my brother, let me...
All right, let's get back to Patrick Bet-David.
But I did criminal justice reform. That's a big thing. They've been trying to get it. You know, I saw a guy named Van Jones. He's I don't think anybody knows who he is. He's a...
We know. We're fans. We're fans. He's Mr. Mao's third world is. I am the Chad Democrat operative. You are the soy silly and absurdity.
Commentator for CNN. And he came to see me in the White House. And he was crying.
I remember that.
He was crying because I bring these things up because it's a lack of, I don't know, there's something about a law.
This is the funniest, most liberal attitude I could ever fucking examine in my entire life. And I'm glad that you said it. We also need to acknowledge that Malcolm X could have been problematic even in his own context, and perhaps that his metaphor was problematic. Not saying that we reject everything he said, but perhaps not everything is sacrosanct either. You're right. Malcolm X was a bit problematic. Come on, chatter. They have a point. The metaphor is wild. I think like we probably shouldn't do that, especially about like people who have given their lives for. I mean, in the present context, his message might not carry over. I think, given the context of the era, it feels as though his statement, especially coming from a man who gave his life for black emancipation, it is an apt metaphor. Anyway, but that's what I think. But what do I know? Tone policing Malcolm X is fucking insane. No, yeah, well, we've been doing that quite a bit about a fucking 19-year-old in Yemen. So why not? Why not about Malcolm X? Fuck it. Take it to MLK too. This reminds me of when a chatter called Desmond Tutu a lib. Bro, you got many chatters agreeing with this? No, not many. No, chatters are not agreeing with this at all.
Loyalty, you help somebody with something. He came in with a fairly large group of people, mostly black people, and he was devastated because criminal justice reform wasn't going to happen. Obama didn't do it. And
I had a dream. Yeah, I had a dream too. My father not throwing the pot roast was my dream too. That was my Afghanistan. Every time I heard the keys jiggle, that was my dream. Don't talk to me about your dream. Oh, no. Every time I heard the keys in the keyhole, that was my dream.
We didn't even come close. Bush didn't try. Nobody was going to do it. And I'm the only one that could have done it. And he was with a group of people that was, they were begging to do it. They were 5 votes short. And they had to be conservative votes because there was nobody else left, right? And I guess you needed the 61 or 60 something, maybe 66, but 61 is a hard vote. And he made a plea to me, Van Jones, total sleazebag. He made a plea to me to help him and help this group of people. And they explained how for years they've been trying to get it and they've been unable to get it. And I said, well, let's take a look at it. And I studied it for a little while and spoke to them. And I said, you know what, I'm going to help you. It's going to help the black people in particular. And I'm going to get it for you guys. And I called up 5 very conservative senators. And I'll never forget one of the senators who was in charge of it. He was literally leading the charge against it. And I mean, his whole career was...
One must ask the question, why? Why were these very conservative leaders leading the charge against the First Step Act? No, he's not talking about the HBCU funds. He's talking about the First Step Act, which again, he signed into law, but it's not like he was the one who championed it, nor was he the one who actually wrote the legislation or played any role in writing the legislation whatsoever. Interesting. I wonder why the more conservative a Republican senator is, the more they're against that sort of thing, reintegration for felons.
He was going to stop criminal justice reform. Not because he was, anti-black, just he didn't like it. He didn't want it. And he was in the papers every day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, it wasn't for that reason. It was for some other mysterious reason, Don't worry about it. He hated that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break and people just routinely avoid the 3-minute ad break without subscribing. That's what it was, I think. That was the secret reason. Yeah, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
He's fighting it, winning very easily. And I helped him get elected. Without me, he wouldn't have gotten elected. I'll never forget it. I called him up. Now, he's in the heat of passion. He is fighting this all the way. Not something he would ever give up. You couldn't, there's some things you can't. I call him up. He gets on the phone. I didn't say a word. I said, hello. And he goes, I'm giving it to you. I said, what are you giving me? I'm giving you criminal justice reform. That's why you're calling, right? I said, it is why I'm calling. He said, you got me elected. I disagree with you, but I'm giving it to you just like that. I said, that's one of the coolest things I've ever heard, because I also have the opposite where I got a lot of people elected. When I endorse somebody in history, and I don't want to brag, but in history, you can get another chart on that one. I mean, I'm like 289 and almost nothing for endorsements. And he said, you got me elected. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you. And I did, but I got a lot of people elected, and some of them forget. And I said, that's the coolest thing. I said, thank you. I said, do you mind if I call a couple of the... Nope, you do whatever you want. Now, this is a guy who was the leader of the fight. I didn't even ask. He knew what I was calling for because he knew that I was going to help Van Jones, this Van Jones guy. I was going to help him. And you'll understand why I'm being nasty to him now, because what happened later is disgraceful. So I said, thank you very much, Senator. I'm so happy that I did help you. I think loyalty is a great thing. And that was it. So I had his vote. I then called 4 other guys. all of whom were against it. And I said, I'd love to have. And they, they don't do it for a lot of presidents, but they do it for me. And I got them 5 votes that they needed, and criminal justice reform passed, right? Then, and I was happy for them. I was happy for everybody. Everybody was happy. They couldn't believe they got it done. And it was something that really the black population wanted far more than anybody else. I've never even heard it mentioned with other people. It was mostly the black population. And they've been fighting it for like, what, you'd say 40, 50 years, right?
64.
So we got
40,
it done.
50 years, yeah.
Yeah. So I got it done. I got something done. I got a lot of things done that nobody else could have gotten done. So what happens is Van Jones and all, they called for a news conference that night. The vote was taken. They got it done. And I said to my wife, come on over here. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful thing to watch. Watch this. This gentleman was in my office a number of weeks ago, and they needed votes, and I got it done. It'll be nice to watch somebody really say something nice about your husband. I said that to Melania, and I said, watch this. And they got up and they spoke, but Van Jones got up, and it was a little, I don't get too embarrassed, He got up, he thanked this one, he thanked that one, he thanked this one, that one, that one. The only one he didn't thank was Donald Trump.
How dare you? How dare you? Not thanking Donald Trump. I'm the reason why criminal justice reform happened. They didn't thank me, folks.
And I look at that sleaze bag now and I say, he's got bad way. I looked at him. Then I saw him last night, and he was on CNN, which is dying, by the way, in the ratings, because they have people like him on. And I watched him last night say how he hopes I'll be defeated. And we should defeat him. We have to fight him. He should be allowed to be. And I said, normally I'd say I wish I had that vote back, but I did the right thing.
What? Why do I think he praised you? Why do I think he got emotional crying?
No.
Giving you credit about what you did.
I don't know. All I can tell you is he was crying in my office. That's probably what you heard. Before he got it, he was crying. He was literally, they went over to him with handkerchiefs. He was crying. Tears were pouring down his eyes before. But after he wasn't crying, not that I know. But so he didn't mention me the night of the news conference. He was leading the news conference. And I don't need it. I get mentioned plenty of times, et cetera, et cetera. But I watched last night. It's a good place to say this, actually. It's better than writing out a truth, whatever. But I watched last night, and I watched him talk about how I must be defeated. I'm a bad guy or something. And
Van Jones is saying this.
Yeah. He said it last night. I saw him last night. I don't watch CNN. Honestly, I don't watch it. But I happen to be, I'm passing it, and I see him on, and I watched him talking about essentially negative about me. What difference does it make? Nobody cares what they do. They have, they've been fighting me for years, and I became president. I did much better the second time than I did the first, and now I'm doing it the third time. And if the election's not rigged, we're going to win. If it is rigged, I guess that's a different story, but we'll find out pretty soon. But
I love whenever he says this, like liberals get so scared. I might be wrong on this. But I don't think that a January 6th will happen again in a post-January 6th universe. And that is because a lot of the HVAC business owners and the small business fascists, like the little Adolf Hitlers of the American heartland that flew into the Capitol, ever thought that they would see any sort of repercussions from the criminal justice system. And the fact that they did is the reason why a lot of that momentum was cut aside. There's a couple different reasons as to why I don't think so. Well, one, because Americans are too individualistic and too predisposed with commodity consumption to like actually build any sort of like militia movement, like a real organized militia movement. Okay. So that's number one. Like, we are too capitalist to be even fucking fascist, at least at this stage, like to be openly fascist, like to care about a higher order of society. This isn't to say that like fascism is good or anything like that. I'm just saying that like we're as a nation, we are far too sedated and far too servile and far too comfortable. So that's number one. Number two, more significantly, people seemingly forget that January 6th wasn't simply conducted by Donald Trump. A lot of people have hyper-focused on Donald Trump because he was culpable, for sure. That much is an absolute, that much I'm absolutely certain on. But they forget that like every part of the Republican Party's institutions, their machine was also there. Turning Point USA, the Koch brothers and all of their subsidiary groups were busing people and flying people into DC. That got cut instantly post January 6th when they recognized like, oh shit, we might actually face some legal repercussions for this. They didn't get any punishments for it, but I think it was a mistake that they did not want to repeat. And that's why you saw a lot less people at his rallies post January 6th. I'm done. You're constantly shitting on every person in the developing world. What? I'm done standing up for this, you piece. You're constantly shitting on every person in the developing world. Play DBZ Sparkling Zero or you're literally starving the gaming frogs in every developing state. Okay, I'll allow that bait. Anyway, I think, maybe due to the short-term memory that Americans have, specifically American hogs, maybe they'll forget that like 1,600 people were successfully prosecuted and are serving their prison sentences right now for the crimes committed on January 6th. Maybe they've forgotten about that, but I think that was the first time that like any sort of deterrence actually kicked in for a lot of these people that never really thought that the American police would ever be at odds with them, if that makes sense. So I think the likelihood of a second January 6th is far less post January 6th.
But I watched this guy last night against me, even if he was a little against me. But he wasn't. He was like, we have to defeat Trump. We have to defeat him. And I've watched him a little bit over the years. And every time I watch him, I say, what a sleazebag he is, what a bad guy. But I did it for black people. I did it for, it was purely the only people that told me about criminal justice reform were African Americans. That's all. And I did it for them. I also did historically black colleges and universities, and I got them financing. I would see the heads of...
I don't know if I'm crazy about this, but I think Donald Trump historically offered significantly less money to HBCUs than Barack Obama and also Joe Biden. Like way, way lower. So I don't know why he always talks about like, oh, I gave so much money to those black colleges. Like, it's very weird. Maybe he just thought it was any money was too much money.
Colleges come down after 2 years. They would come to Washington like 45, 50 people, a group. They'd always come in a big group. And I got...
He gave $500 million to HBCUs. Obama was $4 billion. And I think Joe Biden also has given like 3.
To know him a little bit because they had to come through my office to get funding. And after the second time, I said to him, why do you keep coming down here for funding? Don't they give you? He said, No, they make us feel like beggars. That was the term. And a couple of them I got really frustrated. Some of them I still see a little bit. And I said, what does that mean? He said, every year we come down for funding for the black colleges and universities. And they play a great role, a very important role, in my opinion. So I said, so you mean every year you come down? We do. We come down together and we go and see senators and congressmen, and we try seeing a president. But I got to know him, and I said, this is no way to live where you come down. And I ended up getting them more money than they even wanted. And I got it done, and I got it long term. And I said, fellas, I just got this done for you, and I want to tell you a little secret. I'm unhappy about it. They said, why? I said, because I'll probably never see you again. You'll never come down to Washington to see me. And I meant it actually in a friendly way, because I got used to seeing them. They were always coming down looking for money. I took care of their needs long term, more money than they wanted. I said, you're going to need more money than that. And I got it for them. And I think that's why black men really like me. And I think black women.
Yeah, the black men that really like Donald Trump they really like him because he gave money to HBCUs. Like, no, dude, what the fuck? I mean, not that it matters. Neither of these people understand black Americans or black culture or anything like that, because they're fucking racist. So why try to understand the black community? But it's quite literally the fucking opposite. It is actually in the same exact way. When you look at educational attainment in every community, black men without a college degree are going towards Donald Trump. People who went to HBCUs are significantly more likely to vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this? What is this statement? It's actually the same exact demographic. The same exact demographic that is across the board going to Trump by wide numbers. And ironically enough, for black men, it's a much, much smaller percentage. It's a much smaller percentage of black men that are saying they would vote for Donald Trump over white men that are saying that white men without a college degree that are saying they would vote for Donald Trump over Hispanic men without a college degree that are saying they would vote for Donald Trump.
Women do too, but they have a woman who is black, although you would say she's Indian, but she is black. But she really, a lot of people didn't know.
He's woke. He's correcting Patrick Bet-David.
No, which is true. But
I learned about it just a couple months ago. The fact
that she's black,
yeah.
Or that she's Indian.
The fact that she's black, I thought she was Indian until a couple months ago. Things changed.
A lot of people. Well,
because if you follow baseball, Sammy Sosa kind of, you sometimes have to respect people. They change, right? So I thought maybe she was.
That's crazy. Again, I am not a fan of Kamala Harris. Okay, I hate the Democratic Party. But this kind of sentiment is so insanely gross. It is so much worse than just like the duopoly or the conversation of who you're going to vote for. This is some straightforward, unrestricted racism. Okay? Oh, yeah. Our lies about Kamala Harris being black recently, when she has grown up as a black woman in America, is akin to Sammy Sosa is fucking nutty. Which is ironic because he also is specifically not really respecting Sammy Sosa at all either. It's just like, oh yeah, remember when Sammy Sosa changed his race by doing skin lightening? Like, that's, it's just like Kamala Harris, haha. It's like, no, man. Like, there was never a moment where Kamala Harris was not a black woman. Like, what the fuck are you invented this idea. You invented this idea, and now you are going along with like additional racist jokes about it.
Was doing a Sammy Sosa the other way.
Yeah,
around.
Sammy's changed.
Right.
People change.
If you remember Sammy Sosa,
he could hit the ball.
He could hit the ball 66 home runs.
Seriously,
yes.
he was.
But I want to show you this. And by the way, the only reason I want to show you this is because I think Van Jones is scared of giving you credit. This is what Van Jones said after.
Yeah, I mean, also Sammy Sosa and his attitude about having dark skin is also another product of like existing in an overwhelmingly white supremacist society. But we're not going to get into colorism and whatnot, or internalize anti-blackness. That's also a separate issue. But once again, it's just like he's just like lightheartedly throwing that as like a haha joke.
After what you did, and it was the most uncomfortable moment on CNN because he had to thank you. If you can play this clip, Rob, I think this is the clip. Go for it.
How significant do you think this is? By the way, one of your partners in working on this was Jared Kushner.
Jared Kushner, who's
this is how many years ago? This is
the date on 29. This 5 years ago, December 18th, 2018.
Okay, play the clip.
So you just got that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so this is 6 years ago. If you can play this clip.
Father went to prison and who fought on this as hard as that. This is history. This is history. Right now you're witnessing history on the floor of the U.S. Senate. There's a Christmas miracle underway where for the first time in a generation, Republicans and Democrats are arm in arm tonight saying, we are sending too many people to prison. They're coming out bitter and not better. We want to make a tremendous difference. I want to say Hakeem Jeffries on the left, Jared Kushner, and Donald Trump on the right have brought together a coalition like I've never seen.
This directly counters Donald Trump's statements, doesn't it? Also, it's not shocking because Van Jones is like annoying as fuck. He would do this. He probably has glazed Donald Trump unnecessarily. This is like a valid reason to say nice things about him, but he's probably glazed them in other parts of CNN, in other parts of the CNN broadcast before and after this as well. After all, mainstream media, I remember, would do this shit where they'd be like, this is the moment Trump became president. You know, he's so presidential. Like, I remember all that shit. I'm sure that Van Jones probably played a role in that as well. I would not be surprised.
Credit.
Literally, the National Association of Manufacturers, Fox News,
I never saw
and
that
Sean
one.
Yeah, I'm glad you've seen it because to me, you see, when I think about him, obviously, you know, it's history. He was close to Obama, communist, all that stuff. He had to kind of drop. But at the same time, they don't want him saying something like this. I want to give Hakeem Jeffries, Jared, and you to give that credit. This is the part where even Dems are sitting there saying, how the hell do we argue against the fact that a Republican president that we're not supposed to like did this? Cut him off. Just give him 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Let's go to the next topic to bash him again. But it was kind of great to see Van Jones saying this about you.
It was, but again, right after that, it was over.
He has to go back.
So
he has to go
went
back. And
a real man would not have done that. And I'm glad I saw that. But it really doesn't mean anything because he said it, and then after that, he took it back.
I want to show you something, and this kind of goes maybe to the next point. So yesterday, a new Gallup poll came out. Okay, if you look at this Gallup poll, this is literally from yesterday. Americans' trust in mass media from 72 to 2024. It officially hit the lowest in the history. We're talking ever. Not one of the lowest. This is the lowest ever in the history of America. Americans don't trust mass media anymore. And even recently, I don't know if you saw the numbers that came out 2 weeks ago. I'm sure you follow some of this stuff. Every one of the guys at CNN, MSNBC, they're all getting a lower salary when they're renewing their contract.
Right,
they're not getting paid the kind of money they were making.
Yeah.
And by the way, you may not like me saying this to you, but I think I kind of want to see your reaction to this. I know a lot of people will say, well, you know, he has, XYZ amount of felonies charged, 91, 53 were dismissed, 32 is this, and 12 are the ones that are remaining. I think the only one that Letitia James, Jack Smith, and maybe even Fannie, if they wanted to, you know, claim that you did commit a crime, is you kind of did kill mainstream media, if you think about it.
I did.
And that could be a crime for those guys.
I'm very proud of it.
And I want to show you this clip because this is the first time ever the phrase fake news was ever used. And from this moment on is when the decline started. Rob, if you can go ahead and play this clip.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization
You are attacking our news organization.
Wait, nah, he didn't invent that shit, bro. He did not invent that shit, dog. I'm gonna tell you who did. Okay, he wasn't the guy who invented that shit. Okay, let me tell you. He didn't invent Make America Great Again. He didn't invent America First. And he certainly did not invent fake news, lying news. I'm just saying.
A chance to ask a question, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state,
Quiet.
Mr. President-elect,
Go ahead.
can you state
She's asking
categorically,
a question.
Mr.
Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you
No,
give
I'm
us
not
a
going to give you a
question?
question. I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
Go ahead.
can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not
Go ahead.
appropriate.
So, if you can
But
posit
isn't
there.
that disgusting? Think of it. And that would never happen to a Democrat. But isn't that disgusting? He's a lowlife, the guy, and as you know. And he has his own show. He gets no ratings at all. Nobody on CNN gets ratings. But isn't that a disgusting? You know, I'm just watching that, and isn't it a shame that people can behave that way against the president? You know, and yeah, I think I think I'm responsible for those numbers up there where they went down. And frankly, I'm proud of it because I also am responsible for the term fake news. And that's a great term, but it's not strong enough. I think it's corrupt news is a better term, but it doesn't play as well. But they're corrupt people and disgusting people. But he is, he wasn't as bad as some. I mean, in a certain way, he was louder, but he wasn't as smart as some. I mean, some are much smarter. He's not a smart one.
Did you think you were going to say fake news, or was it just kind of came out and then it stuck? You're like, this is going to stick. Was it intentional?
I don't know if that's the first time I've used it, but I do get credit for having been an originator of the term. I mean, you know, a lot of times I have a very fertile mind. I come up with very good names for people.
You're very creative.
Pocahontas.
What the fuck?
Lots of good names.
I have a very fertile mind.
No, that's the first time, but I thought of that term often, and more so as I was running. You know, I actually used to get great press when I was an entrepreneur. I would get very glamorous press, very beautiful press.
Mm-hmm.
I went the exact opposite, and I was amazed. And I really learned how corrupt it was. I didn't think of it as that corrupt because, you know, I'd do something and they give me credit. But no, I had a very different life, actually, when you think about it. But then I run for president. So 92% of the people that run for presidents, 92% were politicians and 8% were generals. So I wasn't a politician. I wasn't a general. So I was the only one that wasn't in that group. No, there were no admirals. They were all either politicians or they were sort of an interesting point. Most people don't know that. Some people said that's interesting.
That
Other
makes
people
sense
say
because
that's...
even Reagan would be a politician because he was a two-term governor.
Well, he was a politician.
Right, he was a politician.
He was a governor.
Wow. Chat, your questions. Everyone was like, what about Reagan? What about Reagan? Patrick Bet David, he answered it.
There were some that were businessmen, but they were then ran for the Senate or they were in Congress, and you know they went from there to the presidency. But nobody ever went right to the presidency. You know, I never ran for office. All of a sudden, I'm president, and I really learned about the press early and the hard way because I went from one extreme to the other. I got great press, and then all of a sudden, I was treated like by a moron like that, and I fought them very hard. They're very dishonest. They're very corrupt. Not all of them, but a big percentage of them. I would say in the 80s, that's a lot. That's a lot. Big percentage. They're very corrupt. Very corrupt.
Have they always been? Has it always been the case? You've been around media, TV.
I don't think it's ever
life.
been like this. Yeah, I've been around it for a long time. I don't think it's ever been like
when
this.
do you think it
You know,
flipped?
when I started off, Patrick, I used to have a story written about me. And without fail, somebody would call after the story was written but not published. And they were called fact checkers. hello, sir, we're calling about a story that we wrote about you. Is it true that you own this? And is it true that you did this? And that you spent X dollars? Could we check that number? Blah, blah, blah. And it would go on for a while to a point where you'd get somebody else to just do it. But they, without fail, I'd have, if there were any details in a story, not always, but if there were any details, always, and they would call fact checkers. Hello, sir. My name's Jim Smith. I'm a fact checker for the New York Times. And they'd check the facts of a story. And I think they at least were trying to be real. I haven't had a fact checker call me in 30 years. You know, they don't call anymore.
Do you think that's because of the Fairness Doctrine Act of 1987? Because prior to that, the media platforms had to actually give both sides of the story.
I can hear the fucking camera in the background. They're like snapping pickies. You guys hear that? The
story. And then once that was dropped, they lost the accountability. They could say whatever they want to say.
Or is it the chair swivel? Oh, Trump just swiveling in that fucking squeaky ass chair.
And it was kind of free for all. Let me go after that.
Yeah, the media segment is kind of boring.
When you became a president,
let's see. Having Newscomb, Elon, and Tim Cook.
Why wouldn't they want to have a strong border? I don't understand them. Because, you know, usually like in business, you'll understand why somebody wants something. Why wouldn't they want to have a strong border? Why do they want to have men playing in women's sports? I watched the Olympics and two people transitioned into womanhood. Two people. They went from man to woman and they were into boxing. And they beat the hell out of everyone. They won the gold medal. Weightlifting. Records that held for 18 years. A quarter of an ounce on each side. You've seen me do it probably. Because it's so cool. I mean, weightlifting is so easy to, you know, it's so descriptive, right? How can you be better than that? Like golf is a little bit harder because you have to sink putts. That's different. Women can putt, but they can't lift, 450 pounds over their head. And the weightlifting record that stood for 18, 19 years gets broken by 100 pounds. I mean, they put like a little, they take this top of this pen. See that pen? That thing weighs like 1/8 of an ounce. And they'd put one over here and one over. They couldn't do it for 18 years. So the guy comes along. It's crazy.
I mean, the border could make sense, though. If you were to say, like, why would they want the border to be
open?
Why
do they want an open
argument
border?
To be made there?
Well, why do they want an open border with no check-in? In other words, there's nobody vetted, nobody checked. And as you heard 2 weeks ago, the Border Patrol put out the numbers. They weren't supposed to, but they did because they had to. Because they had to inherently, they endorsed me.
I saw that.
They endorsed me. 100% unanimous, like a massive, a full, they said he's the greatest in the history of, I had the best border in the history of the country. I had the best economy in the history of the country. But you take a look at some of these stats. So yesterday, a young woman's playing volleyball. You saw that shot? And he got hit by a hard shot by a man who transitioned.
There's been many of those. If there was a new one yesterday.
She got hit in the head. She didn't know where she was.
Right.
She said, I've never seen a ball travel at that speed before. But here's why do they want that? I don't understand that. Usually you understand, like somebody wants something. You try and figure it out. And you could go through a lot of things. Why do they want transgender? Why do they want to take somebody's child, a boy, and make the boy into a girl and not tell the parents? I mean, they do this. And at first I said, no, but that's just an exaggeration. No, it's not. It's really not.
It's wild that his jump from border, like open borders, to transgender children happens so perfectly. He's just weaving again, dude. My goat is weaving. He's bobbing and he's weaving. Ay. This is underwhelming. I thought that this would be better. Oh, maybe Iran? Let's hear what he has to say about Iran, because Patrick Bet-David, he knows a lot about Iran.
Yeah. I think if you would have
When I handed it over, I told them, right now, make a deal with Iran, they'll do anything. They want to make a deal with me. Had that election not been rigged and stolen, I will tell you right now, we would have no problems anywhere in the world. Viktor Orban, he's a very tough guy and a very smart guy. And he's, some of the European countries don't like him because he's,
sure,
smart.
Makes sense.
We have Trump's climate denier feeding starving influencers, and also the strongest militia in the Middle East, Hezbollah. I'm skipping it. I'm going into Trump's a climate denier. These hurricane survivors still support him anywhere but Washington. One of my favorite types of content is when British people go into the American heartland, the American South, and examine them like they're a bunch of fucking animals. Like, I think it's kind of funny, like the way that they treat this anthropological experiment. So we'll take a look at this.
Hurricanes in the last 14 years than I did my whole entire life.
And then we'll move on to the Hezbollah video from Johnny Harris. It is Hogwatch, yeah, but it's always funny because, like, when I do Hogwatch, I'm an American. I'm a bit of a hog myself, right? Like, the American attitudes have been baked into my brain, whether I recognize it or not. Whereas I feel like when British people do Hogwatch, it's like more scientific almost. Like, they're looking at if the best response to this is insurance companies, okay? If it's not a cause for concern, why the fuck are the only people that are directly involved in rate adjustment just completely pulling out? That's it. If it's not that significant of an issue, like, someone should tell the insurance companies they could be making so much more money there, right? Why the fuck are they just deciding we're not going to play a role in this at all? It is virtually impossible, so much so that there's government intervention that might become a necessity in places like Florida. That's it. Once it becomes such a glaringly obvious reality that, like, even insurance providers are like, I can't make money here. Like, it's gonna be underwater no matter what. It is way too high cost. The reconstruction efforts are going to be too costly, and they just fucking pull out. Problem is, that's the Louisiana insurance guy. That's what I get that. That's what I'm saying. As someone who works in insurance PNC company, can confirm actuaries have included climate change in their models, at least in my company, since 2014 when we purchased our own climate change and weather monitoring / prediction company. Your neighborhood is really chatter here. Why shave beard? To look more white. People are saying I was doing brown face, so I wanted to do white face to combat the extremist Islamist terrorism allegations. What the fuck? God, Louisiana is the most beautiful state, dude. I swear
Save
to God.
the Tatas ride, breast cancer ride. Michelle Stelly has been hosting for a long time. This is my 10th year participating. We raised a lot of money for cancer research and generally a cancer patient that's having big problems. All these guys back here put together by Cage and Harley. They're having a cooking competition, raising money for a particular veterans organization, helping veterans. So this is America. When you see bikers out rolling on the weekend, you know, you're not looking at gangsters and thugs, man. You're talking about solid Americans that love their country. We're generally on a charity ride, doing good work for our communities. All these guys are, you know, at some level of success based upon their hard work in life. I mean, they're riding $25,000, $35,000 Harley Davidsons. They're driving $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 Wranglers. So you got very patriotic Americans here.
The higher the price of the vehicle, the higher the level of patriotism. These guys, they've never seen a woke sky that they'd ever be a part of. They see that and they think to themselves, I will not be a part of the woke sky. There will be no gender. And it happens to be one of the richest states with the poorest population. For the record, some of the worst wealth disparity in this country. Like unacceptable levels of extreme poverty, right next door to unimaginable kinds of wealth, directly poisoning the population, the poorest population in the state. It's so strange. It's beautiful. New Orleans is beautiful. To New Orleans and saw houses that had fucking marks on them that were completely fucking destroyed. And the person showing me around pointed to them and said, those are fucking up for, those are condemned houses from Katrina in 2016. I was like, this is fucked up. This is so insanely fucked. They still have condemned homes from Katrina, dude. They haven't recovered from Katrina. And neo-Confederates, the state is built on petro-capital and prisons. Yeah, it's disgusting. State penitentiary of the Louisiana is also is directly a plantation, like straight up is a plantation called Angola. They literally do. I mean, it is one of the fucking most insane things on the planet. The Louisiana State Penitentiary, known as Angola. You want to know why it's called Angola? You don't have to think too hard. Alcatraz, also nicknamed the Alcatraz of the South or the Angola Plantation or the Farm, is a maximum security prison farm in Louisiana operated by the Louisiana Department of Public Safety and Corrections. Gremlo made a video about it as well. You guys can check that out. Largest maximum security prison in the United States, 6,300 prisoners, 1,800 staff. They do rodeos too. It is literally a plantation, and Angola is also what the plantation used to be called. It is still a plantation. We should give Israel $16 billion to fix this. Yeah, it's going to get fixed if we give Israel enough money. I promise. All right, look at this. Let's get to Jonald Harris, okay? Mr. Jonald Harris did a video about Hezbollah, and I want to watch it because everyone wants me to watch it. I haven't watched it in a while. I haven't watched Jonald Harris in a while, so let's watch that. Some of you are going to be watching a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour instead of this. Now, of course, if you want to avoid this fate, all you need to do is subscribe, as you know, which you can do for $6 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
This map shows the thousands of attacks that have occurred right here on this border, just over the past year, in this fight between Israel and one of their biggest regional enemies, Hezbollah. Hezbollah is one of the biggest armed groups in the world that isn't a nation's military. They have tens of thousands of trained soldiers and hundreds of thousands of missiles and rockets capable of reaching targets all across Israel. This threat led Israel to conduct a massive set of attacks against Hezbollah.
This large explosion was seen near Beirut's international airport,
in which they killed almost all of the group's top leaders, weakening Hezbollah immensely. Followed by a full-on invasion by Israeli troops to denigrate this group even further. This has been a massive escalation that is now...
Okay, we're 56 seconds in, and no mention of like the deterrence principles set forth by the axis of resistance against Israel and the United States of America in the region. And it's just like missiles just started flying randomly. No mention of Sheba Farms, which is disputed territory that Israel currently occupies, that Syria believes is Lebanese land, and Hezbollah also believes is Lebanese land. And how the first rocket fired in that direction was still fired in the direction of Sheba Farms in general. And that beyond that, the back and forth missile campaigns were predominantly, I mean, it was 80% of the rockets fired in the cross-border tit-for-tat conflict was fired by Israel into Lebanon. So right off the jump, I feel like there's a lot of details being omitted here. I'm sure it's not deliberate. Capable of reaching all targets in Israel? What? He's right. He's not wrong about that. That part is correct. Hezbollah does have missiles that are capable of reaching all targets in Israel. They have a significantly better defense capability. They have significantly better missiles than Hamas, for example. Hamas is fucking bathtub rockets.
Spilling over into this entire region. And to understand how we got here, you really have to understand where Hezbollah came from and what this group's fierce 40-year struggle tells us about how the modern Middle East came together and how it's now coming apart. The geopolitics of the Middle East is complicated and sensitive, and there's a lot going on right now, which makes navigating the news pretty difficult, which is why I'm glad that the sponsor of today's video exists. Thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring today's video. Ground News is this new tool that I'm very excited about. What it does is it aggregates news stories from around the world, important and timely story of the rise of Hezbollah. The story of Hezbollah really starts when the vast Ottoman Empire broke apart in the early 1900s. Europeans came in and sliced all of this up, France taking all of this territory. But then they
didn't. It was picked apart by other imperial powers with colonial interests in the region. Just saying, it was what they picked up as winnings. I mean, that's what happened.
They drew a line here to carve out this little mountainous region, one that was populated mostly by Maronite Christians. But the border didn't include just Christians. The French made sure to include this area to the east and this area to the south, areas that contained large populations of Shia Muslims, who were now forced into this new country where they were made a minority to the Christians, along with a few other religious groups. We're going to focus a lot down here, on this Shia heartland that would eventually become one of the most important regions in the whole Middle East. In 1940,
you defend Iranian intervention in Lebanon, but not U.S. intervention in Vietnam. Hasan thinking American proxies are bad, but Iranian proxies are good. You criticize the Americans in Vietnam, but not the Iranians in Lebanon. Shaking my head. There's something very funny about installing a puppet state in southern Vietnam that is like insanely fascist while simultaneously bombing the Vietnamese population, both in southern Vietnam, northern Vietnam, and even surrounding countries, versus like a Shia militancy that rose up, that I'm sure even Johnny Harris would probably fucking openly recognize. Hold on, just before you fucking start jumping to conclusions, there is a difference, okay? There is a difference. The difference is Iran wasn't pummeling Lebanon as the largest fucking imperial power at the time, while simultaneously saying like, you're going to be ruled by these guys. This is something that a lot of people always fail to comprehend. And it's very strange. American installation of puppet states, specifically fascist puppet states, are not in line with like any sort of ethnic group that it has any sort of like serious fucking any sort of serious popular momentum. They don't have like popular mobilization. That's why it's usually dictatorial. The comparison between the South Vietnamese government and Hezbollah is not a apt comparison for this reason. Iran does not have the power to be able to look at Lebanon and say, we are going to run Lebanon in the same way that America thought that they had the capacity to run Vietnam. Despite the fact that you think Iran is justified because of USA starting all this, which I agree with, but then go and state Iran can influence Lebanon. I'm not saying that Iran can influence Lebanon, okay? Iran, at the very most, can only offer logistical support to a group of individuals that live in Lebanon that became the primary fighting force within Lebanon. If you think that you have to assume that like Iran has mind control powers or something, and Iran was also not fucking peppering Lebanon with Agent Orange in the same time frame with genuine imperial interest. The axis of resistance and the dynamic within the axis of resistance changes throughout time, including but not limited to Hamas's allegiances, both in the Syrian war and in other times, specifically, especially when considering that Hamas itself is not even a fucking Shia group. They are Sunni Muslim. Huh. Even if Israel and USA were absent from the Middle East, Iran and Saudis would be at each other's throats. This part of the conversation is also not incorrect. I think that this is fair. The problem is you cannot ever imagine Israel and USA being absent from the Middle East, and that especially the Saudi reign without U.S. intervention would be non-existent. So I don't know why you're talking, or Saudi Arabia in the way that it exists currently would not be a thing without the United States of America nor Israel. It is incorrect. Yeah, exactly. See, it's incorrect. If the U.S. was absent from the Middle East, Saudis wouldn't exist. Saudis propped up by the U.S.
Lebanon gains its independence from France. It creates a constitution meant to balance the power between all.
Also, yeah, ironically enough, the Iranian fucking Ayatollah regime would not exist without American intervention. What the fuck are we talking about? I can't believe I got so captured by the framing that this chatter was presenting that I forgot a pivotal part of this process, which is that the fucking Ayatollahs are directly a reaction to American imperialism and American statecraft in Iran specifically. What the fuck? Like, we have routinely fucked with this area. We have routinely fucked with every single country in this area, which is a resource-rich region. So we have to do that. You know, they got that thick, juicy world come that we need. And then we're just like, oops, sorry. Well, these guys are really scary. We just have to continue intervening. And there's nothing we can do.
All of these religious groups. But that balance wouldn't last, mostly thanks to what started happening down here.
Like, dude, the example with Norway is apt because Norway is a country that has nationalized its extraction industries in its entirety. And one thing that I've always found, albeit reductive, is a great comparison between Norway. If these countries were allowed to develop and maybe even find themselves within the sphere of influence of the USSR, do you think without American intervention, they would look the way that they do? If they did not, if American intervention and a reactionary movement against said intervention became the only emancipatory movement against such intervention, if those things did not exist, don't you think that these countries could have developed on their own, had their own nationalist movements, that may have even found themselves again in the sphere of USSR influence at times? But ultimately, don't you think that that would be beneficial for the area, for these people to have some level of sovereignty rather than be like colonial cutouts of vassal states that play a role in American empire, in Western imperialism in general. Why can't that happen? Why could that never happen? Is it because we just seemingly think when we look at these countries that they're just barbaric? They have a barbaric bone in their brains and they just can't seem to deal with themselves. They can't have any autonomy. They can never have any sovereignty whatsoever because ultimately they're just animals that need to be dominated. Is that what it is? And the answer is, I think that is the underlying sentiment with Western empire. That is literally just repackaged colonial propaganda, that these guys cannot handle themselves. Okay? So we have to handle it for them. That's unironically what the problem is here. That is how we have historically approached this process. Israel's invention, its inception, its nation statehood relies on this attitude. We had to bring in a bunch of people from the West specifically that we know are our guys to a certain degree, that we can directly control and directly fucking have a say in, that want to create a Western version of society there that need to exist there in an incredibly fucking violent manner with mass displacement and complete domination of the local indigenous population, so that we always have a foothold in the region.
Where another set of borders were being carved into the Middle East. The British had controlled this, but in 1948 they left, and the UN helped draw these new lines, creating a new Israel and Palestinian state. Decades of war forced out millions of Palestinians, many of whom ended up here in Lebanon. These Palestinians are mostly Sunni Muslim.
Right, but these are still bourgeoisie states based on exploitation, somehow concluding that they would not consume each other is ridiculous. Okay, the Rupert Murdoch. The point is, it would be far more favorable to every single fucking person living in these countries that were, once again, not even designed on any sort of real national boundary that they wanted to set during this time, but instead colonial cutouts anyway, that they could have autonomy and sovereignty and be normal nation states that could develop and have, money that they want to spend in whichever direction they want to spend it in. Like, the idea that some groups of people are simply fucking barbaric and would never be able to amount to any sort of serious governance, self-governance, is ridiculous. It is an antiquated and white supremacist idea that still dominates this region, or at least still dominates the way that we understand this region. If you don't think that European capitalist countries that are bourgeois states themselves are consistently dominating one another right now, then you can understand a similar cooperation could absolutely occur here as well, unless you think there's something different within the mind of the Arab, okay? Unless you personally think that the mind of the Arab is servile, worthy of domination, not worthy of dignity. They just simply can't control themselves. They always want to fucking eat each other alive. Same with Africa.
So this upsets the carefully laid power balance in Lebanon and further marginalizes the Shia Muslims who were fighting for their place in the country. Then in 1971, an armed militia made up of Palestinians called the Palestinian Liberation Organization moves to Lebanon, and they turn this whole region, which again was made up of mostly Shias, into their own little mini-state. You start to see that Lebanon is descending into division between the different militias and powers controlling parts of the country. And in the mid-70s, it all breaks down into a full-fledged civil war between a dizzying number of religious factions. It's a war that will pull in much of the Middle East.
What happened that caused them to go there? Just they were just moving in? Why was there a Palestinian liberation movement at all? We didn't just that was not a thing. I guess they just anti-Semitism, maybe. Would they not say it's the Islamic ideology rather than the mind of Arabs? That's so fucking, again, that you're just repackaging the same thing, okay? Yes, it's the same exact attitude. It is the same thing. It's the difference between Ben Shapiro saying, oh, it's not the race of the black person in America that is inferior. It is their culture. It's just a repackaged version of the same propaganda that makes it seem more permissible to a broader audience. Literally, when you hear someone say, oh, black people aren't genetically inferior, it's not something to do with their race, it's just their culture that keeps them down, understand that you're talking to a racist person. They just don't want to openly say that black people are inferior racially or genetically. Their reception, seemingly, to the only real cultural output that America really has, if we're being honest, is actually they receive their own culture differently than white people do. White people are still, of course, the largest consumers of black culture. That's another part of the equation here. Anyway.
And it's a war whose most important region is down here, in this border zone between Israel and Lebanon, the place that will soon give rise to Hezbollah. Now let's talk about Syria. They're here right next door and they're watching this civil war. And they decide to invade, to prop up the Maronite Christian ruling class, who've become Syria's allies. They want to do this to prevent the civil war from spilling over into their territory. At this point, Syria also considers annexing the entire country of Lebanon, making it a part of Syria. But eventually the relationship between Syria and Maronite Christians breaks down, and Syria continues to occupy this part of the country. Meanwhile, to the south, Israel fears that Syria is growing too powerful. It also wants to wipe out the PLO, who is attacking them across the border from Lebanon. So in 1978, Israel enters the fray, invading from the south and driving deep into the country. Israel succeeds in temporarily suppressing the PLO, but in the process, it displaces hundreds of thousands of locals, most of them Shia Muslims.
It's just sad how that accidentally happened. It's cool that Israel always has a good justification for it, you know? I'm glad at least they have a justification. They must have. Israel has a right to defend itself. Yeah, they just kind of entered the fray and they had a right to defend themselves.
It eventually withdraws after a UN resolution. But then in 1982, after more PLO attacks, Israel invades again, this time pushing all the way to Beirut, fighting both the PLO and Syria. And this is where the conflict takes on a new dimension. It's 1979. And over in Iran, the people have risen up against the US-backed dictator in this Islamic revolution led by a Shia Muslim cleric who wants...
How'd he get there? How'd this guy get there? I don't know. What was he doing? Probably good stuff, right? I mean, those guys are always good.
In this Islamic revolution led by a Shia Muslim cleric who wants to spread this revolution throughout the region. He's looking for allies. And in 1982, they find their perfect match here in southern...
Like everything that occurred is within the context of the Cold War. Like you cannot frame this outside of... You cannot look at these events that are unfolding without understanding why America was so interested in both propping up Israel and destabilizing the entire region, because most of these countries were, in a way that is not dissimilar to like the BRICS dynamic, I guess, but even though the BRICS dynamic is like a little bit different here, weighing their options of who they could align themselves with. They see America as a destabilizing force in the region. They see the USSR as being more sympathetic, at least, especially certain groups see the USSR as being more sympathetic. And basically, they want to dominate as fast as possible. They want to destabilize and dominate as fast as possible. That's partially what happens in Iran as well. The problem is, you know who also is definitely not going to align with the USSR? Islamist fundamentalists for the most part. Problem, however, is that they also are seen, due to their fundamentalist attitudes, seen as, I guess, the only real uncorrupted forces. Ironically enough, in many of these places, they are directly funded and facilitated and radicalized by the Western governments, by specifically the CIA. But it doesn't matter. In the eyes of the population, they're like, well, these are our guys. These are like the most annoying guys in the area. And they probably are not like they seemingly are more anti-America than anybody else. And I don't want any sort of intervention from the British or the Americans, so I'll just go with those guys. Better than the fucking monarch puppet that was placed on top of me that's dominating my life every fucking day. Sure, we'll take a chance with this guy. And from the perspective of the United States of America, but what exactly were the Soviet interests in Iran? The mullahs called America the greater Satan and the USSR as the lesser Satan? No, you're describing exactly what I'm saying. Islamist fundamentalists are, in the eyes of the American state, Islamist fundamentalists are less likely to align with the USSR's interests because the USSR is also spreading atheism within countries in its periphery. The USSR is also forcibly Russifying many of the regions that have a shit ton of Muslims inside of its own territorial boundaries. This presents a threat for a lot of the Islamist fundamentalists as well. This is part of the reason why in Afghanistan especially, you saw a bunch of Islamist militias propped up by the United States of America with the deliberate interest of bringing the USSR in to deal with a lot of the shit that the Afghan government was doing that was, aligned with the USSR at the time. But their goal was to specifically fund and offer logistical support and radicalize the Mujahideen movement so that Russia would go in to intervene. A gamble that actually panned out really well for them in the short term, which may have led to the demise of the USSR that spread itself too thin, but then kind of backfired dramatically on the United States of America when 9/11 happened, or I guess depending on whose perspective we're looking at, it paid out dividends later down the line for the American military industrial complex. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that Islamists were USSR aligned at all. I'm simply stating that predating Islamist movements in these countries, which always existed but were nascent in comparison to like social democratic pan-Arabist pan-Arabic nationalist movements, or even, dare I say, socialist pan-Arabic nationalist movements, which presented a much graver threat to the United States' interests in the region. They played a little bit fast and loose with propping up Islamist groups that were never going to align with the USSR in their own calculation. Does that make sense? But that is a bit reductive. The USSR never gave the same degree of support to their guys like the US did in that area. Afghanistan is sort of an exception. But for example, when Egypt was attacked by Israel, the USSR did not react and even had a weapons embargo on it. Yes. Well, they also had significantly, they had limitations in comparison to America. But not only that, but also I'm not talking about like the USSR's willingness of cooperation. I'm talking about America's fears that they might cooperate. Does that make sense? Anyway, the point is, for the mullahs, the Islamic Revolution in Iran, they obviously were coming off the heels of refusing Western intervention and had developed a genuine distaste for it. And I'm sure that they used any kind of sectarian boundaries that they could to their advantage. Well, not I'm sure, that's what they did.
Southern Lebanon. It's a militia that rose to defend against outsiders trampling their heartland. It's called Hezbollah, which means Party of God. Iran picked this group in particular because it shares its goals of Islamic revolution and a deep distrust and disdain for Israel. Iran starts providing Hezbollah with money, weapons, soldiers, training, and leadership. And in return, Hezbollah proclaims loyalty to the Iranian Revolution and its supreme leader. What started as Lebanon's civil war is now a regional war that is heating up. So the United States enters, leading an international peacekeeping mission to try to calm these tensions. But of course, Hezbollah and Iran hate this. They now have two prime targets in their backyard, Israel and these Western powers led by the US. So in 1983, they launch a series of terrorist attacks. A truck bomb detonated in front of a US and French barracks in Beirut that kills over 300 people. Most of the world blames not only Hezbollah, but also its backer, Iran. The fighting continues until 1989, when the many
terrorist attacks against Europeans in Lebanon. Yeah. They called it peacekeeping. So obviously, yes. Any sort of action taken against, unless it's Israel blowing up peacekeepers, then it's okay. Then they have a right to defend themselves, okay?
Many groups fighting this civil war come to a peace agreement, one that bans all militias and requires them to give their weapons back to the government. But there's a big catch here. Israel still occupies what they call this security buffer zone in southern Lebanon. So the peace agreement makes an exception specifically for efforts that resist the Israeli occupation, aka they allow Hezbollah to continue to exist, turning them into something more than just one of these militias fighting for their group. It gives them a kind of official status to continue acting as a defender of southern Lebanon, the country's bulwark against Israel. They also develop into more of a political party that gains seats in Lebanon's legislature, kind of serving as a parallel government, providing social services in the areas that it controls.
But they did that also in a sinister fashion, just so you know. They were doing that in a sinister way. When they were offering social safety nets, they did that in an evil way. I need you to understand that. A Islamic style social safety net.
Look at Hezbollah in this moment, because they find themselves in the middle of shifting power games in the Middle East, balancing their mandate to defend their Shia heartland, which was their founding motivation, but also trying to gain further influence in the region, while also appeasing the demands of their major supporter, Iran. In 2005, Lebanon's prime minister is assassinated, and most Lebanese blame Hezbollah, along with its other foreign supporter, Syria. Lebanese people rise up in mass protest, and Syria eventually withdraws its forces that have occupied Lebanon for 28 years. Hezbollah is disgraced. Its legitimacy is supposed to come from resisting foreign meddling, and it's becoming clear that they have become a pawn in the geopolitical game of regional powers, Syria and Iran.
I don't understand why a lot of this conversation like always makes any kind of like indigenous group or any kind of fucking like sect that exists in the region, it denies them agency in its entirety. Like it makes it seem like these the Shia dudes that were there were just like, but we love our neighbors. Like we don't want to fight. We don't want to fight Israel. Don't make us fight Israel, please. And then Iran's like, no, you have to fight them. And they're like, no, like, I hate that, but like I just gotta do that. Obviously, no such extension is given to no such analysis exists for like phalangist militias or even Israel for that matter, in terms of like them having agency and autonomy.
But the group is able to turn Syria's withdrawal into their advantage. The Syrian occupation had kept Lebanon somewhat stable, so as soon as they left, it creates this power vacuum and allows Hezbollah to take more territory.
Wait, did he say... What?
They have become a pawn in the geopolitical game of regional powers, Syria and Iran. But the group is able to turn Syria's withdrawal into their advantage. The Syrian occupation had kept Lebanon somewhat...
Is it just me, or is it absurd to just say they killed 300 people and not mention that they're U.S. Marines? Am I mistaken? Or is even CIA Harris usually a bit more fair and accurate than this? No, I think that when he wrote, I think he wrote a video, like he made a YouTube short about the Israeli settler ambitions of occupying South Lebanon, which is real. He was yelled at, and then he literally deleted the video and apologized for it. And this is in that same vein. Hey everyone, earlier today I published a short form video about a group of Israelis who are calling for people to move in and build settlements in southern Lebanon in an effort to expand Israel's territory. I likened it onto the settler movement that had led to illegal settling of Israelis in the West Bank after 1967. I'm realizing now that I was wrong to equate the two. This is a different situation. While some Israelis do want to expand Israel's territory by attempting to settle southern Lebanon, this is a fringe group that, under the current status quo, has no feasible chance of expanding Israel's occupation and changing Israel's borders. This may change as the conflict escalates, but for now, the comparison was an inaccurate characterization. I will also refuse to recognize that the way that this was propagandized and packaged was also a fringe movement that was not really backed by the Israeli state, even though it totally was backed by the Israeli state, both quietly and also publicly. And now we just kind of take it for granted because it just happened to exist that way. This may change as the conflict escalates, but for now, the comparison was an inaccurate characterization. I hope you trust that when these errors come to my attention, I will do my best to assess the error and immediately issue a correction and let you all know about it. Thanks for your patience. Yeah. He took down the video because he made a correct take. Just saying.
But stable. So as soon as they left, it creates this power vacuum and allows Hezbollah to take more territory, ramping up attacks across the border against Israel and leading to another brief war with the IDF. Hezbollah continues to be a useful proxy for Iran, and Iran continues to fund them and arm them. And by 2011, Iran and Syria pull Hezbollah into another unpopular conflict.
They were just kind of doing that for fun. Like, for no reason. They were anti-Semitically, if I might add. Anti-Semitically, but also, like, at the behest of Iran as well, and not necessarily due to their own personal ambition or motivation of wanting to rid Israel of their territorial boundary. Yeah. 2006 war? Yeah. The PLO just kind of disappeared from the story. Strange. Yeah. It's just weird because, like, if you were to look at this entire story, there's almost always this uniting principle, which is that people don't want to get fucking blown up by a Western-backed state that routinely, also in their own way, collaborates with some of the most rabid freaks in the region that end up doing unimaginable war crimes. Like, we're talking about the 300 Marines that were bombed by Hezbollah. That is, and this is a parallel that you might understand exists with October 7. That is utterly incomprehensible in comparison to the magnitudes worse carnage that Israel has brought upon both Lebanon and every other fucking surrounding country in the region. What's interesting, especially when you, skip the 2006 invasion that he just considered a brief war, is that all of these instances of Israeli incursion, which aren't simply just like a tit-for-tat military operation, targeted, precise, but almost identical to the death and destruction that you see in Gaza right now, as Israel's military doctrine for the way that it conducts itself in these quote-unquote wars is the Dahiyya doctrine, is complete destruction of all matter of civilian infrastructure. And of course, when that happens, when that much death and destruction is something that people are experiencing in the hands of a Western-backed militant settler colonial state in the region, understandably, the people are going to inevitably go, yeah, I don't give a fuck who's doing this. I don't give a fuck who's defending me. I'm with those guys. I don't even care. I don't agree with them. They're not great. I don't agree with their worldview. I don't agree with the way that they treat me in certain instances, but I'd rather, I'm happy that they're fighting.
Syria's civil war. But this hurts Hezbollah's reputation because now they're fighting on behalf of Syria's brutal Iran-backed regime. These once liberators have turned into foot soldiers of oppression, doing the bidding of outsiders. But its last source of legitimacy continues to be its resistance to Israel, something that Lebanon's own government is too weak to do. This remains their source of legitimacy today. So on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas...
Why is the Lebanese government weak to defend its own territorial sovereignty, I wonder? I mean, they have a security partnership with the United States of America. Also odd that they just don't have anti-aircraft missile systems. I just don't know how a country can have any sort of territorial sovereignty in a region where they are so closely surrounded by other countries, some of which used to have aircrafts that they could use, and others that could at least lob missiles. Why is it that they don't have any sort of anti-aircraft missile systems? Why is it that they don't have, despite the security cooperation and partnership that they have with the American government, why don't they have some of the latest and greatest technology that is afforded to America's allies in the region? Jordan doesn't either. I wonder why. No, Jordan does have anti-aircraft missile systems. They do. They use it to defend Israel. They actually do have them. Lebanon doesn't. I just don't know why. Yeah, Jordan has a fleet. They have anti-aircraft missile systems. Lebanon doesn't.
And Israel descended into this most recent war, Hezbollah jumped in, launching more attacks against Lebanon's southern border. This is meant to support Hamas in the Gaza Strip and to threaten Israel with a war on two fronts. At first, it seemed to be working. Tens of thousands of Israelis have had to evacuate the towns and villages in northern Israel. So Israel...
I mean, I've answered this question before, but I will answer it again. Lebanon can't have anti-aircraft missile systems because you wouldn't want American anti-aircraft weaponry blowing up Israeli fighter jets that are also American. That would be weird, don't you think? It would be weird to give this country that we have security cooperation with any kind of defense capabilities that would then inevitably blow up Israeli fighter jets that are on their way to bomb Beirut.
Israel started firing back across the border, forcing 90,000 people in southern Lebanon from their homes. This, in addition to Israeli strikes on Iranian proxies and military officials, led Iran to fire its first ever direct strike on Israel, trying to deter it from going any further. But it didn't work. In September of 2024, Israel escalated.
Okay, this part is actually kind of surprising. He talked about, like, he low-key talked about Iranian deterrence.
Surprising.
Even though I don't think he brought up why Iran retaliated.
Hezbollah with a series of attacks that killed a large part of the group's top leadership, including their decades-long leader. A few days later, Israel sent troops across this border with the goal of further weakening Hezbollah, trying to make the situation safe for Israelis to return home to the north of the country. And now, with Hezbollah in shambles...
That's interesting. This directly contradicts what he was saying about the settler movement, but I guess he already packed that angle up. Huh.
Its sponsor, Iran, felt compelled to act.
What we are all seeing with our own eyes is a major attack from Iran.
It's a major attack, Dana, and it's an escalation. It's an escalation.
So even if Hezbollah eventually begins to rebuild itself, it's unclear what role they will play in Iran's proxy network. But what is clear is that the clash between these two Middle East powers remains the central force animating this region towards more and more violence. And these recent events show us clearer than ever that Hezbollah was just one foot soldier in this growing...
Yeah, Israel blew up an Iranian embassy building in Syria, killing Iranian officials. That was violating Iranian sovereignty. And the second Iranian missile salvo came because Iran retained the right to retaliate to Israel assassinating Ismail Haniyeh, the principal negotiator and the chief of the Hamas Politburo, person primarily responsible with civil governance. And once again, it's important to repeat, the principal negotiator on the ceasefire deal. Israel assassinated him in Tehran. Once again, violating Iranian sovereignty.
Conflict between these two powers.
I mean, this was unimaginably reductive. I find it strange that it's not even like omitting details to make it seem more presentable to a Western audience, but I just don't understand why you would never like put forth motivations and the ambitions of people that are that make up these militia movements, right? Like that's just like you don't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree with them. You could do the Benny Morris thing and be like, yeah, you know, you can pull up Benny Morris and be like, yeah, the Nakba happened, but it was good. You know what I mean? You could technically look at the motivations and describe them, even if you don't agree with those motivations. The problem is, Americans like to see themselves as like the heroes in every story. And they like to see themselves on the side of the heroes, on the side of the rebel groups, right? And I think one of the problems is that... Did you skip the 2006 war? I often rely on them to gain a better understanding of global events. However, as a Lebanese with deep insight into this particular situation, I found your video to be somewhat misleading. It skips over key events and seems to take sides at certain points. I'd be willing to provide a detailed breakdown, pinpoint specific timestamps where the content could be more accurate, but I'm hesitant to invest the effort if it's just going to be overlooked. If you're truly committed to presenting objective, truthful information, misleading to the point where it's almost propaganda. Yeah. Just 5 minutes in, and this video is so inaccurate. This video is made for people who have no idea what's going on, and after they will still... This is what I was thinking as well. Like, if you watch this video with fresh eyes, not knowing a single thing about, like, the inception of Hezbollah, like, Israel, like, you would literally be more confused by the end of the video, especially because, like, it literally just does not fucking talk about the motivations, the intent, the ambitions of any of the parties involved. Which is ironic because he doesn't even do that for Israel. He does it a little bit for Israel where he'll be like, oh, they wanted to defend themselves. But like, if you knew nothing and you came into this with fresh eyes and you wanted to like learn about at least a couple talking points, you'd be like, what the fuck did I just watch? It just seems like a bunch of people were motivated to fight for no reason, including at times even the Israeli occupying force. It's just kind of a thing that happened. People are violent and religious, and they just fight each other all the time. People be fighting. Doesn't every force enact foreign policy on their material interests like both Israel and Hezbollah should be rational actors even if they aren't nice? Yes, that is precisely the point. That is what I'm saying. Like, in a weird way, he didn't even do that thing. He didn't even do the thing where they're like, oh, their motivation is that they're fucking bloodthirsty and anti-Semitic. Like, he didn't even point the intent in the Lebanese direction or Hezbollah's direction as like some vague generalized anti-Semitic perspective. I think maybe he was just feeling like he hasn't done a lot of videos in a while or something. I don't know. Like, the only party with seemingly any fucking agency here is Iran, and they're always... You started the video from the Ottoman Empire, conveniently omitted settler colonial tactics of Israel, and jumped directly to PLO. Convenient, bro, convenient. The phrasing used on this video is highly misleading. It reads more like propaganda than something genuinely intended to inform or educate. Here's a list of Israeli atrocities committed in this time period that this guy skipped. Sabra and Shatila massacre in 1982. Israeli forces allowed a Lebanese Christian militia, the Falange, to enter the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in Beirut. Over 2 days, they massacred between 700 and 3,500 Palestinian civilians. Yeah. They also blocked the civilians from escaping so that the Phalange's militias could fucking slaughter them. Operation Grapes of Wrath, 1996. Israel launched a large-scale military operation against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. During the campaign, Israeli artillery shelled a UN compound in Qana where hundreds of Lebanese civilians had taken refuge. 2006, Lebanon War. In response to Hezbollah capturing 2 Israeli soldiers, Israel launched a massive military campaign in Lebanon. The war resulted in 1,100 Lebanese deaths, mostly civilians. Like, if you don't mention any of this stuff, you can't understand how the fuck... Hezbollah rose to prominence. gained any sort of like unlikely allegiances from the rest of Lebanese society, which is understandably primed to fucking despise them. Blockade and wars on Gaza, settlements and forced evictions in the West Bank, killing of Palestinian protesters, treatment of Palestinian detainees, disproportionate response in conflicts, collective punishment, targeting of civilian infrastructure. Like what is the PLO? Like that's the question that I would have. I'd be like, what? The PLO? What is that? Why are they in this area that you're saying is Jordan? But on the maps, when I look at it now, it looks a little different. Like, what happened there? How did they go to Lebanon? Why did they go to Lebanon? Why do they exist? What is Palestine? The PLO didn't simply move to Lebanon. It was expelled from Jordan during the events of Black September because the organization attempted a coup against the king, as it also considered Jordan part of the future state of Palestine. You explain where they attacked, but never explain why they attacked. Telling the history of the region without speaking one bad word about what Israel did all these years is truly something shameful to do. This video makes me wonder what other videos you made that have been inaccurate. Congratulations, you've just lost a subscriber. Can't see any shallower description of reality. Even his maps are bullshit and contain an agenda. This doesn't even begin to tell the full story. I've lost so many family members at a little village in Lebanon, literally in the middle of nowhere. They live off the land and everyone lived a simple life. Then bombs started dropping left and right. Now everyone has left a beautiful mountainside my father and generations before him used to call home. People on both sides need to stop killing each other. This has gone too far. Sloppy work. Love how the Nakba was reduced to decades of war forced out millions of Palestinians. Highly inaccurate and misleading video. Easy to classify them as terrorists, but not these West who invade them. Ironic, is it? Irony, is it? I'm not even from the region, but please either tell the whole story or don't. Skipping the 2006 war, trying to sell the Hezbollah who started fighting, calling it war from two sides. Either you start to sell propaganda or you don't do research on your topic very well. Keep the old way, please. 9/11 really fucked enough people up to believe that the part of the world is just filled with pissed off Arabs. It makes doing propaganda so easy because people fill in their own blanks based on what they know. All Zionist propaganda needs to do is leave shit out and it will reach hearts and minds. Yeah. I've never seen a fucking Johnny Harris comment section like this. Spewing foolishly lies absolutely totally about the Iran and Syria. Guys, this video is funded. It is an ad. Brought to you by AIPAC. And Johnny, Israel escalated. Johnny, 5 seconds later, Hezbollah forced to respond. Dude, come on, no one catches the biases in editing or you want to be biased intentionally. Damn, this guy is actually saying this video wasn't pro-Israel enough. He managed to piss off everybody, dude. We found one. We found even a guy who's like, dude, what the fuck? I don't like the way you presented Israel in this. Yeah, Johnny Harris, much like Israel, on a 7-front war. Johnny Harris seemingly has opened a new front in his war. It's just interesting because, like, dude, what is going on right now in terms of, like, anyone that dares resist against Israel, okay, and Israel's actions is identically treated to the exact same fucking way that people who said, why the fuck are we invading Iraq, were treated in the United States of America. Like, literally 1-to-1. Back then, when you said we should not invade Iraq, this is ridiculous. What the fuck are you talking about? We shouldn't even be in Afghanistan. What the fuck are we doing? People would turn around and say, you love Saddam Hussein. You're a terrorist sympathizer. You love Saddam. You want to mustard gas every Kurd you've ever met in your entire life. You love him. You want to fuck Saddam Hussein. You want to be Saddam Hussein. You love terrorism. You want American Sharia. Which, ironically enough, that's what Saddam Hussein was doing in the eyes of Americans, which makes it even funnier because the Ba'ath Party is now a Sharia party, okay? A jihadist, Islamic-style Sharia party, okay? You want Sharia law in the same way that Saddam Hussein had. That's what they would fucking say. Like, and it's funny that, like, as an Iraqi whose mom is Kurdish, so much this, I used to get this all the time. It's just like, yeah, you love Assad, you love Gaddafi, you love Putin, the fucking, just, you know, they say that shit to me all the goddamn time, no matter who it is. When I'm like, hey, maybe us blowing shit up is not the best way forward, and we can't really keep this up. We can't really keep this attitude up. Did the PLO randomly just decide one day that they would attack the IDF? This video is totally biased and misleading. Disappointed. Israel's a Western-backed colonial state in the Middle East and an apartheid state. His neighbors are either turning a blind eye or fighting against it. And the reason to fight is the political game that is being played. As a Jordanian from the region, you didn't even scratch the surface of the conflict. I like how he says the PLO moves into South Lebanon, creating their own mini-state, but Israel invaded it despite Israel having the backing of the LAF. Nice journalism. Again, we found another person who is like saying, you're not kind enough to Israel. Respect. I like seeing those guys in a sea of people being like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? This reads like pro-Israeli propaganda. There's still guys who are like, I don't really appreciate how you criticize Israel. Anyway, he got Palestinians and Israelis to agree on something at least. Yes. Did you see that Texas finally banned Sharia law? Barry Balls, thank you for the 20 gifted subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Wait. A slap in the face of Islamists. Texas bans Islamic Sharia law throughout the state. No, but I wanted Sharia law. Fuck. How will we ever bring Sharia law to Texas now, dude? Rick Wiley says, this is America. We will not accept Sharia law under any circumstances. Islamic Sharia law has no place in America. This country was founded on God, not Allah. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh my Allah. Oh my God. It's the same guy, lady. This country was founded on God, not Allah. Oh my God. That's amazing. Amazing. God. Americans are fucking brilliant, dude. They're so good. They're so smart. Yes, also ban behaviors such as call to prayer, public praying, and praying in the aisle of an aircraft. North Carolina banned Sharia law more than a year ago. United States has laws that supersede any other law. If you want to practice Sharia laws, go to the country where they were made. Well, let's see how they covered this.
Islam. State legislators in Texas passed a version of the much debated American Law for American Courts bill. The bill bans Muslim Sharia law within the state, as well as certain practices that contradict American law. It was filed by Representative Dan Flynn after several court cases denied restraining orders or ruled against victims in domestic disputes because those individuals cited their Sharia law practices.
What? What the fuck? That's not how this works, man. It's kind of funny because it's like the Muslims in Texas, I'm imagining them being like, brother, I am sovereign, okay? Brother, bro, believe me, bro. Listen, bro. I am a sovereign citizen, bro. I only believe in Allah, bro. It's maritime law. I was traveling. I do not need identification. Is this Maritime Admiralty Court? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, maritime Sharia law in the kingdom of Allah. Oh, dude.
Although many Muslim activists oppose the legislation, it's been voted for by both the House, the State House and Senate, and it will now head to the governor's desk for a
Yeah, wait till the fucking Christian patriots get a hold of this, that they can't beat their wives and then claim that there's a religious exemption for them. They're going to be like, hold on, brother. I was on board when you said Sharia law, but I didn't think this through. Maybe the Muslim man guys have some good ideas, okay? Hold on now. What do you mean I can't beat my wife? Like, what is this story? Like, just do the law, man. Just do the fucking law. There is no superseding factor here. You can't just be like, oh, sorry, I'm Muslim. Like, just arrest a person doing domestic abuse. You don't have to you don't have to like try and do this weird fucking thing. Oh, Jesus. What is this? Is based off an intent, the application of Sharia law in the United States. A Moroccan man and his 17-year-old wife immigrated to America. Not only she fired restraint, claiming her husband was raping her. The husband did not deny the sexual relations were not consensual, but said that in his religion, the wife was supposed to submit and do all that he desired of her. The New Jersey judge found that given his understanding of Islam, he did not intend that. Wait, what? Dude, what are you? What? Bro, arrest the judge as well. Arrest the man and then also arrest the judge. Like, what is happening? Oh, okay. I guess like there is a real Sharia law precedent in the country that one judge that's too woke. Yeah, I don't. What the fuck are these people doing? Your Honor, dude, these guys are unironically taking advantage of how fucking stupid and Orientalist Americans are by being like, no, you don't understand. It's my religion to rape my wife. And then the judge's like, oh no. He said it's his religion to rape his wife. I guess that's true. My bad. Like, what? Oh, that's cool, man. I've noticed that there was a bunch of Jewish groups in the state of Florida actually that said that it was in their religion to be able to get an abortion, and that kind of stuff, it never works in that direction. I've noticed a weird pattern here in the United States of America where religious exemption never works in the favor of like offering people civil liberties, and only works in one direction when it's already, a pre-existing patriarchal understanding that, women are your property. Christian, Muslim, doesn't really matter. It's weird how it works. It's only in that same direction. If it's like reactionary, they're like, maybe I get it. Maybe I understand. Yeah, or child marriage. Hasan, the ruling was overturned. Read notes below the headline. Cases like this set off alarm bells as Sharia law is coming to America. And in fact, it's already here. Creeping Sharia is the case given one further example of a nation forsaking its heritage in an effort to be politically correct and yield to pressures of local Muslims. But according to Eugene Volokh, a conservative law scholar at UCLA, it is quite the opposite. Where U.S. judges have made reference to Sharia law, they do so within the parameters of long established in American legal precedent. He notes, importantly, that the judge in New Jersey case made a legal error overturned by a higher court, which granted the restraining order. Yeah, no shit. In the effort to understand this controversial and inflammatory subject, this explanation proved very helpful. Here's a list of what is not allowed in American judicial system. Allowed distribution of inheritance according to religious motivation. Not asking the court to divide inheritance according to Sharia law. U.S. laws allow freedom of contract and disposition of property. One may divide one's property at will according to whim, or ask a religious scholar to divide it according to Sharia law, but the court does not accept competency to interpret religious laws and will reject a request asking to do so. Allowed application of foreign law to determine marriage or overseas injury. Exemption from work rules for religious reasons. Granting accommodation to students or clients that impose only modest costs on the granting institution. It's just like, yeah, the legal error was that the judge forgot that spousal rape is illegal. Like, I like that you can be a judge in the United States of America and just like forget such an important part of the law. It seems. Sorry. I forgot. My bad. Only made illegal in 1993, though, so maybe the judge was old. True. Anyway. All right. That's it for me. I'm tired. I'm running the last ad break here. We didn't get to watch the video feeding starving influencers featuring Hasan Piker. Shit, hey damn. She's sitting at 159,000 in 6 hours. That's crazy. So by banning it, Sharia law, what? So by banning it, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't follow their laws? What? Dude, this is not a real thing, okay? And it shouldn't be a real thing, but it's also not a real thing anyway. There's no world where you could just be like, sorry, yeah, I know I murdered someone, but it's Sharia law. Or any kind of fucking law. You know, that's not a thing. You can't. It's no different than like sovereign citizens being like, oh, I can only be held in contempt of maritime admiralty court. I was merely traveling and not actually. I was merely traveling. I was not actually driving. That's not how this works. Anyway, love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow with more fun shit. Fear not. Hello. Someone's excited that the stream is over. I'm gonna go hang out with my little lady. Hello, little lady. Hello. Bye, everybody. Peace.
There is again face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.